Our story begins in a paradise where every living thing has the potential to cultivate and become an immortal. This is a world of cultivation. In this world, domineering figures appear everywhere, like witches riding broomsticks. Wait, hold on. I think that witch flew into the wrong comic. In this world, the badasses include great immortals riding divine pythons. You have powerhouses riding cheelants, and even trash riding flying bears all over the place. In this realm where cultivators are revered, countless strongmen exist. Some have even attained the Tao and ascended to godhood. Our protagonist is Lee Fan, a handsome 21-year-old lad. He's still a virgin, too. One day, while wandering around, he fell through a spatial crack and accidentally transmigrated here. It seems like he's pretty experienced with this whole transmigrating thing, huh? The moment he arrived, he excitedly realized this was a world of immortals. Awesome. I can finally ascend and become a god. Lee Fan laughed heartily, immediately ripped off his hoodie, and tossed it into a corner. Then, he donned a set of ancient robes. I have arrived. I am here. A transmigrator protagonist is always the child of destiny. I know this trope all too well. I need to find a place to test my spiritual root right now. After a while, Lee Fan found a place to test his aptitude. He met a super eccentric tester wearing black sunglasses who laughed loudly at Lee Fan. Your face is unlikable, and you have no spiritual root either. He even declared Lee Fan a natural-born piece of trash, destined for the bottom of society. I've cultivated for 300 years, but I've never seen a spiritual root this completely useless. The guy turned to leave, loudmouthing the news to everyone nearby. Lee Fan is a born cripple. He has absolutely no qualification to cultivate. Hearing that verdict, Lee Fan screamed in agony. What the hell? Are you serious? The surrounding cultivators stared at Lee Fan and began to mock him. Voice after voice bombarded Lee Fan. You are trash. And you think you can become an immortal? My family's hen has more talent for cultivation than you. I suggest you find a nice tree and hang yourself. Lee Fan collapsed in despair. I can't cultivate? Did you guys have to be that sarcastic about it? Suddenly, a ding rang out from the sky. A system notification panel appeared before Lee Fan's eyes. Congratulations! You have activated the God-level cultivation system. Upon accepting the contract, you will be bound to perform cultivation tasks assigned by the system. After completing 666 tasks, you will become a peerless, unrivaled powerhouse. Seeing the system panel, Lee Fan was overjoyed. A God-level cultivation system? Isn't this the script for a grand protagonist? Lee Fan excitedly reached out to sign without a second thought. It's here. My invincibility is finally here. One step to the heavens. I'll achieve enlightenment. You stupid passersby, just you wait. A genius of the heavenly lineage like me will teach you all a lesson. The system flashed, announcing a successful connection. Host, please accept your new mission. Lee Fan puffed out his chest, laughing smugly. Tell me. Let me do it right now. I will definitely become a peerless immortal. The system suddenly announced the mission, making Lee Fan petrify on the spot. Host's first mission, deliver piglets for the sow owned by Wang Dama, your next-door neighbor. Continuing with the mission reward, a secret manual on postpartum care for sows. Lee Fan turned to stone, then screamed, looking like he wanted to strangle the system as he cursed. What the F***CK? System, are you crazy? What does delivering piglets have to do with cultivation? Other people's systems give divine techniques to skyrocket their power. Why does mine turn me into a miserable farmer? And I have to do 666 tasks like this. Do you expect me to deliver babies for 666 hours? Just like that, 3 years passed since his transmigration. Lee Fan became a true farmer, hoeing the fields all day long. Lee Fan sat under a tree, depressed, resenting that damn system for 3 whole years. With a haggard face, he wrote 3 words to express his attitude toward the system. 3 years of nothing but planting rice, chopping wood, and feeding chickens. I was also forced to practice calligraphy and learn painting. I even had to work as a security guard, catching rats in the old neighbor's melon patch. Lee Fan fed the chickens, looking utterly bored. This system is nothing but a huge scam. Suddenly, an old man's voice called out, asking little Lee something. It's almost New Year's. Can you write a couplet for me? Lee Fan happily ran over to the old neighbor. Oh, coming. What style do you want me to write it in? The chickens Lee Fan cared for every day stared intensely at his retreating back. Then, they shed their disguises, transforming into phoenixes and crowing continuously. Great! Haha! Master's gone. Let's go out and eat. As the chickens transformed, the nearby lake's surface began to tremble. A flood dragon emerged, speaking loudly to the flock of chickens. I told you guys, our Lord is becoming more terrifying by the day. Just now, Master simply washed his feet in the lake, and I almost evolved into a top-tier dragon bone. The tree beside them, also an ancient spirit, began to speak. The Lord power has grown so fast. Does it have something to do with his abstinence? In all these years, I haven't seen the Lord get close to any girl. My peaches are almost ripe, too. The chickens also chimed in to discuss their master. That's a strong possibility. The flood dragon raised a claw, analyzing. But he's so busy every day. Where'd he find a girl to interact with? Lee Fan's village was situated amidst majestic, towering mountains. It was shrouded in thick, immortal energy, isolated from the outside world. At that moment, a group of people approached. The beautiful girl with the bountiful bosom is Mu Tianxiang, Saintess of the Liha Sect. Behind her, a young man called out, Saintess, this seems to be a forbidden land. Even the ancestor fell here. Do you really intend to risk it? Tianxiang clenched her fists tightly. There's no other way. This is a matter of life and death for our sect. As the Saintess Mu Tianing, I cannot just stand by and watch. Next, she pulled out a bagua mirror and shouted loudly. Everyone, prepare your golden core protection. Follow me inside the moment I use this array to breach the barrier. The disciples behind her yelled in hurried acknowledgement. Tianxiang began to rotate the bagua compass. A spark shot out, striking the barrier. Tianxiang struck the barrier again with full force, causing an instant explosion. A small hole was torn in the barrier, causing the spiritual energy inside to surge out wildly. The people outside couldn't withstand the pressure and cried out, Ah, this aura is too powerful. Suddenly, the bagua compass couldn't handle the strain and shattered into pieces. Tianxiang suffered a backlash, sustaining heavy injuries as her clothes tore apart. She raised her hand, trembling helplessly. We can't even get past the first obstacle. How are we supposed to find the divine water pearl? Amidst the smoke and dust, Lee Fan walked out, coughing repeatedly. Cough, cough. Man, the fog here is thick. As he walked, he bumped right into Tianxiang, who had exhausted her spiritual power and was falling over. Lee Fan froze, feeling a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time. His hand accidentally grabbed Tianxiang's full, round chest. Lee Fan calmly waved his right hand to disperse the surrounding smoke. Miss, are you all right? Is the fog too thick? Are you lacking oxygen? Tianxiang was shocked to see Lee Fan blow away the surrounding spiritual energy with just a wave of his hand. She stared at Lee Fan, thinking to herself. He just casually waved his hand, and the chaotic grand Dao aura vanished instantly? Where did this expert come from? Tianxiang hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Junior Mu Tianing of the Lihua Sect is trapped here. Please, Senior, lend us a hand. The Lihua Sect will never forget this great kindness. The disciples behind her quickly bowed and shouted in unison. The Lihua Sect will never forget this great kindness. Lee Fan felt awkward and waved his hands frantically. No, don't. I'm no senior. I'm just an ordinary person. Though, Lihua Sect sounds familiar. What are you doing here and how can I help? Tianxiang clasped her hands together and spoke. Reporting to Senior. This junior came here seeking a dark blue pearl. Tianxiang thought to herself. Even though he's an expert, this concerns the safety of the sect. It's better to say less. Lee Fan recognized it immediately, pointing his finger and speaking up. Oh, that pearl? I've seen it plenty of times. Turns out it belongs to you? Tianxiang's eyes lit up as she focused on Lee Fan. Really? She immediately bowed to Lee Fan again. This junior boldly asked Senior to lead the way. We are relying entirely on you, Senior. Lee Fan scratched his head, looking a bit confused. Leading the way isn't hard, it's just, you have so many people and horses. Just don't trample the corn I planted. Tianxiang hurriedly replied. Then Senior only needs to guide one person inside. I hope Senior agrees. If you help, I'm willing to pay any price. Lee Fan shyly seemed to agree. A disciple stepped forward, draping a coat over Tianxiang and warning her carefully. Saintess, it's very dangerous there. Do you really want to go alone? Tianxiang spoke up. Say no more. For the sect. No matter how dangerous, I must go. Li Fan stared at Tianxiang, deep in thought. This rich young lady has clearly been spoiled. Country roads aren't easy to walk, but it's not that dangerous, is it? Staring ahead, Tianxiang suddenly spotted the true samadhi fire. Her face showed worry and deep contemplation. Facing the true samadhi fire. How on earth does he plan to get through? Li Fan slowly walked forward, then glanced back at Tianxiang. All right, let's go. The disciples outside gasped in fear. Is he really just walking straight into it? The true samadhi fire actually parted on its own to make way for him. Li Fan turned back and stared at Tianxiang. What are you spacing out for? Why aren't you following me? Tianxiang looked panicked as she watched Li Fan's every step. She then hurriedly scurried behind Li Fan. The disciples outside watched, worry written all over their faces. It seems we can only rely on that expert's help this time. We hope the Saintess can win his favor and successfully retrieve the divine water pearl. After a while, Tianxiang had stepped inside Li Fan's village. Li Fan pointed toward the forest in front of them. I've seen the thing you want while chopping wood in this small forest. Go look around and see. Tianxiang was utterly astonished by the forest before her. This is his small forest? These are clearly 10,000-year immortal trees and top-tier mystic firewoods. After a moment, Tianxiang felt dizzy. Chopping wood in a mystic fire forest. Just where did this expert come from? Li Fan saw her fainting and rushed to catch her. Whoa, what's wrong with you? Tianxiang looked at Li Fan weakly. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Li Fan thought to himself. This girl's body is way too frail. She walks a few steps and gets dizzy. Li Fan helped Tianxiang to a nearby tree. Sit here and rest for a bit under this tree. As soon as she sat down, Tianxiang felt spiritual energy enveloping her body, her face showing pure satisfaction. This is truly a paradise beyond the mortal world. Just sitting under this tree, I feel the spiritual power wrapping around me. It's incredibly soothing. Li Fan took out a gourd of water and handed it to Tianxiang. Do you want to drink some water? Tianxiang reached out to accept the gourd and bowed low. Thank you, senior. Then, she looked at the gourd in front of her, completely astonished. Wait, this water. It seems to contain profound, hidden mysteries. Tianxiang lifted it and drank in large gulps, instantly feeling a wave of refreshment wash over her entire body. Her realm began to break through continuously. Golden Core, 2nd stage. Golden Core, 3rd stage. Golden Core, 4th stage. Golden Core, 9th stage. Tianxiang felt her body overflowing with explosive energy and let out a loud cry. Aya! In a split second, she broke through to the perfect Golden Core stage. She hurriedly looked into Li Fan's gourd. I only took a few sips, yet I broke through to the perfect Golden Core stage. Just what kind of immortal nectar is inside this flask? Li Fan looked at Tianxiang intently. Is she that thirsty? Li Fan reached out and said to Tianxiang, There's plenty left. Go ahead, drink as much as you like. Tianxiang hurriedly returned the water flask to Li Fan. Oh no need. Thank you, senior. Tianxiang thought to herself. He must be testing me. I absolutely cannot show any greed. Li Fan turned his head to scan the area. All right, I seem to recall seeing that pearl somewhere nearby. You can go look for it yourself. Tianxiang stood up and observed her surroundings, deep in thought. After my cultivation increased, my spiritual sense has become much sharper. I can sense the aura of the divine water pearl. Suddenly, the divine water pearl appeared in midair, shooting toward Li Fan. Then, it stopped right in front of him. Li Fan happily reached out to examine it. So it was here all along? Tianxiang saw the divine water pearl and pondered in surprise. The divine water pearl has a spirit. It seeks out the strong for shelter and protection. Li Fan grabbed the divine water pearl, then handed it over to Tianxiang. Found it. Here, take it. Tianxiang was shocked by Li Fan's action, her hands trembling as she accepted the divine water pearl. You're giving it directly to me? Li Fan looked at Tianxiang earnestly. Weren't you looking for it? Of course you should take it. Tianxiang, overjoyed, bowed her head repeatedly. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Suddenly, Tianxiang realized her clothes near her thighs had torn. She blushed furiously, covering the spot with her hands. Li Fan patted her head and turned away. No need to thank me. Just remember to change your clothes when you get back. Tian Xiang's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment as she hurriedly draped her outer robe over herself. I hope to have a chance to repay you one day, senior. A while later, the disciples cheered happily when they saw Tian Xiang walk out. The holy maiden is out. Suddenly, a disciple ran up in a panic, shouting loudly. Holy maiden, it's bad. The sect just sent word. The Li Yin sect is here. They want to wipe out our sect. Hearing the news, Tian Xiang was terrified and immediately found a way to rush back to the sect. Scene changes to the Li Hui sect, situated on a towering mountain peak. The Li Yin sect crowd was advancing to pick a fight with the Li Hui sect. The Li Yin sect elder suddenly pointed his finger and shouted, Wei Baoshan, your Li Hui sect has nowhere left to run. Even at the nascent soul realm, you're the only one left standing. What do you have to fight against my Li Yin sect? You might as well just surrender to us. The sect master of Li Hui sect stood his ground. As long as I'm still breathing, don't you dare think about swallowing the Li Hui sect. The Li Yin sect elder stomped his foot, gathering his chi and roaring. Fine, then I'll take your life first as a warning to the rest of the Li Hui sect. Just then, Tian Xiang arrived back at the sect in time, holding out the divine water pearl. Stop! Reporting to the sect master, I have found the Li Hui sect's supreme treasure, the divine water pearl. The sect master of Li Hui sect cheered in delight. Wonderful! This divine water pearl can increase a cultivator's strength. With this pearl, the Li Hui sect will not perish. The Li Yin sect elder, slightly flustered, pointed at Tian Xiang. You liar! That pearl was lost in the forbidden grounds. How could you possibly enter there and retrieve it? Tian Xiang replied cheerfully. There is a senior within the forbidden grounds who allowed me to bring it back. The Li Yin elder looked at Tian Xiang with a sneer. Huh, save your breath. I think you just grabbed some random pearl to trick everyone into thinking the sect is saved, didn't you? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Tian Xiang unleashed her cultivation aura, staring daggers at the Li Yin sect elder. Elder Gongsun, the divine water pearl might be faked to deceive people, but my cultivation base cannot be faked. The Li Yin sect elder, clearly rattled, shouted back. How is this possible? Weren't you just at the Golden Core second stage? How did you suddenly jump to the 9th stage? Tian Xiang looked at the Li Yin sect elder. It was the senior in the forbidden grounds who guided me. The Li Yin sect elder, struck with fear, began to slowly back away. What senior? Don't lie through your teeth. As the elder retreated, he accidentally tripped and fell. His disciples rushed over to ask, Elder, are you all right? Elder Gongsun kept pointing at the Li Hui sect, shouting in a mix of pain and anger. I'm fine. Your Li Hui sect is nothing. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Today, I'll let you off with your lives. Li Hui sect will be swallowed by Li Yin sect sooner or later. After speaking, the entire Li Yin sect group used their lightness skill to flee from the Li Hui sect. Seeing the Li Yin sect crowd retreat, the Li Hui sect master let out a long sigh. I never expected a supreme expert to help us. It seems our sect has been saved. The sect master then hurriedly ran off to report to the former sect master. I must invite the old sect master out of seclusion immediately. We shall visit that senior together and beg him for guidance on the old sect master's ascension. Sometime later, Tianyu led both sect masters to Lee Fan's small village. The old sect master of the Li Hui sect observed the surroundings, then spoke to Tianyu. Tianyu, are you absolutely sure that senior lives here? Tianyu looked at the old sect master with a hint of worry. Old sect master, to be honest, I'm not entirely certain myself. But that senior did say something about living in a village, and this is the only small village around here. The Li Hui sect master walked inside, constantly scanning his surroundings. This place isn't far from the Forbidden Grounds, so why isn't there a trace of dangerous aura? Furthermore, the old folks in this village, they all look like ordinary mortals. Nothing strange about them. Suddenly, the previous sect master's eyes went wide, and he shouted, Wait, there's something wrong with their hoe. It's overflowing with Tao rhythms. The previous sect master rushed up to the two elderly villagers in front of him, asking frantically, Excuse me, ma'am, has anyone used this hoe before? The old woman casually picked her nose, looking surprised. It's my hoe. If I don't use it, who else would? The old man next to her slapped her on the shoulder. Aya, Xiao, have you forgotten? Didn't Little Lee help you weed the garden with it? The old woman suddenly remembered. Oh my, Bohu, you're right. I almost forgot Little Lee used it once. The old Sect master looked suspicious. Little Lee? May I ask, where is this Little Lee's house? Old Lady Qiuxiang pointed a finger toward a stone house nearby. That stone house behind the vegetable garden, that's Little Lee's place. The two Lihua Sect masters widened their eyes in shock. A vegetable garden? A stone house? The three of them approached the stone house to observe. Tianxiang suddenly cried out, These are clearly all supreme spiritual treasures. Even the Sect's reincarnated spirit herbs can't compare to these. The two old Sect masters rushed over, grabbing handfuls of grass and stuffing them into their mouths. Old Sect master, even the grass here is overflowing with supreme Tao rhythms. It seems to possess spirit roots. I can feel it. It's as if we've stepped into the immortal realm. After chewing on the grass, the two Sect masters hurriedly charged toward Little Lee's house. Hurry, we must find the senior. We'll definitely gain immense karmic fortune if we meet him. The couple, Tang Bohu and Qiuxiang, stared blankly at the three of them. Are these three beggars? Looks like it. They're so happy just eating grass. Truly pitiful. That young lady is quite pretty, though. It would be nice if Little Lee could marry her. Just then, Lee Fan returned carrying firewood, muttering to himself. The firewood haul is a bit light today. Probably won't burn for long before running out. Pushing the door open, Lee Fan suddenly heard someone calling him and turned around. Young miss? It's you again? And who are these two gentlemen? The three of them ran up to Lee Fan, panting heavily. The two old Sect masters gasped for air while looking around, their eyes nearly popping out of their skulls. What kind of celestial paradise is this? That peach tree, and these chickens, their cultivation bases are far above the void spirit realm. Suddenly, the chicken nearby cast a single glance, causing the old Sect master to clutch his head and scream. This spiritual pressure, it's absolutely terrifying. The chicken stood there, confused about what was happening. The hell? Is this old geezer mental? Lee Fan hurriedly ran over to support the old Sect master. Are you all right, sir? Why did you suddenly collapse? Is it a stroke? The old Sect master lay stiff on the ground, paralyzed. Suddenly, he felt his body released from the influence, his eyes widening as he looked at Lee Fan, thinking to himself, just what level of almighty being is this young man? A single touch was enough to dispel that crushing pressure instantly. Tianxiang stepped forward to introduce them. These two are elders for my sect. Since they wish to meet you, I took the liberty of bringing them here. Lee Fan looked at Tianxiang, confused. Want to meet me? The system suddenly appeared with a notification. New mission. Keep the guests for a meal. Lee Fan, complying with the mission, invited them inside for dinner. Since you've come all this way, why not stay for a meal? Just some simple vegetables and noodles. The two old Sect masters and Tianxiang exclaimed in excitement. That would be wonderful. Thank you, senior. Lee Fan walked inside, set down the firewood, went straight to the kitchen, and started cooking. I don't have anything fancy to offer, so I'll just whip up a few casual dishes for you all. After cooking, Lee Fan brought the food out to the table. The two Sect masters and the well-endowed Tianxiang stared with eyes wide as saucers. These are the casual dishes the senior mentioned? These are divine medicines refined to the point of shaking the heavens and earth. They've even triggered strange phenomena. The previous Sect master glanced at the current Sect master. It seems the senior intends to enlighten us. We must not let the senior's kindness go to waste. Then, all three lifted their bowls and ate like they had never eaten before, not stopping until every plate was clean. Just like that, the Sect master easily broke through to the seventh heaven of the distraction realm. Following him, the old Sect master broke through to the ninth heaven of the distraction realm. Tianxiang was not left behind, breaking through to the ninth heaven of the nascent soul realm. The old Sect master fell back slowly, his face full of satisfaction. I can't believe it. After dozens of years, the limits of my talent have finally been shattered. I can ascend once more. Lee Fan once again ran over to support the old Sect master. Getting this agitated over a single meal? Are you going through a rough patch? Or is it another stroke? Being elderly is truly a struggle. Lee Fan helped the old Sect master sit up, then handed him a cup of tea. Did you too fast? Here, drink some water to calm your nerves. The old Sect master stared eagerly at Lee Fan. Thank you, senior. The old sect master took a large gulp of tea, then his eyes bulged in shock. I ascended too quickly, but the instabilities in my cultivation were just fused and stabilized by this cup of tea. Such a refreshing sensation. It feels like I'm stepping into a celestial paradise. The old sect master hurriedly fell to his knees before Lee Fan. Senior, I shall never forget this immense kindness and virtue. Following this, the sect master and Tian Xiang also dropped to their knees in reverence. This junior will remember senior's great grace for all eternity. Lee Fan, witnessing this scene, was completely baffled and fell into thought. Wasn't it just a single bowl of porridge and a cup of tea? Is all this really necessary? Just how destitute are you people exactly? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. It is time to paint. Lee Fan glanced at it, surprised and pensive. Need to paint again, huh? Lee Fan happily helped Tian Xiang up. Everyone, please stand up. It was as easy as lifting a hand, hardly worth mentioning. However, I have other matters to attend to now, so I cannot keep you here any longer. Tian Xiang looked up at Lee Fan. Senior, may Tian Xiang come to visit you again in the future? Lee Fan smiled, glancing at Tian Xiang. Of course you can. Tian Xiang stood up happily, pressing her soft curves against Lee Fan as she beamed with excitement. Thank you, Senior. Not long after, the three of them departed from Lee Fan's village. On the road, the two old sect masters couldn't stop praising Tian Xiang. Tian Xiang, you did very well. With this senior's assistance, our Lee Fire sect can finally rise again. The moment they stepped out of the village gates, a wave of evil energy blanketed the sky. All three were startled, looking toward a distant corner to observe. Elder Gongsun of the Raging Flame sect suddenly appeared, his entire body radiating killing intent as he shouted, You Kai Shui, Wei Baoshan. You two certainly know how to hide. You made me go through quite the trouble to find you. But I, Gongsun, am here now. Let's see where you run to this time. Today, I give you two choices. 1, surrender and submit to the Raging Flame sect. 2, die right here. The three of them immediately unleashed, their cultivation bases glaring furiously at Gongsun. Huh, do you really think our Lee Fire sect is that easily bullied? Our cultivation bases have improved. We are not the same as we were before. Gongsun frowned, staring intently at the three members of the Lee Fire sect. That aura, peak divinity transformation realm. How is that possible? What kind of hidden expert is concealing themselves in this village? Old man Gongsun raised his hand, channeling evil energy until a dark atmosphere swallowed the entire sky. Regardless of the reason, I absolutely will not let you leave here alive today. As he spoke, he summoned countless skeletons overflowing with evil chi, all staring down at the three of them. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded infinite chains to shoot out from the void, attacking them all. Wei Baoshan stepped forward, glaring at Gongsun and roaring. Gongsun, to think you would actually cultivate the evil Tao. Old man, you glared at Gongsun, then barked an order. Tian Xiang, get out of the way, or you'll get caught in the crossfire. At that moment, countless chains surged forward, shattering the defensive arrays of the two sect masters. The chains relentlessly attacked the two Lee Fire sect masters, causing them to scream in agony as they coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Tian Xiang stood to the side, completely panicked and terrified. Grandmaster, Master, Old man Yu, heavily injured and lying on the ground, gasped out. That banner. I fear it is a magical artifact of a Mahayana realm expert, yet the spirits within are at the void, refining realm. Tian Xiang observed the skeletons hovering above with intense focus. What? How does he possess such powerful evil energy? Gongsun glared, letting out a grotesque laugh. Huh, I don't care what is inside this village. I will refine every living creature here. With that, I will ascend to the void refining realm. Today I am destroying this place. Tian Xiang fell to her knees, weeping and screaming. No, the villagers are all innocent people. Inside the village, Lee Fan saw dark clouds gathering and the wind howling, and remarked, The weather is so strange today. Is a big storm coming? As long as it doesn't ruin my crops, it's fine. Suddenly, a barrier radiated from the village, emitting a brilliant golden light that illuminated everything. It effortlessly obliterated Gongsuin's skeletons and shattered his array. Gongsuin's eyes went wide with shock. What is this? How is this possible? Following that, A beam of golden light suddenly shot forward, striking Gong's son directly. The blow blasted him into a corner, screaming, "Ark! No!" Heavily injured, he crawled desperately toward a corner. "No, I cannot die here. I must return and report this." He pulled out an Emerald Command token and began to burn his blood essence. "By my blood essence, save me." His body gradually turned into black smoke and drifted away, and the sky returned to its original clear state. Tianxiang stared blankly ahead. Did Senior Lee make a move to save us? Old Man Yu crawled over, looking forward. No, this was simply the village's passive defense. Because Senior Lee resides here, this place has long since become a peerless, forbidden ground. No matter how great the power, none can intrude upon this village. Seeing Old Man Yu heavily injured and coughing up blood, Tianxiang cried out in alarm. "Grandmaster, you're badly hurt." Old Man Yu spoke through the pain. "Those chains left a remnant injury inside my body. For some reason, I cannot expel it." Tianxiang immediately thought of an idea. What if we go back and ask Senior Lee for help? Moments later, Wei Baoshan and Tianxiang hurriedly supported Old Man Yu as they returned to Lee Fan's house. "We just left, and now we have to return to beg for assistance. I hope Senior Lee won't find us annoying." At that moment, nearby, a little girl was chasing a young boy, shouting loudly, "Hey, stop running. Stop and let me see the painting for a second." The boy hugged the painting, running and looking back. "No way, kiddo. Big Brotherly gave this to me. Your painting won't be ready until tomorrow." The girl kept chasing him, yelling, "Just let me see it for a second. It's not like I'm going to rob you." Old Man Yu was heading toward Lee Fan's house when he was suddenly captivated by a painting overflowing with Dao rhyme. "Hey, two little friends, please wait a moment. May I ask where this young gentleman got that painting in his hands?" The boy looked at Old Man Yu timidly. "Big Brother Lee Fan gave this to me." Saying that, the boy unrolled the scroll, speaking excitedly to Old Man Yu. "Look, doesn't Brother Lee Fan's painting look magnificent?" Old Wu stares with eyes wide open, then collapses backward once again. Old Wu wears a look of pure, satisfied enjoyment. The Tao of the Great Sun is immense. Standing before this painting, all evil Yin energy has vanished in a smoke. I can feel it. Every internal injury in my body has completely healed. Wei Baoshan looks at Old Wu in surprise. Is something wrong? Could it be Senior Lee predicted we would be injured by those evil cultivators? Is that why he deliberately had that young man bring this painting to us? Old Wu widens his eyes and begins to analyze. For a supreme being like Senior Lee, nothing can escape his divine sight. That man Gong's son escaping alive. Perhaps Senior Lee intentionally let him go. Tianxiang looks at Old Wu with a mix of confusion and worry. But what is Senior Lee's ultimate goal in doing all this? Old Wu shakes his head, deep in thought. I fear we lack the qualifications to even comprehend it. However, since Senior Lee has bestowed such great opportunities upon us, we must devote our entire hearts and souls to repaying his kindness. Tianxiang lowers her head shyly. Yes, I understand. If Senior Lee asks, I'm willing to offer him everything I have. The scene shifts to a majestic mountain range near Lee Fan's village. Lee Fan is at the very peak, diligently painting to fulfill a system mission. This system is way too harsh. Why make me climb a mountain to paint in this freezing wind? No matter how beautiful the scenery is, it won't stop me from catching a cold. Meanwhile, in the forest opposite where Lee Fan is painting, 3 eagles are chasing a small white tiger, screeching loudly. We must capture her. The white tiger ancestral blood in her veins will help us cultivate into human form. The little white tiger yells while running for her life. Stop chasing me. If you guys eat me, my father will never let you get away with it. The 3 eagles scream out once again, then quit running. Nearby, up on the heights, Lee Fan is so focused on his painting that he hasn't noticed the commotion. The little white tiger senses a nearby Dao rhythm and darts her eyes around. Why is there such a powerful flow of Dao rhythm circulating over there? Forget it. I just hope that person can save my life. With that, the little white tiger leaps straight toward Lee Fan, leaving the 3 eagles dumbfounded. At the same time, Lee Fan is racking his brain because his painting lacks a lively detail. What should I add here to make it look nice? Suddenly, 3 birds appear, giving Lee Fan a brilliant idea. Perfect timing. I'll just add you guys right into my painting. Seeing Lee Fan using the Dao to paint, The three eagles stand there, stunned. Suddenly, a beam of light surrounds the three eagles, causing them to scream. Hey, what the hell is going on? Lee Fan simultaneously finishes his masterpiece, completing the system's mission. Lee Fan turns around with a blank look on his face. Huh? Where did those three birds fly off to? The little white tiger, having witnessed the entire event, thinks to herself in shock. Impossible. Those three void spirit realm divine eagles. Were they just sealed inside that painting? Am I going to be next? Lee Fan senses something and turns his head. Feels like there's something else nearby. The little white tiger panics instantly. I need to transform and look cute. There's no other choice. I've heard that humans can't resist this move. Let's give it a try. She immediately transforms into a white cat and stands before Lee Fan. On the outside, she looks adorable and fluffy, but on the inside, she's a scheming little demon. Lee Fan is surprised to see a white cat in such a desolate wilderness and squints at it. In such a wild forest. How can there be such a beautiful cat? Bai Xiaoqing thinks to herself. You haven't even seen this lady's most beautiful form yet. Lee Fan reaches out and suddenly grabs Bai Xiaoqing, taking her completely by surprise. Since you're here, I'm taking you with me. Lee Fan then starts stroking Bai Xiaoqing, satisfying his cravings. I haven't huffed a cat in ages. Will you come home with me? I promise to raise you until you're white and chubby. Bai Xiaoqing feels a wave of pleasure as Lee Fan pets her. Being petted is fine, but isn't your hand placement a bit weird? Bai Xiaoqing thinks to herself in a daze. The great Tao aura on his body is so thick. It feels so good. The system pops up with a new mission. Adopt the white cat as a pet. Seeing the mission, Lee Fan furiously rubs his face against Bai Xiaoqing's fur. Just what I wanted. Now, this is a mission for a real man. After a while, Bai Xiaoqing is petted into a state of absolute bliss, eyes rolling back. Scene shifts back to the garden at Lee Fan's house. Bai Xiaoqing constantly looks around through the window. She begins to feel terrified, thinking to herself, just how powerful is this expert, really? To think he keeps so many terrifying divine beasts right in his house. Suddenly, the flock of chickens in the yard glares at Bai Xiaoqing. Where did this female cat come from? Why is she in a master's house? Startled out of her wits by the chickens, Bai Xiaoqing hastily jumps backward. She accidentally slips and falls, but Lee Fan is quick to catch her. Lee Fan cradles Bai Xiaoqing in his hands. How'd you just fall over? Are you so hungry you don't have any strength left? Bai Xiaoqing clings to Lee Fan's shoulder, staring intently at the chickens while pondering. Don't you guys just rely on the master's spiritual energy to cultivate? From now on, I'm going to cling to the master every single day. I'll become as powerful as you lot in no time. Hee hee. Lee Fan takes out a piece of cake and looks affectionately at Bai Xiaoqing. I don't know if this suits your taste, but here, try a little. Bai Xiaoqing licks the cake with a seductive expression and thinks to herself. The spiritual Tao rhythm is so intense. This definitely suits my taste. Lee Fan suddenly feels a hot, tingling sensation wash over him. What has happened? Am I hallucinating because I've been single for too long? After feeding her, Lee Fan walks away. Bai Xiaoqing gazed thoughtfully at Lee Fan's retreating back. So, your spiritual energy flows even more intensely when you're feeling shy. Haha. Well, it's getting late anyway. Late that night, Bai Xiaoqing, in her cat form, crept up to Lee Fan's bed. Asleep already? Seeing Lee Fan sound asleep, Bai Xiaoqing transformed into her demi-human form and climbed onto the bed beside him. This is the scent of the Great Tao's aura. It really is so much stronger than those stinking Beast Clan guys. Bai Xiaoqing softly called out to Lee Fan. Master, Master. Lee Fan opened his eyes groggily, staring ahead to see a curvaceous demoness. Huh, am I dreaming? Thinking it was a dream, Lee Fan's face turned bright red with embarrassment as he tried to squeeze his eyes shut and go back to sleep. This dream feels way too real. Bai Xiaoqing thought to herself eagerly. The spiritual energy really does get richer when he's flustered. If every day could be just like this, I could become a pure-blooded divine beast just by sleeping. Bai Xiaoqing lay directly beside Lee Fan, savoring the delicious scent. I'll be a very good girl while I'm by Master's side. So Master, you absolutely must take good care of me, okay? Meanwhile, at the Lee Fire Sect, Old Wu had summoned all the elders and the successor of the Sect Master to discuss a matter. Qianxiang looked at Old Wu intently and spoke up. Grandmaster, Do you really intend to do this? Old Wu's eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. He believed Senior Lee was preparing to play a grand game of chess right before their eyes. He granted us this opportunity because he undoubtedly wants us to act as his chess pieces. That elder Gongsun from the Blazing Flames sect must have angered Senior Lee. That is why Senior Lee wants us to crush him directly. Therefore, we must fulfill our role as his chess pieces and declare war on the Blazing Flame sect. The elders, along with Wei Baoshan and Tian Xiang, gasped in shock. What? Do you declare war? A few days later, the airship of the Fire Nation's princess docked at the Lee Fire sect. The third princess of the Fire Nation has arrived. A subordinate standing next to the princess spoke up. Princess, the Lee Fire sect is just a tiny, insignificant faction. Is it really necessary for you to come here, personally? Moreover, not long ago, they declared war on the Blazing Flame sect. What if our visit offends the other side? This is the Fire Nation's third princess, Huolinger. She stared at the people of the Lee Fire sect, thinking to herself. Rumor has it the Saintess of the Lee Fire sect returned from a desperate situation, having obtained a supreme treasure. Now, they have the guts to declare war on the Blazing Flame sect. They definitely have a hidden expert supporting them. Huolinger extended her hands in greeting. Huolinger of the Fire Nation has come to pay respects to the Lee Fire sect. Old Wu stepped forward and clasped his hands in return. Greetings, third princess. May I ask what brings your distinguished self here today? Huolinger looked at Old Wu earnestly. Elders, you're surely aware. Recently, there has been a beast tide riot at Shangli Mountain, causing heavy casualties among the common people. This matter is linked to the Blazing Flame sect, summoning evil gods and practicing dark arts. Old Wu frowned as he looked at Huoling. Yes, that is indeed happening. But what does the princess want the Lee Fire sect to do? Old Wu thought to himself. It was thanks to Senior Lee's blessing that I was lucky enough to survive those dark arts. Huolinger clasped her hands and spoke loudly. The Blazing Flame sect has been running rampant for days. For the Lee Fire sect to declare war at such a time, you must have an expert backing you. I implore the sect master to lead me to this expert, so we may save the people of my country. Old Wu looked at Huolinger with delight. So that's how it is. My declaration of war must have been within Senior Lee's calculations all along. Is that why he arranged for the Fire Nation princess to come and find us? Truly a grand game of chess. Old Wu immediately extended his hand and accepted loudly. The Lee Fire sect will dedicate its manpower to aid the common people. I can ask Saintess Mu Tianxiang to take you to pay respects to the senior. Huolinger was overjoyed and grateful upon hearing the approval. That's wonderful. Thank you, Sect Master. Not long after, Tianxiang boarded the Fire Nation princess's airship, heading toward Li Fan's small village. The princess, standing beside Tianxiang, asked, By the way, Tianxiang, do you know what Senior Lee likes to eat? It feels wrong to show up empty-handed like this. Should I have brought some specialties from the Fire Nation? Tianxiang placed a hand on Huolinger's shoulder. No need, Sister Ling. Just relax a little. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Huolinger froze. A ship decked in gold, with a golden dragon head mounted on the bow, gradually appeared. Huolinger's subordinate cried out in panic. It's the second princess. She isn't here to cause trouble for our princess again, is she? This is the second princess of the Fire Nation, Hua Xuanfei. She glared straight at Linger and shouted, Huolinger, hand over the mystic fire ring this instant. Huolinger stared at Xuanfei in alarm. Second sister? Why are you here? What do you want with the mystic fire ring? Xuanfei glared at Huolinger and barked. Quit playing dumb. The evil god has launched an attack on Shangli Mountain. The Fire Nation's supreme treasure buried deep within the mountain is about to emerge, and that's why you're here. But with your lowly cultivation, having the mystic fire ring is useless. You'd be better off handing it to me. Maybe I'll leave you some scraps. Huolinger clutched the mystic fire ring tightly, staring back at Xuanfei. The mystic fire ring is a keepsake left by my mother. Don't you dare try to take it. Long Zine, standing beside the second princess, spoke up. We only wish to borrow the mystic fire ring temporarily. Once the task is done, it will certainly be returned to you. I do not wish to use force. I hope the third princess will hand it over peacefully. Huolinger's eyes widened in shock. You are the Saintess of the Dragon Mystic Sect, Long Zine. Long Zine let out a sneering laugh. That's right. I am from the Longshin sect. Tianxiang immediately stepped forward to defend Linger, shouting loudly. So what if you're from the Longxian sect? Sister Linger said no, yet you still want to force her? Long Zine glared at Tianxiang. Who the hell are you to meddle in my business? A guard of the Longxian sect stepped forward without a word and launched an attack at Tianxiang. Tianxiang stared blankly ahead, unable to react in time. Then, Huolinger rushed out to block the blow for Tianxiang. Tianxiang, watch out. Huolinger's subordinates cried out in panic. That's the void spirit realm. Just a guard beside the Saintess is this powerful. Tianxiang looked at the guard who had just attacked, thinking to herself. A guard at the void spirit realm. I'm afraid, even if the two sect masters of the Li Hui sect joined forces, they couldn't stop him. Huolinger looked at Xian Fei in pain. Second sister, you are my only sister. Why must you make things so difficult for me at every turn? Xian Fei began to smile cruelly and spoke loudly. Because I am a queen now. Whatever I want happens. Hand over the mystic fire ring right now. Otherwise, for every minute that passes, I will kill one person on your ship. Huolinger struggled to stand up in pain. No, Tianxiang and the others have nothing to do with this. You must not hurt them. Huolinger gritted her teeth, forced a hand over the mystic fire ring. Fine, I will give you the mystic fire ring. Long Zine reached out to catch the mystic fire ring, staring intently at Linga. Wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner? The weak should just accept the fate of the weak. I heard the Li Hui sect found a new backer recently, which is why you've been so arrogant. But no matter how solid your backing is, to my Longxian sect, you are nothing but a bunch of insects. Linger slumped to the ground in despair. It's been like this ever since I was small. After my mother died, everything I had was stolen away just like this. Tianxiang spoke up to comfort Huolinger. Sister Linger, don't worry. A tiny Longxian sect isn't even worthy of being Senior Li's opponent. Senior Li will definitely help us get justice. Scene changes back to Li Fan's stone house, surrounded by pure-blooded phoenix chickens. Li Fan was sitting and looking at his own painting with excitement. Wow, even though I painted it myself, I have to say, it's freaking beautiful. Suddenly, Tianxiang's voice rang out from the gate, calling Li Fan's name. Li Fan turned his head to look toward Tianxiang. Oh, Miss Tianxiang, is that you? Tianxiang walked in while introducing Huolinger. Sister Linger, this is Senior Li. Linger hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Li Fan. Huolinger pays respects to Senior Li. Seeing this formal bowing style, Li Fan felt a bit awkward. No need for such formalities. Li Fan helped Linger up, then turned to ask Tianxiang, what's wrong with this young lady? Did she get dust in her eyes or something? Tianxiang stood by the side, looking intently at Li Fan as she spoke. Sister Linger was bullied by villains. They even stole the keepsake her mother left her. Hearing this, Li Fan reached into his shirt, took out a handkerchief, and thought to himself, met villains on the road and got robbed a keepsake? The outside world is truly dangerous. How could a fragile girl like this possibly fend them off? Li Fan handed the handkerchief to Linger and spoke. Here, wipe your tears. A beauty shouldn't be crying like this. Linger reached out with both hands to accept Li Fan's handkerchief, feeling incredibly grateful. She held the handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, a trace of Tao rhythm flashed, and her injuries healed instantly. How? How is this possible? I just used this handkerchief to wipe my eyes. The injury that was aching just a moment ago is completely healed, and my technique also evolved from the Nether Fire Eye, straight to the Mystic Fire True Eye. I can clearly see thousands of strands of spiritual energy moving in the air here. The place where Senior Li lives is truly an immortal realm on Earth. This paradise makes me feel so relaxed and at ease. Tianxiang eagerly asked Linger, Sister Linger, did Senior Li grant you some kind of destiny just now? Linger rolled her eyes at Tianxiang. Just some destiny? It practically made me reborn. Linger then bowed once again to Li Fan. I sincerely thank you, Senior Li. Li Fan looked at Linger in confusion. It was just a handkerchief. No need to be so polite. This girl's life must be really harsh. I just gave her a handkerchief to wipe her tears, and she's this moved? Li Fan continued by inviting Linger and Tianxiang inside. Since you're already here, come in and sit for a while. Both of them eagerly walked inside, only to be completely stunned by the paintings before them. Li Fan spoke up. I was just organizing my paintings, so the house is a bit messy right now. Tianxiang and Linger approached the paintings, gazing at them in awe. The great Tao is flowing so powerfully. This painting, it's truly a sacred artifact. Linger reached out to touch the painting. She immediately felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy entering her body and thought to herself, I can sense countless fragments of the great Tao summoning me. It brings a sense of peace, as if I were back in my mother's womb. Suddenly, Linger began to break through to the third stage of the Saint Fire Tracking Eye. Tianxiang looked at Linger with wide, excited eyes. Sister Linger, how do you feel? Linger looked at the painting, absolutely exhilarated. An expert. Senior Lee is truly the strongest expert I have ever met. Seeing them staring at the painting with such excitement, Lee Fan thought to himself, they're just a few paintings. Is it really necessary to be that surprised? Or is my artistic talent just that outstanding? System notification. New mission unlocked. Present a gift to Linger. A gift? Why the hell do I have to give a gift all of a sudden? I've been stuck in these mountains for 3 years. Where am I supposed to get the money for that? Wait, I've got it. Lee Fan approaches the paintings. Since you ladies seem to like my art so much, if you don't mind, please take one as a meeting gift. Linger is pleasantly surprised. Is this really for me? Lee Fan looks at Linger with a cool, confident gaze. Think of it as a greeting gift. If you run into any trouble in the future, this painting might just come in handy. Lee Fan thinks to himself, small investment, big return. The system's rewarding me anyway. Hee. Tianxiang leans in close to Ling. Sister Linger. Senior Lee has a plan for everything he does. He gave you that holy relic back then because he predicted you'd need it. Hearing this, Linger doesn't hesitate and hugs the painting tightly. In that case, I won't refuse Senior Lee's kindness. Thank you, Senior. Lee Fan looks at Linger thoughtfully. Looks like they're pretty broke. Selling that painting should fetch enough coin to improve their lives a bit. Helping others and completing the system mission. Lee Fan, you genius. Lee Fan points at the painting. Just one thing to keep in mind. It's best if you hold on to it for a while. Linger silently understands, gazing intently at Lee Fan as he gives instructions. Rest assured, Senior. I understand. Linger thinks to herself, this must be a test from Senior Lee. I should only bring this painting out in a moment of true crisis to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Lee Fan, however, has a much simpler thought process. If she haggles with the buyer for a while, she might be able to sell it for a higher price. And so, two completely different trains of thought run parallel to each other. Linger looks at Lee Fan with curiosity. Senior Lee, you've given me such a precious painting. Do you have any further instructions for us? Lee Fan is a bit surprised. Instructions? Didn't you say your mother's keepsake was stolen? If possible, it's best to get it back. Lee Fan worries internally. I wonder if selling this painting will cover the cost of redeeming that keepsake. Maybe I should give them a few more just to be safe. Linger turns to look at Tianxiang. Take back the stolen keepsake? Does Senior Lee mean? Tianxiang speaks up as well. He wants us to declare war on the Longxian Sect, doesn't he? Linger and Tianxiang hurriedly turn to Lee Fan and shout. Senior, we understand your will. Don't worry, Senior. We will do exactly as you say. Lee Fan stands there, stunned and confused. Huh? What exactly do you understand? Well, whatever. Just head back home safely. Afterward, Linger and Tianxiang hurriedly bid farewell to Lee Fan and boarded their spirit ship to leave the village. On the ship, Tianxiang speaks up. Does Senior Lee really want us to go straight to the Longxian Sect? Linger looks worried. I'm more worried about the citizens of the Fire Nation. Suddenly, the ship is hit by a violent tremor. Both of them realize countless spirit ships are rushing toward Changli Mountain. Tianxiang is confused. Why are so many cultivators heading toward Changli Mountain? Linger watches the ships ahead. Did the beast hordes in Changli Mountain launch an attack? I have to go see. I can't let them attack the people of the Fire Nation again. Linger steers her spirit ship toward Changli Mountain. Tianxiang's eyes go wide, seeing the severe collapse at Changli Mountain. Why has so much of the Changli Mountain range collapsed? Legend has it that the Fire Nation Supreme fell here at Changli Mountain. And these tremors in the mountain range are signs that the Supreme Treasure is about to emerge. Treasure hunters who fall into the death traps of the secret realm or get killed by others, well, that's their own fault. Suddenly, Tianxiang stares ahead in surprise. That's the Longxian Sect and the Xianin Pavilion. Even the Wind Nation Imperial family is here. So all these people came for the Supreme Treasure. Just then, the ground begins to shake violently. Countless dark magic chains begin to manifest in the sky. A flaming coffin slowly reveals itself in midair. Down below, everyone is shouting. The secret realm. The barrier has appeared. It's so high up. Is that the coffin of the Fire Nation Supreme? Where Supreme is buried, there must be a supreme treasure. This trip is definitely going to be worth it. If we get that treasure, we'll reach the heavens in a single step. Linger uses her holy fire eye to observe, her expression turning anxious. No, there isn't just a treasure inside that coffin. Tianxiang looks at Linger in surprise. Sister Linger, what do you see? Linger frowns, staring intently at the coffin. I'm not entirely sure, but it's definitely not that simple. Perhaps Senior Lee gave me this painting specifically to stop this thing. At the same time, the Longxian Sect's spirit ship breaks through the first layer of the secret realm. The guys below shout out. The Longxian Sect is fast. They've already broken through the first layer of the realm. Hurry up. We can't miss this chance. Tianxiang, wanting to fight for the treasure, runs over to Linger. Sister Linger, should we go too? Linger stares intensely at the sky. Yes, but we must be extremely careful. The treasure is tempting, but the danger is immense. Every layer of the secret realm is tightly surrounded by chaos fire. One slip up, and both us and the ship will be reduced to ash. Tianxiang raises her hand, awakening her spiritual power. Sister Linger, let me help you protect the airship. That way, you can use your eye technique without worry. Linger also begins to erupt, with spiritual power for her eye technique. Don't worry. Luckily, Senior Lee helped me break through with the sacred fire tracking eye. Now I can clearly distinguish the safe path. We can cut straight through this chaotic flatland. Meanwhile, the Longxian Sect ship and Xian Fei are in utter chaos. Subordinates run around in panic, screaming, "No, my reincarnation artifact." This secret realm feels more like an evil god devouring souls. Xian Fei grits her teeth in anger. Damn it, this is bad. My technique cultivation is too low. The deeper I look, the more chaotic it gets. Even with the mystic fire ring, I can barely see a thing. She points toward a corner. I think the entrance is over here. Just then, she accidentally triggers a trap, and flames instantly swallow her. She screams in agony. It burns. Help me. Saintess, save me. The Longxian Sect Saintess moves to help, but the Sect Master orders her back. The vicious Xian Fei is finally consumed by fire and falls from the ship. You people, even as a ghost, I'll curse you all. Linger's eyes widen in shock as she watches Xian Fei fall. Sister. Tianxiang immediately stops Linger. Linger, watch out. The fire might hit you. The mystic fire ring now hovers in midair. Tianxiang stares up at it. That's that woman's mystic fire ring. Suddenly, the ring shoots back toward its true owner. Linger sees the mystic fire ring approaching and reaches out to catch it. I understand now. Senior Lee knew the mystic fire ring would recognize its master. That's why he didn't help me take it back immediately. Moreover, after being refined by Xian Fei's high-level spiritual power, it's actually become more compatible with me. Since Senior Lee arranged this for me, let me give it a try. Tianxiang looks at Linger with concern. Linger, can you still hold on? Linger looks exhausted. I'm fine, for the sake of Senior Lee's grand plan. No matter what happens, I must break through this secret realm today. At this moment, both the Longxian Sect's ship and Linger's ship arrive at the final barrier of the secret realm. An elder of the Longxian Sect glides through the chaotic fire and lands on the deck. Saintess, relying solely on the strength of our sect's great elites. It will be absolutely impossible to open this final formation. Long Zine glances at the elder. Elder, I'm glad you're safe. As for this final barrier, if we can't pass it, we shouldn't force it. Nearby, a subordinate of the Immortal Sound Pavilion speaks up. Even a Longxian Sect failed just now. I fear this secret realm is... Suddenly, a voice rings out. It's a bit too early to say that. The remark surprises Long Zine, the Longxian Elder, and the Immortal Sound Pavilion group, who all turn their gaze toward Linger. Linger strains to unleash all her divine power. She shatters the final great Tao formation of the secret realm. The chains surrounding the flaming coffin are also destroyed. All the sects present immediately rush forward, shouting, "Hurry! Charge!" Old Wu, Wei Baoshan, and their subordinates have also arrived. Old Wu looks at the coffin and speaks. The coffin of a generation's supreme being. This is a massive opportunity. If we can obtain even one supreme treasure from inside, our Lihua sect will surely flourish. Let's go. Open that coffin. The Longxian sect elder bellows. I've been waiting to get close to this supreme coffin for so long. Old Wu glares at the Longxian sect elder. According to the unwritten rules of the factions, whoever breaks the seal first gets first pick. Moreover, we were the ones who broke the final seal. The Longxian sect elder adopts an arrogant tone. If I hadn't been up front holding the line, do you think you petty thieves could have even made it this far? Now I give you two choices: die or get the hell out of here. Old Wu, Linger, and Tianxiang glare at the old man, their faces filled with anger. At this moment, Long Xin also steps forward. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being ruthless. Linger stares down Long Xin. You people really don't take me seriously at all. Old Wu looks at the artifact in Long Xin's hand with worry. The spirit-severing nail, it can lock a cultivator's spiritual power. It causes their spiritual power to gradually transform into mystic ice, until they are completely drained. Truly a vicious method. Long Xin grips the spirit-severing nail, staring intently at Linger. You really are much stronger than your trash of sister. I actually admire you. It's just a shame you shouldn't be here. Linger glares back at Long Xin. Stealing opportunities like this, ruining Senior Lee's arrangements. Senior Lee will not let you get away with this. In a flash, Long Xin rushes forward, grabs Linger by the throat, and lifts her high. Senior Lee? Huh. Even a supreme being couldn't save you today. The Longxian sect elder dashes to the coffin and begins prying the lid open with his energy. Suddenly, the coffin explodes with a massive burst of fire, engulfing it entirely. Long Xin is blown back by the recoil. She screams, worried for the elder. The elder manages to duck under the base of the coffin just in time, temporarily saving his life. Saintess, don't worry. I'm fine. Suddenly, a giant hand reaches up and crushes the Longxian sect elder. The arrogant elder is crushed to death in an instant. Wei Baoshan's eyes bulge in shock. That's the Lihua Supreme. Tianxiang gasps in astonishment. What? Didn't they say he was already dead? Wait, isn't the Lihua sovereign supposed to be dead? No, this is a sovereign who fell to darkness and became a demon. A chaotic existence second only to the evil god itself. This isn't some treasure realm. This is a demon's den. A demon sovereign king has been unleashed. The primordial spirit of the demonic Lihua sovereign gradually reveals itself, surrounded by swarms of flying malevolent energy. Long Xin collapses backward in terror, screaming, "No, I can't die here. I won't." High in the sky, a figure shrouded in brilliant blue light suddenly appears. Demon sovereign, cease your insolence. The Taiyan Holy Land is present here. Seeing a savior, Long Xin shrieks at the top of her lungs. Fellow cultivator, save me. My Longxian sect is willing to surrender all the treasures of this realm to you. Hearing this, Ling Xian speaks up. Longxian sect, quick, bring out your sect's secret treasure and help me. Linger barks out in anger. How shameless. The sovereign's treasure has nothing to do with your Longxian sect. Were you to say you're giving it away? Tianxiang chimes in as well. If it weren't for Senior Lee. Before she can finish, Long Xin repeatedly slaps Tianxiang and Linger across their faces. Senior Lee, in a mess like this, where is your precious Senior Lee to save you now? You got lucky and cracked a realm once, and now you think you run the show? Ridiculous. When all is said and done, you two aren't the main characters of this story. Ling Xian raises his hand, condensing spiritual energy and forming a hand seal to activate a talisman. With a wave of his hand, the talisman expands, slowly opening a spatial portal. This demonic aura is stifling. It truly is the birth of a demon sovereign. An old man slowly steps through the portal and speaks. As expected of a demon sovereign, it is fortunate that I have descended here. Ling Xian, standing beside him, bows deeply in greeting. This junior, Ling Xian, respectfully welcomes the sub-sovereign Gu Tuo. Long Xin looks up toward the sky in awe. So that is a venerable, second only to a sovereign. And that sword, what is it? Behold, the quasi-immortal sword. This was the final blade used by the Taiyan immortal before his ascension. It still pulses with a trace of immortal chi. To die by this blade is no dishonor. The old Lihua sovereign lets out a savage, guttural laugh and roars. He conjures a black dragon wreathed in vile energy, which glares down at Guta. Old Gutua waves his hand, commanding his own golden dragon to charge forward. A golden dragon and a black dragon collide with earth-shaking force. Old Gutua shouts, "Boy, do not worry. The quasi-immortal sword is more than enough to slay a demon sovereign." Suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy invades old Gutuo's arm. Gutuo's eyes widen in shock as he screams, "No! AR!" Just like that, Gutuo's entire body is swallowed whole by the demonic energy. Ling Xian, standing nearby, is also hit by the spreading corruption and coughs up a massive amount of blood. Long Xin looks up at the Lihua demon sovereign and screams hysterically. Even a sovereign from the Taiyan Holy Land was no match for him. Damn it, am I really destined to die here? I won't accept this. I can't. This is impossible. The quasi-immortal sword of the Holy Land. It can't be. Linger finally makes her move. You're right. I might not be the protagonist of this world, but I know exactly who is in control of it. From high above, the old Lihua demon sovereign glares down at Ling. The Eye of Sacred Fire? So, you are the successor to my path. The one who inherits my path shall become my slave. Pinned down by the demon sovereign's spiritual pressure, Linger cries out, "Ack!" This feeling of utter despair. I don't have the strength to fight back. In a decisive moment, Linger musters her strength and hurls Lee Fan's painting into the air. Countless rays of divine golden light radiate everywhere, instantly dissolving all the demonic energy. A colossal surge of power begins to close in on the Lihua demon sovereign. The old demon sovereign stares in wide-eyed shock. That energy, it doesn't belong to this world. No, I will not fail. You overestimate yourselves. He frantically raises his hands to cast a dark spell. Suddenly, his entire body freezes. He can't move a muscle before being sucked into Lee Fan's painting. The Lihua demon sovereign is pulled inside the scroll, screaming in absolute despair. Linger stands there dazed, watching Lee Fan's painting slowly drift down from midair. What kind of divine relic did I just unleash? Tianxiang rushes excitedly to Linger's side. Sister Ling, you did it. Senior Lee is definitely going to reward you for this. An old man steps forward and bows respectfully. I, Guhu, representing the imperial family of the Foam Kingdom, pay my respects to the goddess. Then, one by one, everyone from all sides bows before Linger. Sheng Luo of the Immortal Music Pavilion pays respects to the goddess. Ling Xian of the Taiyan Holy Land pays respects to the goddess. We pay our respects to the goddess. Long Xian's face turns pale, the blood draining from her skin. A demon sovereign that the Taiyan Holy Land couldn't touch was killed by her painting, and I almost used the spirit-severing nail to destroy her cultivation. I even slapped her. A goddess? My Longxian sect is finished. We're dead. She collapses to her knees, prostrating herself on the ground. This lowly Long Xian deserves death. Please, goddess, have mercy. Please show your great magnanimity. Spare me. Spare my sect. Linger glances coldly at Xian. You almost ruined Senior Lee's grand plan. And after those insults you spat at him, losing your cultivation is a light punishment. Trembling with fear, Xian takes out the spirit-severing nail and instantly destroys her own cultivation. Thank you, goddess, for your mercy. This one shall take her leave. Tianxiang speaks from his side. Sister Linger, now we can finally take the treasure in peace. Old Wu gazes at the treasure with joy. This is the sovereign artifact of the Lihua sovereign, the heavenly fire heart. I've heard it was forged from a 10,000-year-old fire-type mystic wood. It contains the lifelong cultivation and insights of the Lihua sovereign. Senior Lee must have given us that painting specifically for this. Tianxiang is beaming with excitement. I'm just glad we could finish the task Senior Lee gave us. Linger takes the treasure in her hands. Now, we can finally go back and report to Senior Lee. Scene changes to the imperial palace of the Hui Kingdom. A woman is screaming in front of the old emperor. Your Majesty, that wench definitely killed Consort Xian. You must avenge her. Kill that murderer. The old emperor slams his hand on the table in a rage. Shut your mouth. Do you want to get us both killed? There is a supreme grandmaster backing that girl. The woman stared at the old emperor, her eyes filled with a flicker of terror. The old emperor let out a heavy sigh, burying his face in his hands. Guards, take my imperial decree and invite Princess Linger back to the palace immediately. I intend to crown her as the next empress of the Fire Kingdom. The scene shifts back to Lee Fan's residence. Lee Fan is sitting in the corner of his house, contentedly cradling his pet cat. Linger arrives at the same time to meet Lee Fan and return the scroll. Thank you for the painting, Senior. I have finished using it. I'm returning it to you now, along with this item I brought for you. Lee Fan scratched his head, looking a bit flustered. I gave that painting to you as a gift. There's no need to return it. Though, this block of wood looks quite unique. It's certainly a lot better than the scraps I use for firewood. Lee Fan lifted the Lihua treasure into his hands, examining it closely. Looking at it now, this would make for some excellent carving material. My carving skills are decent enough. If I make something out of this, I could probably sell it for a bit of coin. I might as well help them out again. They're a pretty pitiful bunch, after all. The three of them stared at Lee Fan, completely awestruck. Firewood? Senior Lee, you really are something else. Stay calm, stay calm. This is the man who feeds dragon meat to his cat. Remember? To him, using profound firewood as kindling is probably normal. I'm such a fool. A divine treasure in the eyes of others is nothing more than a stick of wood to Senior Lee. Lee Fan twirled his carving knife expertly and spoke up. Since you've been so thoughtful as to bring me a gift, then I'll help you out one more time. Lee Fan began to shave away pieces of wood as he continued talking. The carving system I was given is still top-notch. Working with wood is a breeze. Wei Baoshan's eyes widened in sheer shock. That knife, its origins are extraordinary. It's easily on par with that immortal-grade scroll. Elder Wu, standing beside him, watched Lee Fan's every move with intense focus. Unbelievable. I can feel it. It's as if he's using the great Tao of heaven and earth itself to carve. Linger and Tian Xiang watched each stroke of the blade, their hearts filled with admiration. This feeling is the Tao realm. After a short while, Lee Fan finished carving the block of wood in his hand. The group looked on, completely overcome with reverence. That's the aura of Tao rhyme. From a simple block of wood, Lee Fan had carved a miniature house that resonated with the essence of the Tao. Elder Wu grabbed Wei Baoshan in excitement. Do you see that? Do you see? He took an immortal artifact and carved it directly into an even higher tier supreme treasure. Old Wei's eyes welled up with tears of pure joy. To see an immortal-grade masterpiece like this in my lifetime, I can die happy now. Lee Fan looked at his work with a satisfied, self-assured smile. My carving skills haven't gone rusty at all. Lee Fan held out the carving and handed it directly to Linger. This has to be an invincible immortal treasure. It could easily become the foundation of a sacred ground. Can such a heavenly object really just be given away so casually? Linger was stunned that Lee Fan was handing it over to her without a second thought. Is this truly for me? What have I done to deserve such effort and kindness from you, Senior Lee? Lee Fan stood before Tian Xiang and Linger. I had a bit of wood left over, so I made some hairpins for you both. It worked out perfectly, one for each of you. Lee Fan then placed his handiwork into Linger's hands. Elder Wu clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Your immense kindness, Senior, we truly don't know how we could ever hope to repay you. Old Wei stared at the beautifully crafted hairpins. The gift Senior Lee has bestowed today will likely become their lifelong cultivation treasures. Lee Fan picked up by Xiaoqing and smiled. It's not that serious. It was just a simple task for me. If you really want to thank me, just tell me some interesting stories about the outside world of cultivators. I've lived in this village my whole life. I've never actually been out there. Following Lee Fan's words, everyone fell into a deep, contemplative silence. Interesting stories from the cultivation world. What kind of story could possibly interest someone of Senior Lee's level? Is he talking about the supreme beings? No, likely the fate of the entire profound heaven realm. Senior Lee has finally given us a major mission. Elder Wu bowed low, his voice trembling with resolve. I am willing to walk through fire and have my bones crushed to dust for you, Senior. Senior Lee must want us to be his eyes and ears in the world. Seeing their bizarre behavior, Lee Fan felt completely bewildered. What is it with these cultivation folks? Why do they have to be so dramatic? I just asked for a few stories, and they act like I'm asking for their lives. How strange. All right. You should all get going. I need to get back to my painting anyway. They seem so poor. Life in the cultivation world must be tough for them. It's better if they head back and focus on their training. With that, the four of them took their leave and departed. As they walked a short distance away, Linger spoke up while examining the carving. Wait, it looks like there are immortal cranes inside this Lee Tian palace carving. Suddenly, a giant immortal crane manifested and flew out as the miniature carving transformed into a massive, majestic palace. Everyone present gasped in utter amazement. It's growing. It's getting bigger. This must be a sign from Senior Lee. Let's go inside and see. As soon as Tian Xiang stepped inside, her eyes widened in awe. Is this the inside of the Lee Tian palace? Linger observed the surroundings carefully before speaking. The great Tao resonates here, and the aura of the Tao rhyme is eternal. This is at least a sacred ground-level domain. Elder Wu stood beside her, nodding in agreement. You're right. This treasure is comparable to a foundational artifact of a top-tier sect. It can change size at will. Cultivating here for a single day would be worth 100 years in the outside world. I believe Senior Lee gave us this because he wants us to grow strong as quickly as possible. He wants us to establish a power that can serve his interests. After several days of cultivating within the exquisite Lee Tian Palace, the progress I'm making here is incredible. In just a few short days, my cultivation level has skyrocketed. Meanwhile, outside, a commander in golden armor glared toward the palace. Hua Linger's aura is right nearby. She must be in there. Standing high above, he let out a thunderous shout. An imperial decree from the Fire Emperor has arrived. Third Princess Hua Linger, come forth and receive your orders. Inside, Linger heard the voice and looked up, her brow furrowed in confusion. An imperial decree from the Fire Emperor? The golden-armored commander bellows at the crowd. Where is the third princess? Third princess, come forth at once to receive the decree. Linger slowly steps forward alongside the members of the Li Hua sect, immediately recognizing the commander in the golden armor. The commander begins to read the imperial decree aloud. By order of the Fire Emperor, the third princess is summoned back to the palace immediately. The Fire Emperor shall bestow upon her the title of heir to the throne. Third princess, why have you not knelt to accept this grace? Linger glares intensely at the golden-armored commander. Accept his grace? Ha! You're nothing but a commander of the palace guards, yet you dare to be so insolent? Do you actually look down on me that much? The commander scoffs with an arrogant air. Your status may be noble, princess, but in the Fire Kingdom, we don't care about your lineage. If it weren't for that mysterious expert backing you up, with your meager strength alone, how could the throne ever fall into the hands of someone like you? I may just be a commander, but I'm a master of the void refinement stage. Even His Majesty has never used the word lowly to insult me. Linger bursts into a laugh full of contempt. Ha ha ha. The void refinement stage? That's it. Tian Xiang, standing beside her, chimes in. Is being in the void refinement stage supposed to be some big deal? The commander's eyes widen in shock. What did you say? In the blink of an eye, Linger vanishes and reappears right behind him. You think such a pathetic level of power makes you special? Enraged, the commander swings his spear to strike Linger. Linger calmly reaches out and channels her flame. A sudden blaze instantly swallows the commander whole. The commander screams in agony and disbelief. Impossible. You're also in the void refinement stage. Arg. The imperial decree slips from the commander's charred hand. Linger reaches out and catches it firmly. Today is the day I finally avenge my mother. Tian Xiang watches from below, beaming with excitement. Linger, you become so incredibly strong. You took down a void refinement expert with a single move. Linger grips the decree tight. The Fire Emperor is a cruel and brutal man. This succession is nothing but a facade. He has a hidden agenda, but I'll use this chance to kill him once and for all. I will bring the entire Fire Kingdom under Senior Lee's command. Lao Wu stares at Linger, realizing her resolve. Building this power is the best way to serve Senior Lee. The flames of long-held resentment burn in Linger's eyes. Mother, after all these years, I've finally kept you waiting long enough. Meanwhile, the woman beside the old emperor screams as she hears the news. What? Are they insane? She's just a brat from the tiny Li Hua sect, yet she dares to talk about assassinating His Majesty? The old emperor's face contorts with rage. She thinks she can ignore all rules just because that expert is backing her? Let's see her try. The old emperor turns to the eunuch beside him, asking about the Long Xian and Shangyang sects. Is there still no word from them? The eunuch bows low, trembling. They refuse to send any cultivators to assist us. A few days pass, and the old emperor is flooded with reports of his forces being decimated. Suddenly, a palace guard rushes in, shouting frantically, "Your Majesty, all is lost. The third princess has breached the palace. We can't stop her." The old emperor looks at the guard in pure shock. How could it be this fast? Where are my elite personal guards? The eunuch falls to his knees, pleading, "Your Majesty, we have to run. There's still time to escape." The woman beside him continues to shriek, "Your Majesty, please, you must kill her. I don't care who is backing her. You are the great Mahayana stage. Killing that girl should be as easy as crushing an ant. If that wench enters the palace, she'll remember what happened back then." The old emperor looks solemn and weary. The pressure of a true immortal. It's beyond anything I could have imagined. How pathetic my entire court has become. This grudge, it's finally time to end it. The old emperor flings the doors open and shouts, "My daughter, today, I welcome you to take your place as the ruler of the Fire Kingdom." Linger stares coldly at the old dog of an emperor. "This is exactly why I hate this palace. You people always act so high and mighty, looking down on everyone else." The old emperor ignores her tone and continues, "You are about to become a queen. Any rule you don't like, you can change. The Fire Kingdom will be yours to reshape. You can honor your mother's wishes. I remember what she told me back then." Linger's eyes flash with fury as she cuts him off. "Shut your mouth. You aren't worthy of mentioning my mother's name. This isn't 10 years ago anymore. I'm no longer that helpless child who could only weep over her mother's corpse." The old emperor keeps trying to manipulate her. "Don't you remember? Your mother was the only true love of my life. She loved me so deeply. Why else would she have died for me? Linger, I know you hate me. Let me prove my sincerity to you today." Without warning, the old emperor reaches out, grabs the woman beside him by the throat, and lifts her off the ground. "I've been waiting for this day. I wanted to strip her of her status the moment she killed your mother. I only kept her for the stability of the kingdom. Now, your mother is finally avenged. Come here, my daughter. Your father will personally drape the dragon robe over your shoulders. From this day forth, you are officially the empress of the Fire Kingdom, and I will be right here to help you rule." Linger glares at him, her voice filled with pure loathing. "You are absolutely shameless. Stop this pathetic act. Today you die too. Only your blood can wash away the pain you caused my mother." The old emperor collapses inward, letting the dragon robe fall to the floor. "Linger, is there really no room for negotiation?" Linger widened her eyes, coldly rejecting him outright. The old emperor's expression shifted instantly, his eyes burning with a furious fire. "I truly wanted to reason with you, but you remain as stubborn as ever. If that's the case, then don't blame me for what happens next." The old man stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. The peaceful atmosphere ruptured as energy erupted. "Do you know why the Fire Kingdom has been able to stand firm until now?" Linger stood beside the old sorcerer, staring intently at the old emperor before them. The old emperor immediately summoned the fire python dragon, standing atop its head as he roared. "It is because this land holds the great earth fire vein. For generations, the ancestors of the Fire Kingdom's imperial family have used their very lives to nourish it. The bones buried within have long since fed the fire vein, awakening its spiritual essence. This fire vein is powerful enough to incinerate even an immortal. I am a true fire dragon. Even a supreme being, even the one standing behind you, would not be strong enough to defeat me in person. Now come, step forward and try to take my head if you can." Linger immediately drew the Lee Tian divine bow that Lee Fan had bestowed upon her. The old emperor swung his arm, sending the fire python dragon lunging toward Linger in a vicious attack. At that exact moment, Linger hurled the Lee Tian bow with all her might toward the fire python dragon. In an instant, it grew to a massive size, crushing the fire python dragon beneath it. Just like that, the old emperor's arm was completely crippled. This is impossible. What kind of artifact is this?" Linger continued by unfurling the painting Lee Fan had given her. "The only thing the Fire Kingdom needs to change is a useless emperor like you. By the immortal's decree." The painting easily pulled the old emperor inside, sealing him within the canvas. Linger reached out and picked up the imperial dragon crown. "Mother, I've finally come home." A few days later, Linger was officially crowned as the Empress of the Fire Kingdom. Suddenly, the voices of subordinates echoed from outside. Supreme Hong Xian of the Taiyin Holy Land and Supreme Luo Ming of the Ziyang Holy Land have arrived. Linger stood beside Tian Xiang and spoke. The Supremes from the Holy Lands? Simultaneously, the two elders from the Holy Lands entered and bowed in greeting. I, Hong Xian, representing the Taiyin Holy Land, congratulate the new Empress of the Fire Kingdom on her coronation. The Empress truly possesses a majestic presence. Luo Ming of the Ziyang Holy Land pays his respects. Linger spoke up clearly. You two Supremes are being far too modest. The two Supreme Elders of the Holy Lands got straight to the point. Empress, we won't beat around the bush. We've come this time seeking an audience with the senior who bestowed those paintings. This matter concerns the very survival of the Xiantian realm. We have confirmed that something might be hidden within Mount Chongli. It could be a demon fire residing in the mountain. It seems the demon sovereign was resurrected specifically for its sake. Furthermore, 3 days ago, an envoy of the evil god descended upon Mount Chongli. His goal is also that particular treasure. Once the evil god succeeds and turns Mount Chongli into a base for all demon fires, the southern region, and even the entire Xiantian realm, will face total annihilation. Therefore, our two holy lands wish to join forces with the senior to protect the Xiantian realm. Linger fell into deep thought upon hearing this. I originally thought Senior Lee only wanted to subdue the demon sovereign, but it turns out this involves whatever exists inside Mount Chongli. It seems the world in Senior Lee's eyes is far beyond anything I could have imagined. The scale of a senior's chessboard is truly too grand, too masterful. An ant like me can only see the smallest glimpse of his true intent. Linger stood up and accepted their request. I can lead you both to pay your respects to the senior. However, whether he grants you an audience depends entirely on fate. The two elders of the Holy Lands immediately bowed. Our deepest thanks, Empress. Our Holy Lands are immensely grateful. 2 days later, near the mountain peak where Lee Fan usually sat to paint, two young women appeared on a flying vessel, taking in the surrounding scenery. Ziling, standing at the bow of the ship, spoke up. As expected of the place where the patriarch attained enlightenment. One look, and it feels like a sleeping dragon. Sister Nanfeng, I heard a demon sovereign appeared here and was destroyed by a single painting. I really wonder what kind of person could create such a masterpiece. These are the two sisters, Ziling and Nanfeng. Suddenly, Ziling cried out, There's a massive aura ahead. We can't go any further. Prepare to turn back. Wait, no. This aura doesn't feel dangerous to us. This is the Tao rhyme of the sacred brush. This is the aura of the path of the sacred brush. Quick, head forward. I have to see who it is. Nanfeng stood beside her, constantly observing the surroundings. How is this possible? To influence a high-level flying vessel from such a distance? Just how terrifying must that Tao rhyme talent be? Unless the Triple Excellence Patriarch has returned to life. Ziling spoke with excitement. Sister, let's hurry over and take a look. Nanfeng remained cautious and reminded Ziling. I know you understand the way of painting, but if a peerless expert is truly their painting, rushing in blindly could be extremely dangerous. But then again, I suppose it's fine. This Mount Chongli range is already full of dangers. A little more won't hurt. Nanfeng immediately barked out an order. Lower the vessel. We must not be disrespectful to the expert ahead. Nanfeng then turned back to Ziling. Ziling, this pillar of light holds many unknowns. Are you certain you want to go? Ziling gazed forward, her eyes full of yearning. Sister, just by getting close, the secret painting arts within my body are activating on their own. This is a calling from the great Tao. If I could just see it, just one glimpse, I could die happy. Hearing this, Nanfeng steeled her resolve. Fine, let's go see for ourselves. On the other side, Lee Fan was focused on his painting, with Bai Shaoqing by his side. Nanfeng and Ziling hid behind some nearby bushes, their eyes wide with awe as they watched. This is the true sacred painting. A man at one with the Tao. Every stroke of his brush carries the great Tao of heaven and earth. Who is this man? Even the paintings in our sect done by the patriarch don't move me like this. After a moment, Lee Fan finished the piece and began writing the title, The Gathering of Dragons at the Myriad Mountains. Little Bai Qing, standing beside him, reached out to press the seal. Li Fan eagerly rubbed his head against Bai Shaoqing. Our little Xiao Bai is so smart. She even knows how to leave a paw print. Haha. Suddenly, Li Fan noticed Ziling and Nan Feng approaching and felt a bit embarrassed. Holy crap, where did these two beauties come from? I'm doomed. They just saw me acting like a total weirdo. Li Fan raised his hand and cleared his throat, trying to act natural. Ahem, cough. Who might you two be? Ziling and Nan Feng immediately bowed in respect. Reporting to Senior, my name is Nan Feng, and this is my junior sister, Ziling. We were passing through this area and were captivated by Senior's painting style. We couldn't help but come take a look. It was quite abrupt of us. We hope Senior can forgive our intrusion. Li Fan put his hands behind his back and thought to himself, these two young girls are carrying sketches while hiking in the mountains. Maybe they're art students? They probably ran out of inspiration and came out here to find some. So they were drawn by my exquisite painting skills. I guess I really do deserve being called Senior. I see. It seems you both have a deep appreciation for art. It must be fate that brought us together. Ziling mustered up her courage to speak. Son, Senior, may I come closer to see your painting? Nan Feng gasped in a panic. Ziling, how could you dare ask for such a thing? My junior sister is young and naive. If she has been disrespectful, I beg Senior not to take offense. Ziling is so reckless. This man is an unfathomable powerhouse. Furthermore, that painting contains an infinite amount of Dao rhyme. It's a priceless treasure. How could he just let anyone look at it? While she was worrying, Li Fan had already held the painting up in front of Nan Feng, catching her off guard. Huh, what is this? Li Fan spoke as he presented the painting to the two beauties. It's just a painting. No need to be so formal. Nan Feng suddenly felt a massive surge of power and screamed. Senior, this power. Nan Feng felt a sense of profound peace, as if she were back in the womb. In an instant, her cultivation broke through from the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. She broke through level after level, the 6th level, then to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. In the blink of an eye, Nan Feng reached the great circle of the nascent soul stage. She looked at Li Fan's painting in utter shock and excitement. This is truly a divine blessing, this painting. My God, if he hadn't personally entered Mount Chongli, how could he paint it so vividly? Could it be that the Senior before me is? Legend says that an immortal ascension platform is hidden deep within Mount Chongli. Since ancient times, those who entered the depths of Mount Chongli either ascended to the immortal realm or died without leaving a trace. Once you step onto the immortal ascension platform, there is no turning back. Unless he is the reincarnation of the 3 excellence immortal, how could anyone possess such skill? This Senior, Li Fan was delighted, thinking to himself, gaining 2 fans at once makes this all worth it. However, it's getting late. It's too dangerous for these 2 girls to be this deep in the mountains. Li Fan spoke up. Our meeting was destined. No need for thanks. Li Fan raised his hand again and gave another fake cough. Cough, cough, it's almost dark. It's too dangerous for the 2 of you to stay out here. There's nowhere else around. If you don't mind, you could come back to the village with me. Ziling and Nan Feng were beyond excited. Son, Senior, can we really go back to the village with you? Is that truly okay? The scene shifts back to Li Fan's small village. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, followed by continuous flashes of lightning and thunder. In a corner of those dark clouds, 2 messengers of the evil god appeared, staring intently at Li Fan's village. One of them let out a sinister laugh and spoke. As messengers of the evil god, we must eliminate all obstacles for our Lord. This place feels like a forbidden zone, yet there's nothing special inside. Let's destroy it quickly. With that, the 2 messengers used the evil god's lightning rhythm to teleport near Li Fan's village. The 2 fools arrogantly charged straight toward Li Fan's hidden mountain village. After a while, under the pouring rain, the 2 messengers came to a dead halt. A powerful magnetic field filled with spiritual chi is manifesting here. It's even making it difficult for us Yikshas to approach. This is even more terrifying than the place where our master is in seclusion. We are sovereigns. Are you telling me we can't even enter? We're only 10 steps away. Just 10 more steps. And yet, it feels as far away as the edge of the world. What kind of place is this? Why can't I use my full power? I have to see what's inside. This place must be hiding a massive secret. It's definitely a huge threat to our Lord. The messenger glared and shouted. Quickly, burn our demon souls. The two messengers unleashed their power. They ignited their demon souls to force their way inside. The two idiots shouted as they ran inward. Even if we have to burn our souls, we must see what's in there. As long as we identify it and report back to our Lord, dying will be worth it. The two fools struggled step by step into the golden light. Suddenly, a claw appeared, followed by the sound of sharp scratching and blood-curdling screams. In an instant, the two messengers of the evil god were turned into charred skeletons, lying outside the village. At the same time, the messengers from the two sacred lands, along with Linger and Tianxing, were also on their way to Lee Fan's residence. Old man Hong Xian held up an 8-trigram mirror to observe the area. This mirror can detect demons and the evil god's messengers within 1,000 miles. I fear they have already reached that senior's residence. Old man Luo Ming, standing nearby, spoke up. Then we must hurry. We have to warn the senior immediately. Old man Hong Xian stared ahead. It's too late. I'm afraid they've already clashed. Based on the reaction of the demon-seeking mirror, the evil god's messengers are stronger than us. I just hope that senior can hold out a bit longer. Let's get there quickly to help him. The demon-seeking mirror shows that the messengers passed through here. What's more, a burst of immortal-level demonic energy erupted right here. Old man Hong Xian, Old man Luo Ming, Tianxing, and Linger finally arrived. The moment Linger touched the ground, she cried out in worry. Hurry, let's go check on Senior Lee. I hope he's all right. Elder Hong Xian suddenly cried out in shock. That's Yikshabone. What on earth? These two Yiksha skeletons. Does this mean those two demon generals are actually dead? Watching the two supreme elders of the Holy Lands whispering in shock, Tianxiang felt a wave of confusion. What are they talking about? What exactly is Yikshabone? Ling Er stared intently at the two supremes. Their expressions were completely different just a moment ago. Elder Hong Xian picked up a bone fragment from the earlier messenger, examining it closely. Yikshabone is all that remains after a Yiksha demon general perishes. This means those two demon generals died the very moment they tried to break into Senior Lee's home. Tianxiang and Ling Er looked at the two Holy Land Supremes in utter disbelief. An immortal-level battle, yet the evil god's messengers couldn't even make it through the front door. Elder Luo Ming lowered his head, lost in thought. This senior's power doesn't just dwarf a supreme. Even immortals can't compare to him. We are supposed to be the supremes of the Holy Lands. To us, the immortal realm is a distant dream, yet this man stands far above even that. Elder Hong Xian was also deep in contemplation. With power like that, it's no wonder he dares to treat the evil god like a pawn on a chessboard. Killing an immortal must be as easy as breathing to him. We must be careful. One wrong move, and we're dead. The two old men suddenly turned toward Ling Er and Tianxiang with unervingly eager, sycophantic smiles. Young ladies, please, you must introduce us to the senior right away. Suddenly, Lee Fan's voice drifted over from the distance. Oh, who Tianxiang? Ling Er, you girls are back again? Lee Fan waved from afar, with Zi Ling and Nan Feng following close behind him. Ling Er and Tianxiang immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, senior. Elder Hong Xian glanced sideways and whispered to Luo Ming. Wait, it looks like the senior just got back from outside, and there isn't a single scratch or sign of a struggle on him. Elder Luo Ming glanced back at Hong Xian. Are you saying those Yiksha demon generals never even laid eyes on him? Then why did they drop dead right in front of his gate like that? Lee Fan suddenly barked out in annoyance. Who did this? Who's the lowlife with no manners? Don't people know how to sort their trash anymore? Why would anyone dump their garbage right in front of my house? The two Supremes watched in horror as Lee Fan began sweeping the skeletons away like common filth. Trash? Garbage? A Supreme-level Yiksha demon general is nothing but trash in Senior Lee's eyes. The two elders scrambled to pay their respects to Lee Fan. Hong Xian of the Taiyan Holy Land greets the senior. Luo Ming of the Zi Yang Holy Land greets the senior. Lee Fan looked at the two old men, completely confused as to who they were. And who might you two be? What brings you here today? Nan Feng, standing nearby, recognized them instantly. They are the two Supremes from the Great Holy Lands. Elder Luo Ming stepped forward and bowed low. Senior, your map of the Great Tao has shaken the southern region. Your fame is known to all. We have come out of pure admiration specifically to pay our respects to you. Beaming at the praise, Lee Fan let out a delighted chuckle. Haha, you flatter me. You really do. Huling Air must have used that painting to make a name for me at the market or something. Maybe these guys are here to buy some art. In that case, please, both of you, come inside and have a look around. The two elders respectfully gestured for Lee Fan to lead the way. After you, Senior Lee. With you here, how could we possibly dream of walking in front? Lee Fan suddenly raised his hand to feel the wind. Looks like a heavy wind is picking up today. The two Supremes froze in confusion. A heavy wind? What on earth is the senior trying to hint at? They followed closely behind Lee Fan, but the moment they stepped inside, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. The spiritual field. It's so powerful, it's terrifying. Thank goodness we followed Senior Lee. If we had tried to barge in on our own, we would have been turned to ash before we even knew what hit us. The energy field here feels even more overwhelming than the immortal Grey Guardian array back at the Taiyin Holy Land. Elder Luo Ming felt a cold sweat break out. I'm starting to think those two Yikshas were wiped out by this spiritual pressure alone. Elder Hong Xian gasped, pointing a trembling finger at a tree in the courtyard. Is that a flat peach tree? Elder Luo Ming's eyes darted over in a panic. Are you serious? But aren't flat peaches sacred treasures that only grow in the immortal realm? The two Supremes began scrutinizing the peach tree with frantic intensity. Elder Luo Ming was suddenly struck by a wave of vertigo. No, stop. We shouldn't stare. We can't afford to touch anything in this place. Elder Luo Ming swayed and collapsed against Hong Xian, his head spinning. Lee Fan rushed over and motioned for the two elders to sit down and rest. That's strange. Why does every old-timer who comes to my house have a mini-stroke and collapse? Please, have a seat and rest for a moment. Luo Ming and Hong Xian sat down, trying to steady their racing hearts and spirits. Just one look was enough to nearly shatter my Tao foundation. That peach tree is definitely a divine artifact of the immortal realm. Elder Hong Xian's hands trembled as he pressed them together to regain his composure. By then, Lee Fan had finished brewing tea and brought it out for his guests. I just got home, so I'm afraid I only have some tea to offer you right now. Tian Xiang and Ling Air beamed at the sight of the tea. Thank you, Senior. Just having your tea is a blessing. Lee Fan held the teacup with both hands and offered it to Elder Luo Ming. Elder Luo Ming looked at the cup, moved by the gesture. Such a profound master, yet he humbles himself to serve us tea with both hands. Truly admirable. Seeing how happy the girls were, Elder Hong Xian picked up his cup and took a tentative sip. The moment the tea hit their tongues, a surge of power exploded through them, a feeling of pure bliss radiating to every limb. The two old Supremes looked like they were about to skip around like schoolboys, looking 20 years younger in an instant. Whoa, brother, are you feeling what I'm feeling? Luo Ming spoke with wide-eyed excitement. Oh man, I feel it. It's like I just took the biggest hit of the good stuff. This euphoria, I feel like I've ascended to the heavens. Our supreme cultivation, it's finally reaching perfection. Elder Hong Xian gripped his teacup like it was a lifeline. Ha! We've been stuck at the supreme stage for hundreds of years, and now we've broken through just like that. Elder Luo Ming, lost in a dazed, blissful fog, began mumbling in his trance. Look at the boat. Look at the snowy bridge. There's even a cow. Quick, brother, go grab some grass and feed the cow. Nanfeng looked up at the two sovereigns, who seemed completely dazed, and wondered to himself, are these two having some kind of drug-induced hallucination? They look totally spaced out. The two sovereigns, still riding that wave of euphoria, approached Lee Fan and bowed deeply. We give our deepest thanks for Senior's grand benevolence. Lee Fan waved his hands frantically, looking quite embarrassed. Please, there's no need for that. Meeting like this was simply meant to be. Besides, we're all part of the same community here. Lee Fan pulled out a scroll from his robes and spoke up. Since you've traveled from so far away, why don't you take a look at my latest work for today? Lee Fan thought to himself as he began to unroll the painting. I have to open it up to show how important this piece is. That's the only way to fetch a good price. Lee Fan then spread the painting out in front of everyone. Please have a look. Everyone present gasped in collective shock and awe. Is this a masterpiece of creation itself? After fully displaying his work, Lee Fan announced loudly, this is my creation for today, the gathering of dragons at myriad mountains. Behold the golden dragon as it soars and weaves through the peaks. The two sovereigns from the two great holy lands fell to their knees, utterly struck by amazement. Is this the entirety of Mount Chongli? In an instant, the whole of Mount Chongli had been brought to life on the paper. Every single detail was perfectly captured. Just by existing, this painting already deserves to be called a priceless divine treasure. The two sovereigns studied the painting intently, lost in thought. It seems Senior knew we were coming long ago, which is why he prepared this painting in advance. After entering Mount Chongli, no one has ever been able to walk out alive. Yet to create a painting like this, one would have to observe the entire mountain range from within. Could Senior Lee truly have entered the mountains and returned completely unscathed? Lee Fan looked at the expressions on the two old men's faces and thought to himself. Judging by their reactions, they seem pretty satisfied. I can't just blurting out a price right away. It'll make the painting seem too ordinary. Do you gentlemen truly like this painting that much? The two sovereigns nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely. This painting will undoubtedly help us stabilize our current great undertaking. Lee Fan began calculating in his head. A great undertaking? Wait, do these two old-timers want to open a calligraphy and art shop? It looks like their business is on the verge of bankruptcy. That's why they need a real treasure to save their skins. Lee Fan rolled the painting back up and handed it to the two old men. If that's the case, take it with you. The two sovereigns took the painting, their hands trembling slightly as they fell into deep thought. It seems Senior is intentionally bestowing this painting upon us. Is there a hidden meaning? Does he want us to do something for him? If Senior gives an order, there must be a purpose behind it. We should accept it immediately. Lee Fan watched the two old men for a moment, feeling puzzled. What's the deal here? These two geezers took the goods, but haven't paid up. What are they playing at? Lee Fan faked a couple of coughs and held out his hand. Ahem. It's cash on delivery, gentlemen. You haven't paid the bill yet. The two sovereigns turned to each other to confer in whispers. Senior surely doesn't want to interfere with the cycle of karma. Exactly. The more powerful a figure is, the more they care about their own karmic ties. The situation at Mount Chongli is complicated. Senior definitely doesn't want to get personally involved. That's why he's asking for money, to treat this as a simple, mundane transaction. That way, it won't affect his karma. But would mere spirit stones even be useful to someone like him? After their brief huddle, the two sovereigns pulled out two small boxes. We must show our utmost sincerity to Senior. Senior, this is everything I have on me. Please accept it. Senior, I only have these humble items as well. I hope you won't laugh at my meager offering. Lee Fan took the two small boxes and let out a hearty laugh. Haha, you're too modest, far too modest. These boxes aren't light. I wonder if it's gold or silver. These two are incredibly generous. Lee Fan sat down and placed the boxes beside him. The payment is settled then. Thank you both for coming. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to drop by any time. The sovereigns were stunned. In the future? It seems Senior has already predicted what is to come. He is definitely orchestrating the grand design. Both of them spoke in unison. Thank you, Senior. We humbly take our leave now. We shall return another day to pay our respects. Lee Fan raised his teacup in response. Very well. I won't keep you any longer. As the two sovereigns left Lee Fan's village, they couldn't stop talking about him. That Senior is truly terrifying. My back is completely soaked with cold sweat. Luo Ming kept wiping his brow with a handkerchief. We underestimated him at first, but now it's clear Senior is definitely an immortal. And his cultivation rank among immortals must be incredibly high. To be able to grow even flat peaches, he can only be a master from the immortal realm. Throughout history, only a handful of geniuses have ever set foot in the immortal realm. For such a master to descend to the mortal plane, it must be for the sake of the people's safety and a grand cause. Hong Xian added solemnly, Brother, do you think our two great holy lands are nothing more than chess pieces in Senior's eyes? Luo Ming replied, It's not just us. Didn't you see those two young women with the zither and the painting standing behind him? They are from the three excellencies' holy land in the Central Plains. My friend, every holy land is a chess piece, and this board spans far beyond just the southern region. It's hard to imagine just how massive his other works truly are. Hong Xian fell into a pensive silence. The holy lands are just chess pieces? Back at Lee Fan's house, Linger stepped forward and bowed to Lee Fan. Senior, thank you for bestowing that treasure upon us. Our position in the Fire Kingdom is now rock solid. I came specifically today to report this to you. Lee Fan thought to himself. Rock solid, huh? Sounds like they sold my painting for a fortune. They might even be able to open a shop now and finally have a place to call their own. Lee Fan spoke kindly to Linger. That's wonderful. Keep working hard. As long as you keep striving, your life will only get better and better. Linger and Tian Xiang jumped for joy. This is Senior Lee's way of telling us to work hard for him from now on. Our futures are looking brighter than ever. Tian Xiang clasps her hands and bows deeply toward Lee Fan. By the way, Senior, those two masters, Luo Ming and Hong Xian, now possess those precious paintings. It's bound to cause a massive stir in the Southern Territory. When that happens, should we head over there as well? Lee Fan thinks to himself, excitement building in his chest. These people are so thoughtful. Since Luo Ming and Hong Xian have my paintings, they'll definitely show them off everywhere. They might even organize an art exhibition or some kind of trade fair. They must be heading there to do some serious business. Which means they probably want to open up some business opportunities for me, too. Finished with his thoughts, Lee Fan sets down his teacup. If you want to go, then go. If you ever need my help, I'll always be here for you. He pours another cup of tea and turns his gaze towards Ziling and Nanfeng. And what about you two? Do you have any plans? Ziling speaks up, her voice small and shy. Senior, could I stay by your side and learn how to paint? Standing beside her, Nanfeng immediately snaps at her. Ziling, how dare you be so bold? Being hosted by Senior today is already the greatest honor of our lives. How could you make such an impudent request? Lee Fan falls back into thought. Her older sister is trying so hard to stop her. Is she worried that learning to paint will distract her sister from her cultivation? It's just like back home. My family used to worry that reading too many novels would ruin my grades. Nanfeng bows apologetically to Lee Fan. Please forgive her, Senior. Ziling's understanding of the world is still shallow. That is why she spoke so recklessly. I beg for your leniency. Please do not take her words to heart. Ziling, oh Ziling, do you still not understand? Just a few days ago, this senior's painting suppressed a demon venerable. A hidden expert of his stature wouldn't just take on any random disciple. Suddenly, the system notification flashes again. New mission, spread the way of art. Take these two as your disciples. Lee Fan stares at the prompt, momentarily stunned. He turns to look at the two beauties standing before him. This system is really something else. It's not that I can't take them in, but what if it actually does ruin their cultivation careers? I guess I'll have to test the waters. Lee Fan lets out a fake, rhythmic cough. Cough. Well, I actually believe that learning to sing or paint in one's spare time is quite beneficial. If you both are willing, I'm prepared to take you both as my disciples. Nanfeng looks at Lee Fan, her eyes wide with shock. Senior, did you just say you would take both of us? For real? Beside her, Ziling cheers with pure joy. This is amazing. Thank you, Senior. He actually accepted me as a student. Lee Fan lifts his tea and looks at Nanfeng. You don't seem very eager to learn painting. Nanfeng bows her head low. Senior, my path is the way of the zither. Since your expertise lies in painting, I feared. Lee Fan lets out a hearty laugh as he watches Nanfeng. So this young lady is worried about a conflict of interest? Why don't you play a piece for me? Let's see what you've got. Nanfeng immediately sets up the zither she carries with her and begins to play a melody for Lee Fan. Lee Fan listens intently as the graceful music fills his ears, critiquing it in his mind. This girl is dedicated to the zither and clearly has talent, but her technique is full of flaws. After a moment, Nanfeng brings the piece to a close. Ziling looks on, completely impressed. Sister Nanfeng, that was beautiful. Lee Fan then offers his critique. Your musical foundation isn't bad, but your hands are still far too stiff. Your form and spirit are completely out of sync. Let me borrow your instrument for a moment. Nanfeng stares at Lee Fan, dazed. Is Senior not only a master of painting, but a scholar of the zither as well? Back at the Three Wonders Holy Land, my master said my hands lacked refinement and needed more practice. But why does Senior Lee say my fingers are being restricted? Lee Fan takes a sip of tea and continues. True mastery is found in the subtle, not the overt, like a heavy sword with no edge. Listen closely to this melody. With a swift motion, Lee Fan strikes the strings. The sound pierces the heavens, sounding like a melody composed by the immortals themselves. Nanfeng feels the music wash over her, bringing a sense of profound peace. It's so divine, It's as if I'm gaining enlightenment on the secrets of the world. A heart-wrenching harmony. Where in this world will I find a soul who truly understands my music? As the song ends, Nan Fong is moved to tears. After hearing such a masterpiece, I could die with no regrets. Lee Fan looks at Nan Fong with a gentle smile. Well, how do you feel now? Do you wish to take me as your master? Without hesitation, both women kneel and perform the formal kowtow to accept Lee Fan as their master. Lee Fan, having finally completed the system mission, turns away and laughs heartily. Ha! Rise, both of you. You shall stay here for the time being. Lee Fan walks to the edge of the terrace, gazing at the landscape in deep thought. I'm one step closer to becoming a true cultivator. I wonder how much longer it will take. Maybe I was just destined to be an ordinary man after all. The scene shifts to the Taiyin Holy Land. Luo Ming and Hong Xian have finally returned. They are met by the two holy lords of the Great Holy Lands. Holy Lord of Taiyin, Ling Chao, the Supreme. Master of the Purple Sun Holy Land, Yuan Yang, the Supreme. Ling Chao is the first to speak. Looking at this map of the way, I finally understand why the Chongli mountain range is a forbidden zone. It seems a powerful immortal has indeed descended upon the mortal realm. Yuan Yang adds his thoughts. Indeed, judging by the map, the Chongli Mountains are actually part of a massive mountain-forming array. 10,000 mountains converging into a dragon, and a colossal one at that. I suspect this immortal is planning something monumental within those mountains. But why would he grant us this map? What is his ultimate goal? Luo Ming looks toward the two holy lords. Holy lords, fellow Taoists, from my perspective, regardless of his grand design. The fact that he gave us this map means he wants us to enter the Chongli mountain range. This is it. The winds of change are finally blowing through Chongli. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes in, shouting breathlessly to report. This is bad. This is really bad, Holy Lord. The Chongli mountain range is collapsing. Earth and stone are shattering everywhere. A divine anomaly has appeared. It looks like something beyond our comprehension has been unearthed. Over at Mount Chongli, a massive serpent erupts from the earth as thunder and lightning shake the heavens. The endless roar of thunder reaches all the way to Li Fan's house, making Bai Shaoqing absolutely terrified. Still half asleep, Li Fan mumbles to himself. What's with all that thunder? Is it going to rain again? The next morning at Li Fan's house. After a good night's rest, Li Fan stretches and steps outside to enjoy the early morning sun. Ah, what a refreshing morning. I'm full of energy. Ziling and Nan Fong have already been waiting by the door since dawn. Good morning, Master. Nan Fong steps forward to speak. Master, we want to wash up, but... Li Fan scratches his head and looks at Nan Fong. Oh, leave that to me. Nan Fong watches Li Fan walk away and continues. But we saw a well in the courtyard filled with holy spring water that connects directly to the earth's marrow. Master likely uses it for his cultivation. We shouldn't dare defile it. Standing beside her, Ziling adds. Exactly. The spiritual energy from that divine spring is so thick it could practically take physical form. Only someone at the supreme being level could possibly afford to use it. Meanwhile, Li Fan brings over a basin of water, his eyes brightening as he looks at Ziling and Nan Fong. Take this inside and heat it up before you wash your faces. I've already chopped some firewood. It's over there. Ziling and Nan Fong stare at him, completely stunned. He's using holy spring water just for washing? Then, Li Fan fills another basin and pours it into the trough for the chickens to drink. Witnessing this, the two sisters are utterly shell-shocked. My God, he truly is an immortal. Ziling turns to Nan Fong in disbelief. Sister, when Master said he chopped some wood, he didn't mean that pile of profound ebony over there, did he? Later, the two sisters wash their faces, their expressions filled with pure bliss. Just by washing, I feel like the skin and bones of my face have been completely reborn. This is miraculous. Sister, I want to drink it too. If only I could have just one sip. Nan Fong immediately turns to caution Ziling. Don't embarrass us in front of Master. Ziling, we have to forget our old, impoverished life back at the Holy Land. We need to start getting used to how things are done here. Li Fan, already seated at the dining table, waves them over. Once you're done washing, pour the leftover water into the vegetable garden. Don't let it go to waste. Then come eat breakfast. Ziling looks around, dazed. The vegetable garden? Sister, I feel like we used to live like beggars. Is this what Master calls a vegetable garden? Every single plant here is at least a saint-grade herb. With a garden like this, it's no wonder he uses holy spring water to irrigate it. After watering the plants, the two sisters sit down at the table. Lee Fan has already laid out the food. The chickens haven't been laying many eggs these past 2 days. We're out of eggs, so we'll just have to make do with this green vegetable porridge today. Ziling glances at Nan Feng, frozen in place. Sister, am I dreaming? Nan Feng picks up her bowl, her entire body trembling. This porridge is clearly made from saint-grade herbs. Back at the Three Wonders Holy Land, even a single leaf or blade of grass like this would be priceless. Something considered a holy medicine is usually impossible to even touch. Lee Fan smiles at the two sisters. Eat up. It won't taste good once it gets cold. Nan Feng stares intently at the bowl. We're really supposed to eat this? Seeing the two beauties eating like they're starving, Lee Fan laughs heartily. Haha, slow down. There's plenty more. After finishing a bowl, Ziling feels a sense of total satisfaction and turns to Lee Fan. Master, may I have another bowl? Nan Feng then raises her bowl as well. Master, I would like another bowl too. Bai Xiaoqing watches them, her jaw dropping. Where did these two beggars come from? How can they be so shameless? Once they've had their fill, Ziling speaks up. I wonder where Master went. Nan Feng stretches and looks at Ziling. I think he went to feed the chickens. Ziling looks over at the flock in the distance. Sister, don't you think those chickens look a bit strange? Nan Feng shifts her gaze to the flock. Anything Master raises is certainly no ordinary creature. They're likely some kind of divine beasts. Haven't you noticed? The feed Master gives them consists entirely of rare saint-grade herbs. A moment later, Lee Fan returns, holding an egg which he hands to Ziling. Now that you're full, it's time to practice. Ziling, your task for today is to paint a picture on this egg. Ziling looks at the egg in her hand. Why do I feel like I'm holding a supreme-grade treasure instead? Nan Feng looks at the egg in awe. This egg seems to contain the essence of fire, spiritual energy. It's like a dormant volcano. And the shell, it carries the aura of a fire phoenix. What kind of egg is this, really? And I just heard Master say he eats these every day. Lee Fan stands with his hands on his hips, staring at Ziling. What's wrong? You don't want to paint? Do you think painting on an egg is too simple? The most important thing in painting is mastering the basics. The goal of these basics is to help you see through the surface and grasp the essence of art through your imagination. A simple egg like this can provide you with tens of thousands of practice rounds. Only then will you truly understand the subject you wish to capture. Ziling hastily bows. Ziling understands her mistake. Just as Lee Fan is explaining the lesson to Ziling, there's a sudden, persistent knocking at the door. Annie Zhang's voice kept echoing through the air. Little Lee, hurry up and open the door. I brought some meat for you. Lee Fan rushed over and hurriedly opened the door. Annie Zhang, where did all this meat come from? Annie Zhang excitedly shared the news with Lee Fan. Little Lee, let me tell you, there was a massive earthquake last night that caused major landslides in the mountains. But our village was incredibly lucky. Not a single thing went wrong here. It's truly a miracle. Countless birds and beasts from the mountains ran right to the edge of our village and just dropped dead. And it's all premium, high-quality game meat, too. The only problem was their hides were so thick that the village knives couldn't even leave a scratch. Luckily, I had that cleaver you made for me. It's incredibly sharp. With just a light chop, the meat fell right away. Anyway, I came to give you some of this wild game to enjoy. Hearing this, Lee Fan grew incredibly worried. An earthquake happened? The two sisters were filled with anxiety. An earthquake? Could something have happened to the Changli mountain range? Meanwhile, in the sky not far from Lee Fan's village, two cunning old geezers were plotting together. The white-haired old man looked at the man beside him. Senior brother Tai Ming. The Changli mountain range has truly opened. The sacred relic left by our patriarch is likely about to emerge. Tai Ming stared ahead, lost in thought. I was wondering why that old ghost Mo sent two female disciples here. Turns out he wants to claim the relic for himself. The white-haired elder laughed loudly. Huh, you're overthinking it, senior brother. What kind of trouble could two little spirit-severing stage cultivators possibly cause? Ao Ming, Zhu Xin. You two take your men and find Nan Feng and Ziling, bring them back to the sect, dead or alive. The scene shifts back to the heavy destruction outside Lee Fan's mountain village following last night's earthquake. Ziling looked up in awe. My God, what on earth happened here? Did the gods strike this place with a lightning tribulation? It has to be a tribulation meant to punish someone. Otherwise, how could there be such devastating power? But sister, I'm still confused. If those lightning bolts were so powerful, why didn't we feel a single thing last night? Nanfeng looked on, feeling a sense of dread. It's terrifying. We're lucky we were inside the village. With Master here, even a lightning tribulation wouldn't dare approach his dwelling. Haven't you noticed? Within a 1,000-mile radius, only this tiny village remains completely peaceful, as if nothing happened at all. The villagers slept soundly all night, totally oblivious to the chaos in the outside world. I can only imagine that last night, these exotic beasts must have sensed that this was the only safe haven and tried to force their way in for refuge. But Master likely prevented them from entering to protect the people. That's why he didn't open the barrier. If he hadn't, Ziling looked at the villagers in utter shock. This is just too brutal. A mammoth, a great azure rock, and a 3-element turtle. These are all sub-saint level beasts. And now ordinary mortals are just using them for food. Under Master's protection, all living beings are blessed. Everyone is truly equal here. I finally understand. All of this was Master's doing. At this moment, Lee Fan was deeply puzzled. How could there be an earthquake? And why would there be a turtle in the forest? This makes no sense. Well, at least the village is safe. I guess this place really is special since the system chose it. It's definitely the safest place around. Just then, an old man called out to Lee Fan. Young man, you're well educated. Can you tell us what's going on? We won't be in any danger here, will we? Lee Fan smiled warmly at the old man. Don't worry too much, everyone. Our village is very safe. The two sisters thought to themselves with joy. As expected, Master had everything planned out from the start. Suddenly, a voice thundered from the sky. Nanfeng, Ziling, where are you? Come out here this instant. The villagers looked up at the sky in a frenzy. Look, what is that? A flying boat. They look like cultivators. Oh my God, no way. The two men on the boat continued to bark orders at Nanfeng and Ziling. Come out and meet your end. Nanfeng looked up. So it's Ao Ming and his crew. Master, we were originally disciples of the Triple Excellence Holy Land. Not long ago, we were framed by our former teacher. That's why we came to the Chongli Mountains to seek a new destiny. I'm afraid they've tracked us down. Li Fan blinked, confused. The Triple Excellence Holy Land? What the heck is that? Nanfeng stepped forward to explain. The Triple Excellence Holy Land is famous throughout the world. Our Holy Land was founded by a patriarch who mastered the 3 paths: music, painting, and calligraphy. He was legendary in every single one. Everyone in the Holy Land practices these 3 arts. Li Fan listened and pondered. Oh, so that's it. Isn't this just a bunch of artsy, literary types getting together to start an art school? They're acting all high and mighty, yelling as if I'm some bad influence corrupting their students. I'm basically a master tutor myself. At worst, I'll just have a competition with them to show them how it's really done. Meanwhile, the 2 men on the boat swooped down, shouting for Nanfeng and Ziling. There are even carcasses of divine beasts here, like the 3-element turtle and great azure rock. Senior brother, once we capture Nanfeng and Ziling, this trip is going to be a massive haul. Suddenly, they saw an old lady, Annie Zhang, effortlessly slice through the 3-element turtle with one swing. Terrified, they skidded to a halt and immediately turned tail to run. Hurry, get out of here. Now, this place is crawling with terrifying monsters. That old woman sliced a 3-element turtle in one go. That's insane. By the time he got back to the boat, his legs were shaking so hard he could barely stand. Start the engine. Get the ship out of here fast. What on earth is going on here? Even the so-called Supreme Tortoiseshell was unable to withstand it. But under that blade, it was sliced into 100 pieces as easily as tofu. This place, it's terrifying. This is definitely not something we can handle. Li Fan watched them leave, completely bewildered. Huh, they charged in all aggressive and fierce. So why the heck are they suddenly tucking tail and running away? Ziling didn't understand either and turned to ask Nanfeng. Sister, why did those Ao Ming people suddenly retreat like that? Li Fan then turned to look at the 2 sisters with a smile. Well, since they're gone, I'll just wait for them to come back and continue teaching them a lesson in reason. Let's go, let's head back. For the time being, it's better if we don't go out. Nanfeng and Ziling stared at Li Fan, their eyes sparkling with admiration. With Master here, We don't have to be afraid of them at all. As long as Master is here, even a Supreme wouldn't be a problem. Teaching him a lesson? I'm afraid a Supreme in a mortal realm isn't even qualified to receive his teachings. Xueming stared ahead and spoke as he saw the AO Ming group returning. The AO Ming group, they're back. The white-haired old man shifted his gaze toward them. Thinking back, the hidden danger has been dealt with. Only we are capable of retrieving the artifacts left behind by our ancestors. Elder Xueming spoke up. That's good. I hope they handled it cleanly. We can't let anyone in the sect find out. The AO Ming group began shouting their report. Master, something terrible has happened. Nanfeng and Ziling, those two have entered the Forbidden Zone. That place is absolutely horrifying. There's an old woman there who can slice the triple essence shield into 100 pieces with a single strike. Her knife looked like a common kitchen cleaver, but it contained a massive amount of energy. Just looking at it from a distance gave me a feeling of lethal danger. If I had gone any closer, I'm afraid I would have been crushed into dust. Furthermore, that Forbidden Zone is located near Mount Chongli. Yet it seemed completely unaffected by last night's phenomenon. It's truly too terrifying, too frightening. The white-haired man frowned, his voice laced with anger. Nonsense. It seems we'll have to make a trip there ourselves. A short while later, Elder Shirtai and Elder Xueming arrived at Lee Fan's mountain village. Elder Shirtai looked down from above, scanning the area repeatedly. Mount Chongli has collapsed from the phenomenon. So why is this place still perfectly fine? How very strange. Elder Xueming also peered down intently. I can't sense anything out of the ordinary. Let's try to sneak in and investigate. Elder Shirtai spoke up. I want to see exactly who dares to take in those two traitors and stand against our triple excellence holy land. Nanfeng, Ziling, you two traitors, get out here and face your deaths. Nanfeng was shocked when she heard Elder Shirtai's voice. This is bad. That's Elder Shirtai's voice. Ziling looked around, feeling anxious. Sister, even a Supreme has personally made a move. Lee Fan looked at Ziling, confused. A Supreme? Sounds like a pretty high-ranking title. Is that like a headmaster or something? Ziling's face was full of worry. Master, they've come to capture us. Lee Fan stared up at the airship. This headmaster is way too aggressive. It looks like they intend to severely punish their students. This simply won't do. Don't worry, I'll talk some sense into them. By the way, what exactly does this person teach? Nanfeng answered him. Elder Shirtai is a master of calligraphy. Traveling with him is likely Elder Xueming, who is an expert in music. His instrument of choice is a long flute. Lee Fan flashed a confident smile as he looked up at the airship. Music and calligraphy? Lee Fan then took out a brush and ink. I see. You two wait here for a moment. Ziling widened her eyes, watching him closely. Why do I feel like the brush in Master's hand isn't just a brush, but an unparalleled divine artifact? Nanfeng was also wide-eyed with astonishment. The aura Master exudes when he starts to write. It's in perfect harmony with the great Tao. Just what level of cultivation has he reached? Lee Fan wrote 3 characters, reflect and learn, then spoke to Ziling. Ziling, take this calligraphy and hang it in front of my courtyard gate. I need to give my courtyard a name first to create a scholarly atmosphere. That way, they won't misunderstand my intentions. Seeing Ziling walk out, Elder Tai shouted loudly. So you finally decided to show yourself. You traitor. You really are here. Huh. Ziling, you've certainly got nerve. You're here, but where is Nanfeng? Why haven't you two returned to the Holy Land to accept your punishment? Ziling turned back and shouted. Sister Nanfeng and I have already taken seniorly as our master. Don't you dare act recklessly. Elder Shirtai sneered and lunged toward Ziling. Ridiculous. You dare betray your sect? Today I will personally clear the house. Suddenly, Ziling unfurled Lee Fan's calligraphy, causing Elder Shirtai to freeze in shock. Elder Shirtai fell to his knees, blood streaming from his eyes. Reflect and learn. Reflect and learn. This ideology, it's as boundless as the ocean. A cultivator is like a tiny boat, forever searching for the laws beyond this world, seeking the heavens and earth without, and the soul within. But what is my soul? Who am I really? I am not myself. Ha ha ha. Elder Xueming rushed forward and grabbed Elder Shirtai's shoulder. Close your eyes quickly. This is saint-level calligraphy. Don't look anymore. If you keep looking, you'll suffer a cultivation deviation. Elder Shirt Tai turned to look at Elder Xuanming. Nonsense. I'm already in the twilight of my life. To hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening, it's worth it. Senior brother, I have reached the absolute limit of calligraphy. Ha ha ha. I've reached the limit. Ha ha ha. The limit. How could such calligraphy even exist in this world? Ha ha ha. Elder Xuanming stared at Shirt Tai in disbelief. What the hell? Has he lost his mind? Did he overdose on something? Elder Xuanming pointed a finger at Ziling, but he didn't dare look forward. Ziling, just what kind of power is backing you? Ziling looked at Elder Xuanming and barked. You aren't qualified to know my master's identity. Suddenly, a melodious tune reached Elder Xuanming's ears. This sound, it's... At that very moment, the old commentator suddenly reached enlightenment, feeling his body drift freely across the four seas. Junior brother, as you said, I have reached the twilight of my life. To hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening is enough. I, too, have attained realization. The commentator's divine aura began to gradually fade away. Meanwhile, on the airship, the subordinates of the two elders were struck with terror. How is this possible? This is the Tao transcendence of the commentator sovereign, one of the three absolute Holy Lands sovereigns with the greatest hope of ascending to immortality. Now he's transcending. He's fading away, vanishing into nothingness. Lee Fan stepped out, glancing around at his surroundings. I suppose they finally left? Ziling picked up the sound-shattering flute, her face pale with shock. This is the commentator's sovereign artifact. Usually, the flute stays as long as the master lives. Lee Fan walked on, completely indifferent. Just throw it away. Someone else has already blown into that flute. It's probably covered in spit. Besides, a flute made of iron doesn't even sound like a proper instrument when you play it. With a teacher like that, no wonder the students are all running away to this place. In a panic, Ao Ming pulled out the Holy Land's jade talisman. He shouted frantically, Senior brother, this is the jade. The Sect's command talisman. It can alert the Sect master and every sovereign elder. Ao Ming roared in fury. Two sovereigns, one dead and one gone mad. Is that not serious enough for you? With those words, Ao Ming crushed the jade talisman to summon the elders, then bowed respectfully, reporting to the Supreme Elder. Nan Feng and Ziling have betrayed the Sect. They conspired with outsiders to murder the commentator sovereign. Furthermore, the stone sovereign is now half mad, and his whereabouts are unknown. I implore the Supreme Elder to send immediate reinforcements to execute these rebels and avenge our two sovereigns. The Supreme Elder, having grasped the situation, finally spoke. I am aware. The scene shifts back to the three absolute Holy Lands, where the Sect master and several elders are deliberating their next move. One of the elders voiced his concern. Sect master, considering the existence of such a powerful being, should we truly pursue vengeance for the sovereign? Isn't it a bit premature to launch a holy war before we've even clarified what actually happened? Another elder, his face twisted with malice, stated his view. Those two useless fools died at the foot of Mount Chongli, didn't they? I recall that Mount Chongli's immortal ascension platform is about to open. Beneath that platform lie countless treasures left behind by ancient cultivators before they ascended. Back at the entrance to Lee Fan's courtyard, Linger, Tianyu, and Old Wu stood before the gate, gazing at Lee Fan's calligraphy. This calligraphy is overflowing with raw power and the essence of a Tao. Just looking at it makes me feel an unimaginable pressure. If a literary cultivator came here, they might actually attain the ultimate Tao. Just from studying these characters, Tianyu and Linger bowed deeply. Senior Li, Tianyu, and the others have come to pay our respects today. Lee Fan, resting inside, heard them and called out, Come on in. Come sit with me. How is everyone doing? Old Wu stepped forward to bow. Thank you for your concern, Senior Li. This junior is doing very well. Lee Fan looked at Old Wu. I assume your visit this time has something to do with Luo Ming's group, doesn't it? Linger looked intently at Lee Fan. Senior Li, do you have any advice for us regarding this matter? Lee Fan stroked his chin. He looked at the group before him. It's nothing. Just keep a cool head and act as you usually would. Don't be so tense. These things aren't a big deal. However, since you're already here, I'll give you 2 more gifts. Last time, I gave Luo Ming and the others the 10,000 Mountains Dragon Scroll. I imagine they'll be organizing some sort of calligraphy and painting exhibition or an auction. It looks like that event is about to begin. Since that's the case, I might as well give them another helping hand. As he finished speaking, Lee Fan reached out and called out, "Where is it? Bring me the ink quickly." In a flash, Lee Fan produced a piece of calligraphy and a painting. Tianyu and Linger were absolutely stunned. A single sword governs the south, and the Jade Palace in the azure sky. Lee Fan continued with his instructions. Take this scroll and this painting with you now. If they want to show off in front of the world this time, then let the world see what true calligraphy actually looks like and what a real painting is supposed to be. Linger and Tianyu gripped the treasures tightly in their hands. With these two treasures from Senior, no matter how dangerous Mount Chongli becomes, we don't have anything to worry about anymore. This is wonderful. Let's head out immediately to reinforce the Taiyin and Ziyang Holy Lands. The scene shifts to the battlefield at Mount Chongli. Luo Ming was panting heavily, thrusting his sword deep into the ground for support. "Brother, how are you holding up?" Old Hong Xian remained alert, scanning the surroundings. The Sect's quasi-mortal artifact has been unleashed. The situation has finally stabilized. Over the past few days, our allied forces have suffered countless casualties just trying to enter Mount Chongli. Luo Ming spoke to Hong Xian, his voice laced with exhaustion. Indeed, after Mount Chongli collapsed, many great perils surfaced. Even the lingering remnants of power here are enough to terrify anyone. Luo Ming suddenly cried out in alarm. "The heaven-slaying sword! It's moving!" Hong Xian, Luo Ming, and their subordinates stared ahead, eyes wide with shock. An ethereal, immortal landscape suddenly appeared before them. The Eternal Ascension Platform. Is this it? The Ascension Platform? I've finally reached it. Hong Xian suddenly shouted a warning. "Stop! This can't be right." Suddenly, the Ascension Platform erupted with countless rays of light, piercing right through Luo Ming. He let out a blood-curdling scream. "Arg! Holy Lord, save me!" The Ascension Platform gradually began to reveal its true, terrifying nature. That light, just now, was the immortal Tao Tribulation. This place is nothing but a graveyard for the sovereigns who came before us. Old Yuan Yang of the Ziyang Holy Land spoke up. Every sovereign who came here died, including even quasi-immortals. The main army cannot go any further. Only a sovereign can step foot in there. And what lies ahead is merely the tribulation light, the very first trial. Even the slightest flaw in one's path will cause the tribulation light to turn them into a clay statue, returning them to the dust. Elder Ling Xiao followed up. "We've made it this far. There's no way we can just give up now. Only by enduring the heavenly tribulation can we reach the Ascension Platform and enter the immortal realm. Otherwise, in the end, everything will have been for nothing." Suddenly, a surge of wicked energy shot past the two sacred ground lords. Dark clouds instantly gathered, saturated with a sinister aura. Elder Yuan Yang recognized it immediately. It's the evil god. Ling Zhao's eyes widened as he stared ahead. The pure, evil path. Even an evil god like you schemes to become an immortal? The old evil god glared at the two sacred ground lords. A bunch of nobodies like you think you can fight over the chance for immortality? Today, I'll grant you your wish by ending you. I shall absorb the tribulation light and carve my own path. With those words, he unleashed a dark spell. The sky instantly went pitch black as evil energy engulfed Mount Chongli. His power erupted as his body transformed into a Yiksha demon, sprouting countless arms equipped with various artifacts. The two sacred ground lords stared at the overwhelming aura before them and roared. "You think you can take us down? In your dreams." Elder Ling Xiao began to channel his sacred ground's ultimate technique. Great Sun's sacred plate. Below, all the gathered supremes lent their strength, transferring their power into Ling Xiao. Elder Ling Xiao glared at the evil god and shouted, "The supremes of the southern region are all gathered here today. We won't let you interfere." Right then, countless bolts of tribulation light began to fire down incessantly. The two sacred ground lords began to panic. "This is bad. The evil god is using us. He's forcing us to strike, so we'll draw the destructive tribulation light onto ourselves. And while we're being destroyed, he'll take the chance to step onto the Ascension Platform." The evil god laughed with satisfaction as his plan fell into place. Thousands of bolts of tribulation light rained down, synchronized with the evil god's attacks. The two sacred ground lords looked at the approaching tribulation in utter helplessness. Brother, what do we do? It seems there's no escaping our fate this time. Suddenly, Ling Mi appeared, holding the artifact Lee Fan had given her. She shouted loudly, "Everyone, please enter the palace to take shelter." Immediately, all the Supremes and the two sacred ground lords rushed into the heavenly palace. As Yuan Yang stepped inside, his jaw dropped in shock. What kind of palace is this? Why do I feel so insignificantly small in here? Ling Xiao looked around, dazed, observing every detail. The Dao rhyme here is immense, and there's fire attribute spiritual energy everywhere. Could this be a true immortal artifact? Outside, the bolts of tribulation light were being shattered one after another by the heavenly palace. Yuan Yang looked out, his face full of excitement. Just what kind of treasure is this? It can actually block the heavenly tribulation. This is it. This is definitely an immortal artifact. Ling Mi cupped her hands in a respectful greeting. Everyone, the tribulation light has been broken. We can go out now and kill the evil god. Elder Yuan Yang looked intently at Ling Mi. I've long heard that the kingdom of Hua had the backing of a peerless master. Seeing this now, it truly is an eye-opening experience. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Mi and smiled eagerly. If I may be so bold to ask, has that great master already achieved immortality? The two sacred ground supremes thought to themselves. Become an immortal? That man could probably kill immortal-level beings without even lifting a finger. A girl named Jiang Shui suddenly stepped forward to speak. Miss, where did you get this divine palace? Could you let me take a closer look? When the two sacred ground lords saw Jiang Shui, they felt a terrifying surge of energy. That aura is horrifying. She might be a supreme being beyond the ordinary. This feeling is no weaker than that of the evil god. She must be at the half-immortal realm. Elder Luo Ming stepped forward and bowed. Absolutely not. This is an immortal artifact. It cannot be lent out so easily. Lenny spoke up as well. A senior gave this item to me. Jiang Shui bowed with sincere respect. Don't worry. I wouldn't dare offend the master of such an artifact. Ling Mi presented the artifact, and Jiang Shui observed it with intense focus. After a moment, Jiang Shui stepped onto the stairs of the ascension platform. Such a miraculous immortal artifact truly makes one envious. The ascension platform offers a great destiny, but it is also incredibly dangerous. I was going to advise you all to retreat, but since you have such a master backing you, on second thought, I doubt anything will go wrong. If I have the chance after ascending, I will surely pay my respects to the master of this divine palace. Having said that, Jiang Shui slowly climbed the stairs toward the ascension platform. The countless supremes below cheered in unison. The tribulation light has vanished. We can approach it now. The destiny of the immortal path. We can reach it too. Evil God, today we follow Senior Li's will and purge a menace like you for the sake of the Huan Tian realm. The evil god turned back and shouted, I'm only one step away from becoming an immortal. Who could possibly stop me now? Jiang Shui spoke up coldly. Then it seems you know nothing of that senior's power. At that moment, the evil god's body began to be cleansed by a radiant light. I don't care. I've reached the ascension platform. I am an immortal. Do you really think you can kill an immortal? Ha ha. The spiritual energy in my body is already transforming into immortal qi. Yuan Yang looked toward the evil god in shock and shouted, the immortal path can purge anything. He's actually becoming an immortal. Jiang Shui, also being cleansed by the light, looked intently at Ling Mi. Miss, my name is Jiang Shui. Please pass a message to that senior for me. I am willing to serve as a vanguard for him. Simultaneously, all the supremes present who wished to ascend flew toward the platform. Even the evil god can become an immortal? Is the path to the immortal realm really that open to everyone? This is the greatest opportunity in 1,000 years. Finally, the heavens have not forsaken us cultivators. Tian Yu stared at the evil god with concern. Sister, what do we do? That evil god is about to complete his ascension. Ling Ni also fixed her gaze on the evil god. I believe Senior Li has already made arrangements. Even if he becomes an immortal, he is nothing compared to the senior. The evil god was now ecstatic. I'm almost there. I can feel the immortal aura coursing through my veins. Suddenly, a figure appeared on a nearby cloud and spoke with a booming voice. The fish has taken the bait. It's time to reel it in. The figure above jerked the rod, and a surge of spiritual energy followed the line, being ruthlessly absorbed. The evil god let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Why is the spiritual energy in my body depleting so fast? No, no, who the hell are you? Why are you trying to destroy me? Xiang Shui looked up, her expression tightening with unease. This isn't a fortuitous encounter at all. It's a trap. The immortal stage was established by the immortal realm itself. Aren't you afraid of their divine retribution for doing this? The old man above stared down at Xiang Shui with a grotesque, twisted grin. Once all the insects in this world are transformed into my puppets, the physical world will become nothing more than a plaything. Idiots. They'll be so much easier to manipulate once they're mindless. Ha ha ha. This army will completely conquer the southern borders of the immortal realm. The old man yanked the rod again and burst into a maniacal laugh. It's back. It has finally returned. Xiang Shui didn't hesitate. She gathered every ounce of her strength. Unleashing her full power, she activated the heavenly blood ascension. Suddenly, the primordial spirit of an immortal manifested and spoke. Who dares to interfere with the ascension stage of the lower realm? Xiang Shui urgently called out to the immortal. This old man set a trap beneath the stage to slaughter us. Please, great immortal, deliver justice. The immortal's primordial spirit turned its gaze toward the old man. Who are you? Why have you plotted such treachery beneath the ascension stage? Are you truly seeking to challenge the order of our world? The vicious old man let out a roar of contempt. A mere nameless minor immortal thinks he's worthy of representing the immortal realm? You're nothing but a flickering shadow of a low-ranking deity. How dare you act so arrogant? The old man manifested his true form and obliterated the primordial spirit with a single, crushing punch. My tree self is here. No matter how many spirits you summon, none are a match for me. You little brats, if you have any more tricks left, show them to me now. Xiang Shui bit her lip, her voice trembling with frustration. Good God, how can such a monster even become an immortal? Is this really the end for the cultivation foundation of our southern territory? The immortal realm and the Black Hand have both appeared. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Linger began to unroll the Dharma treasure scroll Senior Lee had given her. Senior Lee was prepared for this all along. I thought Senior wanted me to execute the evil god. But I see it now. Senior's real target was that immortal. Countless paintings by Lee Fan began to unfurl across the sky, surrounding the immortal. The old immortal's eyes widened in shock as he looked toward the heavens. A massive, divine sword descended before him, radiating a blinding aura and wreathed in celestial energy. What on earth is this? Linger stepped forward slowly and shouted with authority. Kneel. Submit to the Tao of Senior Lee. The old immortal spun around and screamed back. I'm a true immortal. Who could possibly possess the power to make me kneel? Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure crashed down, forcing him violently to his knees. A bolt of sword intent slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves through the entire ascension stage. The single sword suppressing the southern heavens manifested from Lee Fan's painting. With a single strike, the immortal was erased, vanishing like mist. Unable to withstand the power, the evil god also began to dissipate into nothingness. Xiang Shui cried out in pure relief and joy. When the true Tao appears, all ghosts and demons are swept away. Meanwhile, within the southern border of the immortal realm, a young immortal stood alone, fighting a desperate battle against a demonic army. Standing in the center of the battlefield, the young immortal gasped for air, his body covered in wounds. Is there truly no one willing to send reinforcements to the southern border? The people here are about to be slaughtered by these demons, and yet those high and mighty immortal lords just turn a blind eye. Is it because our generation's Sword Tao Immortal King defeated them all back then? The young immortal scanned his surroundings, looking for any sign of hope. Immortal King, why haven't you come yet? Left with no other choice, he let out a final, desperate cry. Suddenly, a flash of sword intent swept across the horizon, annihilating the demon horde in a single stroke. Tears welled in his eyes, overflowing with happiness. We're saved. It's the Immortal King. You haven't abandoned your people after all. Back at the ascension stage on Mount Changli, Linger reached out to retrieve the treasure. The immortal's blood is shed, and the quasi-immortal kneels in worship, such is the power of Senior Lee's painting. Everyone present immediately bowed down in deep respect. We humble cultivators pay our respects to the goddess. Linger looked at the crowd and spoke calmly. Please stand up. This was all the work of Senior Lee's painting. I am merely a messenger following his will. Xiang Shui stepped forward to address her. Executing a true immortal and shattering the darkness of the South, such legendary power and courage. Xiang Shui bowed deeply with her hands clasped. Goddess, would it be possible for me to pay my respects to the senior in person? The others nearby quickly joined in. Goddess, if it's at all possible, we would also like to meet the senior just once. These were the lords of the sacred lands, including a woman who was a top-tier quasi-immortal. Linger glanced over at Tianxiang. Tianxiang, what do you think about this? Tianxiang paused for a moment before speaking. Senior prefers peace and quiet. He lives the life of a simple mortal. I don't think he wants to be disturbed. However, we could go back and ask for his permission first. The two old lords of the great sacred lands were overjoyed. Of course. Someone of his stature is a transcendent master. We are more than willing to wait. Old Yuan Yang, holding a flask, spoke up. Emissaries, this land is now soaked with the blood of a true immortal, a peerless treasure. Would it be all right if we collected just a little bit of it? Linger nodded, seeing no reason to refuse. Yuan Yang turned to look at Old Ling Chao. Brother, aren't you going to take some for yourself? Old Ling Chao chuckled. Indeed, for a quasi-immortal, using the blood of a true immortal for refinement. Who knows? It might even provide the chance to ascend to immortality directly. Xiang Shui stood to the side, lost in thought. I have witnessed the true, supreme, heavenly Tao. All other paths now seem like mere dust. Suddenly, two powerful streaks of energy shot across the sky. The two lords of the sacred lands shouted out in alarm. What on earth is that thing? Hurry, protect the emissaries. After observing for a moment, the two old men suddenly realized, wait, aren't these the brush and zither of the immortal of three perfections? Word has it that after his ascension, he didn't take his immortal artifacts to the immortal realm. Instead, he left them in the Shintian realm for future generations. Jiang Shui stared intently at the two artifacts. No wonder the Holy Land of three perfections from the Central Plains mobilized their forces to the southern region. This was the reason all along. The scene shifts. Atop a banner, a scout bird chirps incessantly. A man sitting atop his mount speaks. The Holy Land of three perfections has come for revenge. The one who harmed our two supremes. Is he just up ahead? An attendant speaks. Sect Master, the two supremes, Tai Ming and Shi Tai, met their end in that mountain village ahead. Meanwhile, Tianxiang and Linger have already led several supremes from the ascension platform back to the courtyard. The two elderly supremes stand behind them, gazing intently at the calligraphy scroll hanging by the entrance. Reflect and learn? These three words contain a multitude of different Taoist laws. Jiang Shui also gazes at the calligraphy, lost in thought. To learn without reflection is a waste, but to reflect without learning is dangerous. It's just like a single sword strike pressing down on the south, matchless and unpredictable. Such overbearing power. It's filled with the profound and cryptic wisdom of the Tao. Tianxiang steps forward and knocks on the door. Senior Lee, are you home? Lee Fan, sitting inside and enjoying a peaceful moment, speaks up. I'm here. Come on in. Seeing Linger and Tianxiang, Lee Fan asks, did everything go smoothly? I hope taking my calligraphy and paintings to such a big place for an exhibition and auction wasn't a total bust. Linger and Tianxiang quickly bow. Thanks to your calligraphy and paintings, Senior, everything went perfectly. In fact, we brought back these two items specifically for you. The moment Nanfeng sees them, she gasps, her hand slipping and snapping a zither string. This is... Lee Fan notices and turns to her, puzzled. What's wrong? Do they look familiar? Nanfeng and Zi Ling step forward, looking at Lee Fan. These are the zither and brush that belong to our founder. We've been searching for them ever since the founder left 1,000 years ago. We searched the Holy Land for countless years, but never found a trace. Lee Fan looks thoughtfully at the zither. So they're 1,000-year-old antiques, huh? Wow, they must be worth a fortune. It looks like Hua Linger's business is really picking up if she's bringing me antiques as gifts. In that case, thank you, Lady Linger. Nan Feng, Ziling. If these two items share a destiny with you, then you should be the ones to have them. Even if they're 1,000 years old, the design and craftsmanship actually look pretty ordinary. Nan Feng and Ziling are utterly stunned. You're giving them to us? These are immortal artifacts. Our master is way too generous. Both are overcome with excitement and joy. Thank you. Thank you so much, master. Tianxiang steps forward to speak. By the way, senior, there are a few others outside who are involved in this matter. They wish to pay their respects. Would you be willing to see them? Lee Fan strokes his chin, lost in thought. I did give Hua Linger and the others my calligraphy and paintings. The exhibition must have drawn quite a bit of attention. I guess I'm making a name for myself now. All right, show them in. Tianxiang rushes back to the gate. You three, Senior Lee has agreed to see you. Jiang Shui enters the courtyard, her eyes fixed on Lee Fan. Is this the supreme path of immortality? The moment the two holy lords enter, their eyes are drawn to everything in the yard. This pressure is terrifying. It feels like every corner of this place is filled with unfathomable power. I feel like a mere ant standing in a divine realm. There is so much wonder hidden here. Lee Fan is startled when Jiang Shui suddenly drops to the ground in a formal bow. Young lady, what is this? Holy crap, what's with this rhythm? She just met me and she's already on her knees? Are all these art enthusiasts this dramatic? Then, the two old men also kneel before Lee Fan. Lee Fan feels awkward and flustered. You three flatter me. I've only mastered a few minor crafts. There's no need for such grand gestures. Please stand up. Tianxiang and Linger are stunned, thinking to themselves. These three are the top powerhouses of the Xiantian realm. One is a quasi-immortal and two are holy lords. Old Yuan Yang speaks. Senior, your calligraphy holds the power of creation itself. It is only right that we bow. Meeting you today, even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. Jiang Shui bows again. Senior, may I stay by your side to hear your teachings on the Tao? Lee Fan stands frozen, his mind racing. Another one wanting to be a disciple? I'm really not interested. This place is already cramped enough. Tianxiang walks up to Lee Fan's side. Senior, she went above and beyond to help us this time. She even gave up a massive opportunity just for the chance to seek your guidance. Lee Fan looks at Jiang Shui, feeling conflicted. It seems this girl is a bit of a blockhead too. I'm not taking on any disciples for now. However, considering your unwavering dedication, I can answer one question for you. Is there something you wish to ask? Jiang Shui is taken aback, her thoughts racing. To receive an answer from a figure like this is an incredible opportunity. What should I ask? I have to think this through very carefully. Lee Fan places a hand on Jiang Shui's shoulder. Don't be so nervous. Our meeting was fated. Just ask whatever is on your mind. Haha, I used to feel the same way back when I was a student. Whenever I wanted to ask a teacher something, I'd overthink it, always worried they'd think I was an idiot. Jiang Shui looks up at Lee Fan, her voice hesitant. Then if I may be so bold, I would like to ask Senior. Senior, what is an immortal? Lee Fan fell into a deep silence after hearing the question. An immortal? I'm not even a cultivator myself. What she's really asking about must be the higher realms of calligraphy and painting. A heavy silence hung over the group for a long while. Finally, Lee Fan spoke. An immortal is found in all living things. A blade of grass, a grain of sand, a single cicada, everything is immortal. To the naked eye, nature is everywhere, and it all seems ordinary. But true transcendence, the true essence of an immortal, is hidden within that very ordinariness. If you want to understand white, you must first understand black. If you want to understand right, you must first understand wrong. And if you want to understand the immortal, you must first understand the ordinary. Hua Tuet stared at Lee Fan, lost in deep thought. Is this why Senior has chosen to hide himself within the mundane world? Ever since I became a quasi-immortal, I've stayed hidden within the mystic ice, waiting for my chance to ascend. I thought that was the only way to nurture a pure, jade-like immortal heart. Could it be that I've been on the wrong path all this time? A sudden realization washed over Hua Tuet, and her entire spirit felt lighter and more at ease. Lee Fan looked intently at Hua Tuet. This is exactly why I've always had Zi Ling practice by drawing eggs. Whether it's calligraphy or painting, You can only truly enter the great Tao once you see through the underlying laws of all things. Only then can everything become part of your art. Having reached enlightenment, Hua Tuet bowed repeatedly in respect. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lee Fan waved his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was nothing really. Come now, don't just stand there. It just so happens a few peaches in the garden have ripened over the last few days. Let me go pick some treat you all. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Those peaches? Is he really going to share them with us? The flat peaches of immortality? Is that really a flat peach tree? Treasures like that should only exist in the immortal realm. And now, we actually have a chance to taste them. Old Ling Xiao panicked, pointing frantically toward the table. Look, they're already taking their seats. Hurry, we need to find a spot before they're all gone. A moment later, Lee Fan brought out a tray of peaches, each one overflowing with spiritual energy. I grew these peaches myself. This is the first time the tree has borne fruit. I'm not sure how they taste, so please give them a try. The group shouted in unison. Thank you, Senior Lee. Our deepest thanks, Senior. Lee Fan was caught completely off guard by their intensity. It's just a tray of peaches. Why are they making such a big deal out of it? A tree planted by a man of his stature, even a single pit or a piece of skin dropped into the outside world, would cause an earth-shattering catastrophe. The group began to eat, their faces filled with pure, ecstatic joy. After a while, old Yuan Yang turned to Ling Xiao. Brother, I have actually ascended to the rank of quasi-immortal. Ling Xiao replied, his voice brimming with happiness. Me too. From sovereign to quasi-immortal. We've finally crossed that threshold. We truly owe this all to Senior Lee for bestowing such blessings and opportunities upon us. The rhythm of the Tao flowed through them as the immortal Qi transformed into profound laws. Suddenly, an icy aura erupted from Hua Tuet. Shimmering light enveloped her, and in an instant, she broke through to become a true immortal. The two old holy lords of the sacred ground were stunned. She became an immortal. The profound heaven realm hasn't seen an immortal in 1,000 years. He just casually handed out some peaches and turned her into an immortal. Senior Lee is truly far too generous. As Lee Fan stood off to the side, lost in thought, Hua Tuet approached him. Without warning, she dropped to her knees and prostrated herself on the ground. Hua Tuet, will never forget this immense kindness, Senior. Startled, Lee Fan rushed over to help her up. It was just a few peaches, it's no big deal. Please, stand up. The two holy lords spoke up next. Senior, now that this matter is settled, do you have any further instructions for us? Even if we have to walk through fire and brimstone, if you give the word, we will never refuse. Lee Fan scratched his head, feeling bashful. You're being far too polite. I'm afraid things like this will be happening a lot more often. This is only the beginning. For now, just look out for Tianyu and the others for me. Lee Fan grew pensive. Mu Tianyu's group has it so rough. They're practically on the verge of becoming beggars. And Hua Linger's background is so tragic. I can't bear to see them like that. I'll help them as much as I can. Old Ling Xiao grew serious as he listened. Things like this will happen a lot more? Does he mean that more sovereigns and quasi-immortals will be plotting against the Southern Realm? It seems so. I fear Senior Lee's chessboard hasn't even reached the endgame yet. He said we'd run into these problems again, and that we should look to Tianyu when that time comes. Suddenly, the voices of the Triple Excellence Sacred Ground echoed from outside. The Triple Excellence Sacred Ground of the Central Provinces has arrived. Old Ling Xiao looked toward the sound, his face full of worry. The Triple Excellence people are here. Lee Fan frowned. That art association is back again? Haven't they given up yet? This Triple Excellence Sacred Ground is getting way too loud and annoying. I can understand them being angry since Nanfeng and Ling took their resources, but this is the second time already. I wonder when this will ever end. Standing nearby, Nanfeng was shaken by what she heard. Loud and annoying? If Senior Lee is saying things like that, then a great calamity is about to fall upon the Triple Excellence Sacred Ground. Hua Tuet spoke up immediately. Senior, let me deal with these flies and pests for you right away. Lee Fan thought to himself. Well, Hua Tuet and Ling Xiao have their own organizations and influence out there. Their connections are bound to be extensive. Maybe they can handle this more easily than I can. All right, I'll leave it to you then. I really don't want to deal with those people anymore. Ling stared at Nanfeng. Sister, How could the triple excellence sacred ground be so foolish? Nanfeng was completely stunned. After hearing Lee Fan's words, it felt as though the triple excellence sacred ground was on the brink of total annihilation. The Holy Lord of Triple Excellence stepped forward and roared, "All of you come out and meet your deaths." High in the sky, Elder Ling Chao and Yuan Yang have taken the field, shouting, "Shut your mouth." The Holy Lord of the Three Supremes Sacred Ground spoke up. "So, it is my two fellow brothers, Ling Chao and Yuan Yang. It's been a long time." Yuan Yang glared toward the Three Supremes Sacred Ground. "Do you think you're even worthy of speaking to the two of us? Out of respect for our past acquaintance, order all your sovereigns to cripple their own cultivation and kneel to confess their sins right now. Perhaps then, a few seeds of the Three Supremes Sacred Ground might be spared." Elder Ling Chao shouted aggressively. "Who exactly are you calling your fellow brother?" The Holy Lord of the Three Supremes Sacred Ground remained smug, staring down the two holy lords opposite him. "My two brothers, those wicked brats from that tiny little sect, are intentionally framing my sacred ground. I wonder if you two are involved, or if you've simply come here for the immortal artifacts of my Three Supremes Patriarch." Elder Ling Chao burst into laughter. "Ha ha! What the hell are immortal artifacts worth? You have committed a heinous crime. Truly ignorant. Zhangsun Lianqing, if you were just plotting to seize artifacts or climb the immortal ascension platform, we might have let it slide. But you have done the unthinkable, using Senior Lee's name as an excuse for your actions. And now, you dare to insult Senior Lee right here? Don't blame us for wiping your sacred ground off the face of the earth." Lianqing was stunned, thinking to himself, "Senior? Someone who can make two great holy lords call him Senior. Could there be some peerless master hidden in the southern region?" Old man Lianqing erupted with spiritual power, flying into the air with a loud laugh. "Huh, you talk big about destroying my Three Supremes Sacred Ground. But what exactly do you two have to back that up? I am already a quasi-immortal, who in the profound heaven realm could possibly be my match." Ling Chao stared intently at Lianqing. "No wonder you swaggered out of the central province. So you've neared the level of a quasi-immortal. I suppose that's why you're so desperate for those two artifacts, the brush and the zither. Pure, arrogant delusion." With those words, the two holy lords soared high into the sky. "But sorry to break it to you, the two of us also just broke through a few minor realms." Lianqing gasped in shock. Quasi-immortal? How? How can both of you be quasi-immortals? I was clearly supposed to be the strongest existence among all the holy lords in the profound heaven realm. Ling Chao glared at Lianqing. "With the backing of that senior, reaching the quasi-immortal stage was effortless for us." Yuan Yang added his voice. "You likely know that the two girls, Nanfeng and Ziling, were also taken in as disciples by the senior. Such a divine destiny. It's enough to make even me envious. Yet you chose to come here and cause trouble, becoming a thorn in Senior Lee's side. You disturbed his disciples and even branded those two young girls as traitors. This is a grave insult to Senior Lee. Therefore, today, the Three Supremes' sacred ground must be destroyed." Lianqing gritted his teeth in a fit of rage. No, I've spent my entire life planning this. How can I accept defeat now?" Lianqing raised his hand, condensing spiritual energy as he roared. "I refuse to believe I'll lose. Today, if a god blocks me, I'll kill the god. If Buddha blocks me, I'll kill the Buddha. Even if you two are quasi-immortals, you cannot stop me." The two holy lords watched from below. "Is that immortal chi?" Elder Ling Chao spoke up. "No, it's still a bit short of true immortal chi." Lianqing, clutching his divine weapon, lunged forward to attack the two holy lords. Suddenly, Jiang Shui entered the fray, delivering a sharp flick to Lianqing's face while shouting, "Shut your noisy trap." With just a flick of her finger, Lianqing was sent crashing straight into the ground. Jiang Shui continued coldly, "With people like this, just killing them is enough. Why waste your breath? Senior has already spoken. The Three Supremes' sacred ground shall no longer exist in this world." Lianqing lay slumped on the ground, gravely wounded and in agony. An immortal? Why would an immortal follow the orders of some senior? Just what kind of master is he? Struggling to move, old man Lianqing desperately tried to write a few strokes with his brush. No, The three supremes' sacred ground cannot fall by my hand. I cannot become the eternal sinner of this sect. Zhongsun Lianqing, ninth generation Holy Lord of the Three Supremes' sacred ground, begs the Patriarch to descend and protect our sanctuary. A violent gale suddenly erupted following Lianqing's plea. The primordial spirit of the Three Supremes, immortal, manifested, speaking solemnly. 1,000 years after I ascended to immortality, is the legacy I left behind finally being destroyed. Seeing his savior, Lianqing laughed hysterically. Ha ha, my Patriarch is here. Who can possibly destroy the Three Supremes' sacred ground now? Who could ever destroy us? Ha, the Patriarch lives. The Three Supremes' sacred ground lives forever. Jiang Shui stepped forward and spoke out. Today, it wouldn't matter even if your true body came, let alone a mere avatar. The Three Supremes immortal stood facing Jiang Shui. I never thought that 1,000 years after I enter the immortal realm, someone else would achieve immortality through the righteous path. It seems I am not so alone after all. But tell me, why must you hunt down and destroy my Three Supremes' sacred ground? Jiang Shui replied, it was he who brought this disaster upon the sacred ground himself. Terrified, Lianqing kept crying out for the Patriarch. The Three Supremes immortal spoke pensively to Jiang Shui. I see. In that case, there is nothing more to say. I originally left those two immortal artifacts in the profound heaven realm to be passed down to future generations. I never expected them to cause such a massive upheaval. Furthermore, I'm quite curious about the person backing you. Who exactly are they? Jiang Shui spoke with a blank expression. I'm afraid neither you nor I have the right to even ask that. The Three Supremes immortal laughed loudly. Ha ha, my true body has broken through to the immortal realm. Even a powerhouse descending from above wouldn't necessarily have the right to talk to me like that. The Patriarch frowned and shouted. I still want to see exactly what kind of background he has. Ling Chao was furious, shouting at the top of his lungs. How dare you disrespect the senior? Fairy Jiang Shui, please stop him. Jiang Shui stood still, deep in thought. No need. If Senior Lee had any killing intent, this man would have died from a single glance. Do not forget, Senior Lee's two disciples are, in a way, closely connected to the Three Supremes' sacred ground. Yuan Yang stood beside her, hesitating. That's true. Is this the perspective of an immortal? It truly is far beyond my reach. Back at Lee Fan's small courtyard in the mountain village. As he reached the gate, the immortal of Three Extremes was instantly captivated by the calligraphy hanging there. How? How is this even possible? To think I could learn just by observing. A single stroke contains an entire heaven. The great Tao within is clearly the profound mystery of enlightenment. Inside, Lee Fan was lost in a melodic tune, fully immersing himself in the music. The immortal of Three Extremes could also feel this peerless melody. This is my peerless zither, so why? How can it produce such divine music? This is the rhythm of the Tao. This is the Tao itself. The immortal of Three Extremes cried out in utter helplessness. Outside, old man Lianqing continued to howl. Grand Patriarch, avenge us. Please get revenge for us. The sacred land of Three Extremes has never suffered such a massive humiliation before. He even showed such disrespect toward you. You absolutely cannot just stand by and watch. Please, Grand Patriarch, take action. The immortal of Three Extremes turned his head and prepared to leave the village. Take action? Tell me, who in this world has the right to lift a finger against Senior? Only now do I truly understand what the real great Tao looks like. What a pity that 1,000 years of cultivation are worth nothing more than common dirt. Old man Ling Xiao felt a spark of curiosity. Just what on earth did he see in there? Jiang Shui calmly watched the immortal of Three Extremes departing figure. To be able to kneel and bow before Senior Lee is his greatest honor. If he had come here directly for a chance to see him, his cultivation would have instantly reached a much higher level. Lianqing slumped to the ground in total despair. It's over, it's all over. What kind of peerless master did I actually provoke using the name of a sacred land? The immortal of Three Extremes stood before them. Jiang Shui gave a formal salute. The sacred land of Three Extremes has offended Senior this time. Are there any instructions? Jiang Shui looked intently at the immortal of Three Extremes. He said, He no longer wishes to see the sacred land of three extremes exist. The immortal of three extremes immediately turned to look at Lianxing and his group. There is no escaping today's catastrophe. If I am the one to end you, you might still have a chance at reincarnation. Consider this my final act of kindness toward you. Then, with a wave of his hand, the immortal of three extremes summoned a vortex of fire, reducing everything to ash and dust. It all started because of your greed. That zither was originally meant for you younger generations. But you didn't know what was good for you and dragged the entire sect down this path. I will ensure you die a death beyond any hope of reincarnation. With a single punch, the immortal of three extremes shattered Lianxing's soul and body, making him vanish like smoke. The immortal of three extremes then turned back to salute Jiang Shui. Please tell Xiling and Nanfeng that from this day forward, as long as they agree, they shall be the masters of the sacred land of three extremes. It is a shame I was born in the wrong era and never had the chance to follow and learn from such a peerless powerhouse. My life is truly full of regrets. Old man Ling Chao and Yuan Yang watched the immortals back with somber expressions. To think the most prominent sacred land in Central Heaven was completely destroyed, just like that. Senior hasn't even appeared before the saints yet, and the entire world has already changed because of it. Jiang Shui spoke up, looking dazed. Remember Senior's words. The matter of the immortal ascension platform is only the first step. The destiny Senior bestowed upon us isn't for us to take without giving back. A pawn is just a pawn. Scene changes to the world tree's canopy. Under the canopy, a group of cultivators was deep in discussion. One of them spoke up. The world tree of this era has taken root in the southern region. Zhang Xian has already headed that way. He will use Mount Chongli and the immortal ascension platforms of those sects to move beyond the world tree's reach and slaughter all the powerful experts. This way, the very roots of the world tree will surely be shaken. Based on the timing, it's time for us to make our move as well. We must strike simultaneously to tear out the roots of every domain. The world tree will be forced to reveal itself, and that will be our chance to seize it. Meanwhile, in the distant western desert, an old master was traveling across the vast wasteland. Master, the North Star's sacred land of the God Realm, and the Xianyuan clan of the Eastern Barrens have both been wiped out. Is the great calamity of the Huantian realm finally upon us? The old master looked ahead and spoke. Let's go. We're almost at Lane Temple. The great virtuous one of Lane will tell us everything. That's impossible. According to the route, we should have reached Lane Temple by now. The young cultivator suddenly noticed something and pointed ahead. Master, look, that's the Buddha beast finial from the roof of Lane Temple. The old master looked on solemn. The Lane Buddha beast, in all of the western desert, there's only one such statue, and it sits atop the main hall of Lane Temple, receiving the worship of the entire world. Could it be? He collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the Buddha beast. Lane Temple has been buried right beneath our feet. Both sat in the middle of the vast desert, consumed by despair. This place is the main hall of Lane Temple. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang were receiving a constant stream of messages. The North Star's sacred land in the northern region has been destroyed. Lane Temple in the western desert has been buried in the wasteland. It no longer exists in this world. The Xianyuan clan in the Eastern Barrens has been completely wiped out. Their spirit vein is gone, and not a single soul survived. The Taiwa sacred land in Central Heaven has also completely vanished from the Huantian realm. Nothing remains but a desolate wasteland. Brother, it's terrifying. I never expected Senior Lee's words to come true so quickly. Has our Saintess, Mu Tianyu, arrived yet? After a moment, Linger and Tianxiang arrived to pay their respects to Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang. Linger looked intently at old man Yuan Yang. We've also heard some news from the Fire Kingdom. People are saying that more than 4 sacred lands have been wiped out. Old Tianxiang looked worried. To be precise, 12 sacred lands have been destroyed. In the entire Huantian realm, there are no more than 20 major sacred lands. And now, more than half of them have been annihilated. Jiang Shui was extremely anxious about the current situation. I never thought the Huantian realm would face such a disaster one day. Our southern region might be the only safe haven left in the entire world. Old man Yuan Yang quickly spoke up. I invited you 2 saints here just to ask if Senior Lee has given any instructions. Old Ling Xiao added, sounding equally worried. Exactly. The southern region is only this stable because Senior Lee is watching over it. At this point, perhaps only Senior Lee can save the Huantian realm. Tianxiang looked toward the two sacred lords and spoke. Senior Lee hasn't given us any direct orders, but perhaps we should invite the cultivators from other realms to seek refuge here. Otherwise, none of them will survive. Linger nodded in agreement with Tian Yu. I support Tian Yu's proposal to expand the Southern Territory's borders. Providing a sanctuary for so many cultivators might not be the safest move, but it is the right thing to do. Besides, I believe the reason Senior Lee favors us is because of our kindness, and because of Tian Xing's pure heart. The two old holy lords also voiced their full support. The holy maidens are right. We cannot simply close our gates to the rest of the world. Our two holy lands will immediately announce this to the outside world. Tell them the Southern Territory is the only pure land left, and they are welcome to seek refuge here. As soon as the message went out, countless airships from various holy lands set sail for the Southern Territory. Meanwhile, back at the World Tree, one of the invaders stepped forward. What the hell is going on? Why can't we get inside yet? We've slaughtered over half of the top cultivators in the profound sky realm. The roots of the World Tree are literally soaked in blood. Under these conditions, the World Tree shouldn't be staying this calm. It seems this tree is a lot tougher than we anticipated. Maybe we should just destroy it directly. Another man nodded repeatedly and spoke up. That's not right. The people in this world are only at the immortal level. Something must have happened. Why hasn't Zhongxian returned yet? Could something be wrong in the Southern Territory? A subordinate came running, shouting at the top of his lungs. Sir, disaster has struck. Zhongxian is dead. The leader turned around, his face a mask of shock. In the profound sky realm, an immortal is invincible, let alone a true immortal like Zhongxian. How is this even possible? The subordinate produced a handful of soil stained with Zhongxian's blood. I found Zhongxian's blood on the ground at the Southern Territory's ascension platform. Judging by these traces, his life force was completely drained, and his soul was scattered to the winds. The leader narrowed his eyes. To be killed at the ascension platform. The only real danger is being discovered by the immortal domain. Following the immortal lord's orders, we've already wiped out over a dozen holy lands. It's inevitable that the immortal realm would notice. We need to pause and investigate this thoroughly. It seems the pests of the profound sky realm are all flocking to the Southern Territory for safety. If they're all in one place, they'll be easier to crush. Luo Ming, take 2 men and exterminate those pests. Go to the Immortal Lord and have him check if there's any movement from the Immortal Domain. Su Sui's eyes scanned the horizon. This world is starting to get interesting. Back at Li Fan's small courtyard, Linger and Tian Xing arrived once again to pay their respects to Li Fan. Li Fan looked at Linger and gave a warm smile. How have you been lately? Linger bowed respectfully. Senior, within the past month, the Western Desert, the Northern Territory, and the Eastern Wasteland have all been hit by disasters. So many people have died. Li Fan looked around and sighed to himself. Disasters, huh? First an earthquake here at Mount Li, and now the rest of the profound sky realm is falling apart. The profound sky realm is really going through it. After a moment of thought, Li Fan spoke up. Are those disasters the same as the one we had here? Linger felt a spark of excitement. As expected, Senior Li knew all about it beforehand. Tian Xing watched Li Fan intently. Senior Li, Tian Xing suggested to Seniors Lang Xiao and Yuan Yang that we should take in the refugees from other regions. I didn't do the wrong thing, did I? Li Fan smiled kindly at Tian Xing. Of course not. Having a good heart and doing the right thing is never wrong. You have a very kind soul. Just remember to help within your means. Don't push yourself beyond your limits, and you'll be fine. Suddenly, the system notification rang out. New quest. Recruit 10 disciples at once and teach them various survival skills. Help them earn a living during these chaotic times. Li Fan stared at the system screen, lost in thought. The system wants me to recruit disciples again? Maybe the situation out there is so bad the system is forcing me to help more people. But the skills. I'm supposed to teach 10 disciples different things? My skills are a mess. I'm okay at music and painting, I guess. But what about the other odd jobs? Postpartum sow care? Vegetable crossbreeding techniques? The 14-hammer forging method? Who the hell will want to learn that stuff? Recruiting 10 disciples like this is going to be harder than moving a mountain. Li Fan turned his gaze back to Linger. Wait, My resources in this small village are limited. But Linger and the others are out there meeting people every day. They have wide connections. I could ask them for help. No, that won't work. In their eyes, I'm some sort of grandmaster. I need to keep my cool and act the part. Linger blinked, looking at Lee Fan curiously. Senior, why are you staring at me like that? Lee Fan let out a boisterous laugh. Ha ha. While I was thinking, Linger blushed, looking at Lee Fan shyly. Whatever you require, Senior, I will do my best to fulfill it. Lee Fan continued. Right, well, it's like this. These are chaotic times. I have a few minor arts I'd like to pass on to some people. However, I've been in this mountain village so long. I don't know much about the world outside anymore. Tian, you gasped in surprise. Senior, are you saying you want to take on disciples? Lee Fan looked steadily at Tian Xing. Indeed, with the world in such a state, I cannot simply sit idle. Tian Xing looked at Lee Fan with pure excitement. Don't you worry, Senior. We will make sure the news of your discipleship spreads across the entire profound sky realm. I believe the finest elites of the Black Heaven realm will all be scrambling for a chance to come here. Tian Xiang thought to herself, how could this truly be just a minor skill? The minor skill seniorly mentioned must be a supreme immortal path that everyone yearns for. Ling Er shook her head repeatedly, lost in thought. Senior doesn't care for the outside world, yet he still worries about the people. He prioritizes the salvation of all living souls. Lee Fan gazed ahead, deep in thought. I blame this disaster. If not for that, how could this system force me to take on disciples? Lee Fan let out a forced cough. Ahem. Let's stay humble. Let things happen naturally. Just let fate decide. It's ridiculous. This is the Black Heaven realm, a place ruled by cultivation. As a mere mortal, how would I dare to be arrogant? Besides, looking back at the skills I can actually teach them, it's honestly quite embarrassing. I'd better just finish the mission quietly. Tian Yu and Ling Er shouted in unison. We understand your meaning, Senior. Please, rest assured, we will definitely give our all to see this through. The scene shifts to the Tai Dain holy ground. At that moment, the two elders nearly coughed up blood upon hearing that Lee Fan was taking on disciples. What? Senior Lee wants to take on disciples? Once this news breaks, it'll cause an absolute uproar. Does Senior Lee have any specific requirements? Ling Er and Tian Xiang relayed Lee Fan's request. Senior Lee said it depends on fate. He wants to keep a low profile, so we shouldn't make too much noise. Yuan Yang stared intently at the two holy maidens. In that case, we can't make a public announcement to the other sects. That would only spark curiosity and disturb Senior Lee's peaceful cultivation. It seems we'll have to use our private channels to leak just a tiny bit of information. If it's truly meant to be, I believe those destined will find this opportunity. Old Yuan Yang and Ling Xiao suddenly hovered closer. Well, do you think I might still have a chance? What about me? Meanwhile, in the distance, a chubby young man was flying on a spiritual sword. What a load of crap. Fated opportunity? It's obviously just a bunch of nonsense legends. And they want me to investigate this? To hell with that. Lu Rang then descended to the ground. I've spent years at the Godsword sect being forced to work as an outer disciple. I'm done serving them. With my skills in growing spiritual plants, is there really no other place for me to settle down? Lu Rang looked up at the sky again. Whose flying ship is that? A true dragon roared. Are those people from the Saint Dragon royal family? I didn't expect such a powerhouse to come to the southern region. What are they doing here? Up on the ship, a subordinate spoke loudly. Your Highness, the Empress instructed us to escort you to Mount Chongli. We have arrived. Suddenly, a loud cry broke out. What do you think you're doing? Lower me down. Mount Chongli is crawling with danger, and you haven't even escorted me inside yet. The people on the ship then callously tossed him down to the ground. Oh, so you do know it's dangerous here? The Empress told us to bring you here, not to throw our lives away with you. Standing behind him, Lu Rang stared at Long Zishuan and thought, is this the abandoned prince of the Saint Dragon royal family? The one with the shattered dragon soul? Long Zishuan quickly turned around and bowed in greeting. I am Long Zishuan of the Saint Dragon Empire. Brother, you carry a sword. May I ask if you are from the Dugu clan? The strength of the Dugu clan is known throughout the Black Heaven realm. If I can befriend a swordsman from the Dugu clan to travel with, I'll be much safer. Lu Rang returned the gesture and spoke to Zishuan. I'm not from the Dugu clan. I'm Lu Rang, an outer disciple of the Godsword sect from the northern region. Long Zixuan began to invite Lu Rang to join him. Brother Lu, there's no telling what lies ahead. Shall we go together? This Mount Chongli is incredibly treacherous. One more person means one more bit of strength. Lu Rang happily agreed. I was thinking the same thing, Brother Long. After a while, Long Zixuan struggled to pull Lu Rang up onto a high tree branch. Brother Lu, are you also here because you heard the rumors of a supreme master taking on disciples? Yeah, but I don't see any master around here, do you? Usually, it's only the unwanted ones who get sent out to be cannon fodder. Don't get me wrong, Brother Long. I was talking about myself being the cannon fodder. Long Zixuan panted heavily. You're a straight shooter, Brother Lu. But what you said applies to me too. As you can see, even though I'm a prince, I was born with a deficient dragon soul. It's nearly impossible for me to cultivate. Back at the palace, everyone calls me a useless waste. I can't even count how many people are just waiting for me to die. Suddenly, Lu Rang spotted something and shouted, Brother Long, look, what's that over there? This place is definitely extraordinary. To remain standing in the middle of such a catastrophe, there must be a master inside. Seeing Long Zixuan about to rush and recklessly, Lu Rang reached out to stop him. We have no idea how deep the secrets of this mountain village go. We can't just barge in. Many restricted areas on Mount Chongli have been destroyed, yet this place remains perfectly intact. This must be a forbidden zone within a forbidden zone. With an air of desperation, Long Zixuan took a step forward. Brother Lu, I might be a prince of the empire, but I've been no better than a cripple for a long time. I've lived a life full of indifference, mockery, and oppression. I'd rather gamble everything on this one chance. You have a point, but if that's a forbidden zone, I can't just stand by. Lu Rang stared blankly at Long Zixuan. Fine, let's gamble everything. You're right. If I die, I die. Brother Long, wait for me. After walking for a bit, Lu Rang saw Zixuan sitting down, staring intently at a puddle. It's just a puddle. Why'd you stop? Lu Rang walked closer to investigate. Why are you stopping for a little water? Zixuan stared at the puddle and spoke. Brother Lu, try taking a sniff. Lu Rang was taken aback and took a deep breath. This puddle, it's filled with spiritual energy. Both of them dove toward the puddle and gulped down several mouthfuls. Ah, so refreshing. Gulp, gulp. If this water were used to refine spiritual medicine, it would be magnificent. An old man ran toward them, shouting loudly. Oh, for heaven's sake, what do you boys think you're doing? Why are you drinking water from there? You boys must be exhausted from your journey, coming from the outside, aren't you? But you can't drink this water. It's not clean. There are people upstream growing vegetables, and they use fertilizer. Long Zixuan's face turned pale as he looked at the old man. Fertilizer? The old man gestured as he walked. You young men are far too careless. Hurry, come inside with me. Lu Rang stared blankly at the old man. Brother Long, what should we do now? Zixuan stared intensely at the old man. We must not disobey a senior's command. Zixuan's eyes widened as he looked at the cane in the old man's hand. Brother Lu, this senior is truly unbelievable. The staff in his hand, its rank seems even higher than the quasi-mortal artifacts in my holy land. This senior might be the legendary master looking for disciples. The old man then scooped up some water with a ladle and spoke. The water over there is dirty. Each of you have a scoop to quench your thirst. Feel free to pick some fruit along the way to eat before you head out. Both of them looked at the water ladle in total shock. What kind of ladle is this? It's clearly a top-tier dragon bone treasure. It surpasses a quasi-immortal artifact. It's being used just to drink water? Spirit herbs. No, these are supreme-grade spirit herbs. Actually, they're even beyond supreme grade. The old man looked at the two young men in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you both just standing there? Suddenly, Zixuan and Lu Rang hurriedly dropped to their knees. Senior, please accept us as your disciples. The old man waved his hand and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. I was wondering why you two came to our little mountain village. So you're here to find a master. You've come to the right place, but you're asking the wrong person. It's not me who's looking for disciples. Zixuan looked intently at the old man. Senior, it isn't you? The old man put his hands behind his back and continued. I don't have the talent to take on disciples. The one taking disciples is Little Lee. To Little Lee, nothing is impossible. He's mastered 18 types of martial arts. He's been helping an old man like me for years. My heavy cane, this water ladle, and many other tools were all made for me by Little Lee. Even the trees in the yard were planted by him. If you can learn even a little bit from Little Lee, It'll be enough to last you a lifetime. Go on, go find little Lee. Zixuan and Lu Rang quickly ran toward Li Fan's house. Such an peerless master is actually someone else? Then just how terrifying must that person be? It's hard to even imagine. This is truly a massive stroke of luck. A divine opportunity. That senior just now had a cultivation level of at least an immortal. An immortal has shown us the way. Lu Rang and Zixuan stared at Li Fan's small courtyard. The senior Li that the immortal spoke of is right ahead. Let's hurry and take this chance to become his disciples before anyone else arrives. Those 3 characters on that calligraphy piece. These 3 words give me an indescribable feeling. It makes you want to just keep staring at them. Zixuan spoke up as well. I feel it too. It's very strange. But these 3 words are even more terrifying than the ones left behind by the immortal ancestor of my dynasty. Ziling looked over curiously. Who are they? The 2 of them then stepped forward to introduce themselves. I am Lu Rang of the Godsword Sect, and this is Long Zixuan of the Sacred Dragon Empire. We have come to seek Senior Li and become his disciples. Ziling looked at Lu Rang and Zixuan with excitement. I didn't expect someone to arrive so quickly. Wait here a moment. I'll go inform my master immediately. Lu Rang and Zixuan watched Ziling's retreating figure in a daze. Is that young girl the disciple of that senior? This senior is truly a great master. That girl is a few years younger than us. Yet she already has the strength of a venerable. Lu Rang was utterly stunned. What? That girl is already a venerable? In my mind, a venerable is an existence on par with immortals. We must show her the utmost respect. A moment later, Ziling walked out excitedly. Master has given you permission to enter the courtyard. As soon as Zixuan stepped inside, he felt the Tao rhyme surrounding him. My dragon soul is trembling and coming back to life. It feels like something here is drawing my dragon soul in. Lu Rang's eyes widened in shock. What kind of treasure tree is this? Compared to this, the supreme spirit herbs of my sect are only fit to be pig feed. The apple tree in that other immortal's yard could never compare to this one. Just what kind of terrifying, peerless master is the owner of this place? Li Fan looked at Lu Rang and Zixuan and spoke cheerfully. What are you 2 just standing there for? It seems the disaster in the outside world is quite serious. Otherwise, why would anyone want to come here to learn such useless things from me? The 2 of them lunged forward and knelt before Li Fan. Senior, please accept us as your disciples. Li Fan hurriedly gestured for them to stop. Don't be like that. Please stand up. Why do you want to take me as your master? You're really here to become my disciples? But taking on disciples isn't something to be done lightly. Quality over quantity. I need to look into this carefully. Suddenly, both of them bolted upright as they felt a massive surge of energy. This power, it's forcing me to stand up. Is this the legendary words following intent? With tears in his eyes, Zixuan spoke to Li Fan. Senior, although I was born into a family with some modest influence, I was never recognized within the clan. This time, I was forced to come to Mount Chongli. I thought I was a dead man for sure. But I never imagined I would stumble into Senior Li Fan's secluded dwelling. Another poor child. Mount Chongli was hit by disaster long ago. Being forced here by his own family, it really is tragic. Lu Rang waved his hands frantically, looking intently at Li Fan. Senior, I want to stay by your side and learn the art of farming and gardening. My only passion in this life is farming. If I could one day grow a tree like that, I could die a happy man. Li Fan looked at Zixuan and Lu Rang with a satisfied smile. You 2, eat and drink as much as you like. Since you've made it here, why don't you just stay? Lu Rang and Zixuan were overcome with joy and excitement. My God, did I hear that right? Tell me I'm not dreaming. We actually did it. We've been accepted as his disciples. Has heaven finally taken pity on us? Li Fan picked up the teapot, poured a few cups, and spoke. All right, come and take a seat. It was a long journey here. You must be exhausted. Have some tea to quench your thirst. Zixuan took a large gulp of the tea, and instantly his dragon soul was jolted awake. The battered dragon soul within my body. It's being completely restored by this spiritual energy. This pond, the pond in this small courtyard is exactly where I'm meant to be. Holding his teacup, Li Fan looked toward Lu Rang with a friendly gaze. I heard you 2 talking earlier. Lu Rang, you want to learn how to farm, right? Lu Rang jumped up, cheering at the top of his lungs. Yes, senior. Master. I want to learn farming. It has been my lifelong dream. Li Fan chuckled softly. Fine then. If that's the case, I shall teach you. A lifelong dream to be a farmer. I have to say, at least that's a goal I can actually help with. If he wanted to learn something more advanced, I honestly wouldn't be able to teach him a thing. Zixian bowed solemnly with his hands clasped. Master, this disciple wishes to spend some time by that pond. Lee Fan glanced over and let out a hearty laugh. Huh, it seems you want to learn how to raise fish then? Fine, I'll teach you that as well. One to help with the crops, and one to tend the fish. Not a bad deal at all. Lee Fan stood up and began to lead the way. All right, you two follow me. I'll show you both the ropes of farming and fish keeping. Non Fang, bring my hu. Lee Fan took a firm grip, with the hoe in hand. Let's go to the vegetable garden. I'll start by teaching Lu Rang how to till the soil. The moment Lu Rang and Zi Xian reached the garden, they froze in shock. Master, calls this a vegetable garden? Good heavens, what kind of place is this? Just who is our master? Lee Fan raised the hoe high. Lu Rang, if you want to farm, the first thing you must master is tilling. Don't assume it's simple. Watch closely. Tilling might be the most basic step, but only when you master it. Can you truly understand how to grow anything? It looks simple, but contains deep truths of the world. Lu Rang bowed hurriedly, his face full of awe. This single strike from Master has opened the path to the Supreme Tao for me. I understand, Master. I will study hard and enter the Great Tao as soon as possible. Lee Fan handed the hoe to Lu Rang and continued. Here, from now on, this hoe is yours to use. Lu Rang gripped the hoe, trembling with pure joy. Lee Fan then led Zi Xian over to the water. Come, let's get you to the pond. I've raised a few types of fish here. Fish keeping is a delicate art. It tempers the soul. If you learn to observe them properly, you'll find a different kind of joy. The most important part of raising fish is knowing how to feed them. Zi Xian looked at Lee Fan's composed demeanor and thought to himself, no wonder my dragon soul started awakening the moment I stepped into this courtyard. I see it now. The things living in this pond are true dragons. The Azure Dragon Empire became a holy land-level power, all because one ancestor gained enlightenment from catching a glimpse of an ancient dragon. And here I am, standing before an entire pond of true dragons. Nan Feng and Zi Ling stood nearby, equally stunned. The creatures Master keeps in this pond really are divine beings. If Master weren't here himself, we'd probably have been killed the moment we looked at them. Zi Xian fell to his knees, kowtowing in deep gratitude. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Seeing this, Lee Fan spoke up. No need for such formalities. Get up. From now on, feeding the fish is your responsibility. His life outside must have been truly miserable. He's working so hard just for a chance to live in my humble little yard. Zi Xian struggled as he looked at the water. I'm too weak. I can't even track the movement patterns of these true dragons. Lu Rang was having an equally hard time nearby. This tool, it requires the strength of a Star Lord just to lift it. Just barely picking it up has drained every drop of spiritual energy in my body. Controlling it is out of the question for now. Lee Fan looked at his two new disciples, completely bewildered. Did he seriously fall fast asleep just from feeding the fish? And this guy can't even swing a hoe a few times without collapsing. Life outside must have been a real struggle. They're likely malnourished and physically frail. I'll have to get them on a proper regimen to fix this. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Dark Cultivators, one of them spoke to his companion. I still can't sense Zhang Xian's aura. He's been completely wiped out. Whoever did it is definitely still hiding in the southern region. I have a plan. Let's go find ourselves a new puppet power. The scene shifts to the Luofu Holy Land. Fellow Taoist, since you seek the path of the sword, you must take it a step further. Brother Nya, do you think simply nurturing sword chi is enough? Suddenly, a manic laugh rang out, cutting their conversation short. Ha ha ha. A couple of nobodies actually dare to speak so boldly? These two old men were the Holy Lord of Luofu and Shaoijin. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended. The air is thick with malice. Old Holy Lord of Luofu. I am here. Two figures in black robes appeared. With a single punch, they sent Chao Yijian flying. One of the black-robed men stared down at old Chao. Listen up, insect. Tell me, what is the strongest power in the southern region? Severely wounded on the ground, old Chao thought in terror. I couldn't even resist such terrifying power. Could they be true immortals? In pain, he lowered his voice. Seniors, this is our first time in the southern region. We don't know this place well. Perhaps the Taiyin Holy Land and Xiang Holy Land are the ones who know best. The two cloaked figures whispered to one another. We can't afford to alert the enemy yet. We'll use these two nobodies as our pawns for now. It seems the Taiyin and Xiang Holy Lands are definitely connected to the forces that killed Tang Xian. The man in black finally spoke. Do you two wish to become the masters of the southern region and rule over everything? Just assist me with a small task, and I can grant you everything you desire. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. The two old men were stunned as they stared at the man in black. They immediately bowed in worship and let out a manic laugh. We greet our master. Ha ha ha. The scene shifts to the Taiyin Holy Land, floating high among the clouds. Members of the Luofu Holy Land and the Godsword Sect approach the main hall of the Taiyin Holy Land via airships. The two greedy old men, having submitted to the man in black, shouted out smugly. Fellow cultivators from the great sects have arrived. We're counting on the two of you this time. Old man, Chow laughed loudly. Rest assured, with our current strength, the southern region has no choice but to submit. Old man Yuanyang stepped forward with a booming laugh. The two holy lords have gathered all the sects of the profound heaven realm into such a massive formation. What exactly is the meaning of this? Chao Yijian. Chao Yijian flashed a sinister, mocking smile. I've specifically come to visit the holy lords of the Taiyin and Xiang Holy Lands. And while I'm here, I'd like to discuss something. Specifically, the redistribution of the southern region's resources. Lin Xiu and Yuanyang erupted with spiritual energy, their faces contorted in rage. You ungrateful bastards. Save a snake and it bites you. Help a man and he stabs you in the back. We took you and out of the kindness of our hearts when you needed refuge, and now you plot a rebellion? Yuanyang chimed in beside him. Do you people really think our southern holy lands are such easy targets? Holy Lord Luofu stared down the two old holy lords with an arrogant smirk. Everyone deserves a piece of the southern region. Anyone can live here. If you don't want to die, then get lost. Tianyang glared at old man Luofu. A quasi-immortal? No wonder the Luofu Holy Lord has the balls to talk so much trash. But if you think the power of a single quasi-immortal like yourself is enough to tear our southern region apart, I'm afraid you're sorely mistaken. Chao Yijian. Chao Yijian and the Luofu Holy Lord began to release their immortal chi. If one quasi-immortal isn't enough, then how about two? Chao Yijian wore a twisted smile as he stared down at the two holy lords below. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? I'm giving you a chance to save face. I suggest you know your place and leave. If you force my hand, I'm afraid your entire sect will face total annihilation. Old man Yuanyang couldn't suppress his rage any longer. Blood boiling, he turned his eyes toward Tianning. Holy Maiden Tianning, Goddess Ling, we can't take this anymore. Just give the word, and we'll wipe them out right now. Tianning, visibly irritated, issued the command. No more holding back. They've pushed us past our limit. Kill these old geezers immediately. Show no mercy. Receiving their orders, the two holy lords of Taiyin and Xiang stepped onto the battlefield. Do you really think you can just run wild in the southern region as you please? Holy Lord Luofu was stunned as he stared at the two southern holy lords, thinking to himself, what? Both of them are quasi-immortals too? Could it be they have a true immortal backing them? He let out a devious smirk. Even so, even if you're quasi-immortals, you lose today. Our combined strength far surpasses yours. Hua Linger stepped forward, her eyes flashing as she shouted. You've gone too far. The southern region opened its doors to save you from disaster, and you repay our kindness with enmity. You're nothing but common thieves. Hua Linger then reached out and summoned the divine artifact gifted by Lee Fan. You truly have a death wish. Suddenly, the man in black ordered a retreat. This caught the Luofu Holy Lord off guard. The arrow is already notched, master. Why retreat now? The man in black barked back. You fool. The enemy possesses an immortal artifact. The two of you are no match for it. Old Luofu quickly held up a hand and shouted, Wait. The two holy lords and I are all righteous cultivators who have attained immortality. If we go to war, the entire southern region will suffer the consequences. How about we let the younger generation compete instead? We can divide the southern region's resources based on their victory or defeat. What do you say? Old man Yuanyang glanced at Linger, seeking her guidance. Goddess Linger, what are your thoughts on this? Linger's eyes were filled with cold fury. Holy Lord, make your own decision. Whatever you choose, I will back you to the end. Having received her approval, old man Yuanyang shouted back. Fine. If that's the case, our two holy lands accept your challenge on behalf of the southern region. 3 days from now, the southern region's youth will face the geniuses of the 4 great regions. With that, the group from Luofu Holy Land and the God Sword Sect departed. Old man Lin Siu turned to Linger. The Luofu Holy Land and God Sword Sect came here looking for blood. They were clearly ready to start an all-out war. But the moment you two got angry, their attitude flipped instantly. This is very suspicious. Old man Yuanyang was equally curious. Agreed. I think they sensed something coming from you two goddesses, and it terrified them. Old man Lin Siu looked at the 2 goddesses and shared his theory. Holy Maiden Tian Ning, I suspect there is someone else pulling their strings from the shadows. Yuanyang stood beside him and agreed. Exactly. Furthermore, for the Luofu Holy Lord and Chao Yijian to reach the quasi-immortal realm in just 1 month. How could they have progressed so quickly? I fear they have a powerful protector backing them. Linger looked at Tian Ning, her guard up. Tian Ning, perhaps we should report this matter to Senior Lee. Tian Ning looked at Linger and gave a quick, firm nod of agreement. Then I shall go and speak of this to Senior Lee at once. The scene shifts to Lee Fan's small courtyard. Lee Fan leans back in his chair, tapping his fingers to the rhythm of the music, lost in thought. Sipping tea while listening to the zither. This is what I call living the good life. It's just that I still need 8 more disciples to finish that mission of recruiting 10. I wonder how long it'll take to get that done. Beside him, Nan Feng is so immersed in her playing that she enters a divine state of the immortal realm. Seeing countless divine towers amidst the celestial scenery, Nan Feng thinks to herself, where am I? What is this place? Long Zixuan and Zi Ling stare blankly at Nan Feng. Has Senior Sister already touched upon the immortal path? Is Sister Nan Feng about to break through to the next realm? Noticing Nan Feng's playing becoming slightly chaotic, Lee Fan reaches out and taps a rhythm to steady her. In her subconscious, Nan Feng's mind begins to stabilize as she thinks. What is this sound? Is Master guiding my consciousness? Nan Feng suddenly snaps awake. I saw it. I saw the gate of Tao. Have I already become a quasi-immortal? She quickly turns and bows deeply to him. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I had momentarily lost my way. Lee Fan looks at Nan Feng and offers a word of praise. That was a lovely melody. When you travel far on this path, it's only natural to encounter various inner demons. Long Zixuan's eyes widen as he stares at Nan Feng in shock. Senior Sister is only 25, and she's already a quasi-immortal? Beside him, Zi Ling gazes intently at her sister. It's all because of Master. With him here, the aspirations of the entire Xintian realm mean nothing. Suddenly, Tian Xiang's voice calls out from outside. Senior Lee, are you there? Recognizing Tian Xiang's voice, Lee Fan invites them in. Lee Fan looks toward Linger and Tian Xiang. Is something the matter again? Tian Xiang and Linger enter and immediately bow. Senior. Previously, I suggested to Seniors Yuan Yang and Ling Chao that we take in refugees from other territories into the Southern Territory. But now, they've hatched a plot to seize the Southern Territory's resources for themselves. To decide who gets the resources, those people have proposed a martial arts tournament between the younger generation. Lee Fan frowns as he looks at Linger and Tian Xiang. You did nothing wrong. What's wrong is the greed inherent in human nature. Don't blame yourselves for being kind. That kindness is the most precious light in one's life. Lee Fan thinks to himself, but a tournament? To put it bluntly, they're just picking a fight. I don't know the first thing about fighting. Where am I supposed to find a gang to back us up? Long Zixuan and Lu Rang are filled with indignation and contempt. They've gone too far. How can people be so ungrateful? Those thieving backstabbers. How shameless. While pondering, Lee Fan glances at his 2 disciples. Wait, if it's about forming a squad, don't I already have 2 disciples right here? Lee Fan begins to stare intently at Zixuan and Lu Rang. Ahem, you two. Do you have any experience in a fight? Tian Xiang listens and wonders. Is Senior Lee planning to send his own disciples? Linger's spirits lift instantly. If Senior Lee's disciples are taking action, then we have nothing to worry about. Zixuan and Lu Rang cup their hands and speak. Master, we will surely be victorious. We are ready for battle. Lee Fan strokes his chin, feeling a bit excited. Good. In that case, you two go with Tian Xiang. Since it's a tournament, it wouldn't be right to go without weapons. Take a look around the courtyard and see if there's anything you can use. Lu Rang and Zixuan fall into deep thought. The treasures in this courtyard are countless, but there are very few we can actually control with our current cultivation. Master must want us to know our limits and choose weapons we can actually handle. Zixuan remembers a few items and rushes into the yard to search. After a moment, he pulls out a fire-poking stick. Look at this. I'll get something similar for you too. Lu Rang looks at the artifact in Zixuan's hand with excitement. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Zixuan hands a single chopstick to Lu Rang. Lu Rang accepts it enthusiastically. Perfect. This treasure will do just fine. The two then stand before Lee Fan. Master, we have chosen our weapons. Lee Fan stares blankly at Zixuan and Lu Rang, thinking to himself, are these two actually idiots? One chose a fire-poking stick, and the other is holding a chopstick. What are they? Street performers. Are they trying to get themselves killed? Feeling helpless, Lee Fan gives them a final warning. Fine. I have nothing left to say. When the fighting starts, just keep your distance and try not to get yourselves hurt. The two nod eagerly, clutching their treasures. Tian Xiang speaks up. Thank you, Senior. We'll head back now and let Senior Yuan Yang and the others know. They will be overjoyed to hear that you are sending your disciples. Nanfeng looks at Lee Fan with some concern. Master really is. If my junior brothers can't win, please let me go in their place next time. Lee Fan looks at Nanfeng, perplexed. One girl plays the zither, and now she wants to send her painting enthusiast sister out to fight? What is going on? This is so bizarre. Are they going to smash people with a zither, or poke them with a paintbrush? Meanwhile, at a high waterfall in the Southern Territory, a young man laughs boisterously. Ha ha ha. Finally, I've broken through to the sovereign realm. The Lafu Holy Lord steps forward to speak. The two of you were blessed by the Great Master. This time, you must seize the entire Southern Territory for our Lafu Holy Land. The young man who just broke through kneels before the Holy Lord. Rest assured, Holy Lord, among the youth of the Xintian realm, not a single soul has reached the sovereign realm. This victory is already ours. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared, hovering amidst the mist of the waterfall. He burned through his very life essence and potential just to trade it for 3 days at the absolute peak of power. To think he couldn't even touch the immortal path. What a useless piece of trash. I only hope you two failures can at least provide some clues about the hidden master backing the southern region. Just as promised, 3 days later, at the southern region's great martial assembly, countless sacred grounds and sects arrived at the arena in their massive flying warships. Kongming Temple of the Western Desert, Sihong's Sacred Ground of the Central Highlands, the Thong Imperial Dynasty of the Central Highlands, the Dugu Clan, and the Divine Sword Sect. Everyone who mattered had arrived. Oldling Shao turned to speak to Zixuan and Lu Rang. This time, every major sect and sacred ground in the profound sky realm is here. We're counting on you two, young masters. Lu Rang pumped his fist, his eyes burning with excitement. Don't you worry, Senior. We'll follow Master's teachings to the letter. The group from the Luo Fu Sacred Ground approached, their sacred lord wearing a smug, arrogant grin. I only hope the pathetic disciples of your little sect can manage to stay alive for a few minutes. Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang were fuming at his audacity. Keep barking, old man. We'll see who's left standing when the dust settles. The great elder of Luo Fu sneered. It doesn't matter who wins. It won't be anyone from your southern region. And with that, the tournament officially began. A high-ranking monk stepped onto the stage and bowed. I am Qing Chun of the Western Desert. I humbly seek to exchange pointers with the world's finest. The powerful masters in the crowd began to whisper. That's the eldest son of the 9 children of the Western Desert's sacred Buddha. Word is, he's already touched the threshold of the immortal path. Tua Gao of the Luo Fu Sacred Ground stepped up and offered a mock salute. Tua Gao, representing the Luo Fu Sacred Ground. Let's dance. In a flash, he blurred past Qing Chun, leaving behind a trail of afterimages that caught the monk completely off guard. He slammed a fist directly into Qing Chen's dantian, shattering his cultivation base in a single blow. Huh, is this the legendary immortal potential I've heard so much about? Qing Chun was easily defeated, sent flying off the arena stage. The crowd of masters erupted into a frenzy. He's in the great Mahayana realm. How is that possible? To reach the Mahayana stage at such a young age. Tuo Gao walked over to mock the monks of Kongming Temple. "Huh, you should be grateful, old monk. I was merciful enough to let him keep his life." The man in black stood on the stage, laughing hysterically. "Ha ha, is there anyone else? Who else want a piece of this? Step up." The Luo Fu elder continued to eye Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang with smug satisfaction. "Ha ha, Yuan Yang, Ling Xiao. The trash under your wing doesn't stand a chance against my disciples. Kneel and admit defeat now, and I might just let you keep a tiny corner of the southern region to crawl in." Ling Xiao glanced over at Yuan Yang. It seems the Luo Fu sacred ground really does have someone powerful backing them. I'm starting to suspect their goal is far more sinister than we thought. Yuan Yang nodded to old Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Senior Lee predicted all of this. That's why he sent his disciples here. At that moment, Lu Rang stepped onto the stage and let out a thunderous shout. "Tuo Gao, I, Lu Rang, will be your opponent." The members of the Divine Sword Sect looked at Lu Rang and burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is rich. Do your two great sacred grounds have no one else left? This kid is nothing but a stray dog we kicked out of our sect. Isn't this Lu Rang kid just a former outer disciple of ours? I sent him to Changli Mountain myself. He was supposed to be dead by now." Ling Xiao stepped forward, glaring at old Chao Yijian. "Chao Yijian, I hope you don't live to regret those words." On the stage, Tuo Gao used the same lethal technique from the previous round, lunging at Lu Rang. In that split second, Lu Rang visualized the way Master Lee Fan tilled the soil. He locked eyes with Tuo Gao and threw a single, straightforward punch. With a sickening thud, Tuo Gao sprayed a mist of blood and went flying off the stage in agony. The Sacred Lord of Luo, Fu, and Chao Yijian were both stunned and enraged. "Tuo Gao, this brat, he's in the great Mahayana realm too?" Hidden among the throng of powerful masters, the man in black watched intently. That move just now, why did it feel like it carried the primordial essence of the great Tao? Could it be? Is a master we're looking for actually the power behind this boy? Lu Rang pointed his finger directly at Chao Yijian and the Sacred Lord of Luo Fu. "Luo Fu's sacred ground. Divine Sword Sect. Why don't you all just come at me together?" The man in black sent a secret telepathic message to the two old foxes. "I have granted you treasures. Tell them both to attack at once." Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot toward Lu Rang from across the arena. A man and a woman appeared before him, shouting in unison. "You piece of trash, are you looking for a death wish?" The crowd below began to buzz with shock once again. Good heavens, that aura! Are they in the venerable realm? To become a venerable before the age of 30. They're the first in history to achieve such a feat. Lu Rang stared down the pair, standing in his way. Only idiots get a little power and start running their mouths. You really think you're something special, talking all that trash? Are you that eager to have your funeral dinner? Lu Rang thought to himself with a smirk. My two senior sisters. One is a sovereign and the other is a quasi-immortal. And my master is peerless under heaven. Breaking through to the venerable realm is as easy as breathing for us. Right then, the duo swung their swords and charged forward. Dual sword harmony. Senior brother, let's kill him together. Up in the observation deck, the two sacred lords looked worried. They're outnumbered, outranked, and facing a quasi-immortal blade. Is the Divine Sword Sect really hell-bent on killing Lu Rang right here? Old Ling Xiao suddenly shouted, "Quick, give our sect's quasi-immortal artifact to young Master Lu Rang." Long Zixuan reached out to stop him. "There's no need for concern, you two." Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang finally took a breath and calmed down. Right, Lu Rang is Senior Lee's disciple. There's no way he'd be lacking a quasi-immortal tool. Down on the stage, Lu Rang reached into his robe, pulled out a chopstick, and let out a roar. Haji Potter's wand. With a casual flick, he shattered the two Saint-grade quasi-immortal swords. One sword vanished instantly, while the malevolent spirit within the other shrieked in pure terror. The old man of La Fu collapsed in his chair, stunned. What the hell? Is that really Haji Potter's wand? How can mere chopstick do that? Is there an actual immortal backing him up? Two men in black, standing in the crowd, started to panic. Just one chopstick is already a treasure beyond the true immortal grade. We have to get our hands on that immortal artifact. Once we seize it, whatever expert is hiding behind them will be forced to show his face. The man in black turned to his side and ordered two powerful warriors to enter the arena. Having witnessed the previous round, the two warriors were shaking in their boots, their voices trembling as they cried out, "Master, have mercy!" Our senior brother was a sovereign, and even with a quasi-immortal sword, he was cut down in an instant. The man in black pulled out two immortal pills and handed them over. "Don't panic. Swallowing these will push you to an entirely new level. Furthermore, I shall grant you a high-grade immortal artifact. There is nothing to fear. The energy in Lu Rang's treasure has already been depleted. Right now, it's nothing more than a useless stick." The two pathetic cowards kowtowed in gratitude to the man in black. Lu Rang noticed the two figures approaching and turned to face them. Feeling arrogant again, the two losers barked loudly. "Drop the wand and get on your knees. Surrender now." Lu Rang's teeth ground together as he glared at the trash in front of him. "Surrender? My ass. You two losers aren't even worth my time." Long Zixuan, itching for a fight, transformed into his true dragon form and stepped forward. "Wait, I'll take this fight for my junior brother. You two pieces of trash." The two losers maintained their arrogant tone, shouting back, "Ha! A sovereign? Too bad you're all alone. Today is the day you die." Zixuan's eyes narrowed in fury. "Shut your damn mouths. Get down here right now, or I'll beat you into a bloody pulp." One of the losers immediately pulled out a piece of bubble gum and spat it out, releasing a blinding violet radiance. He slammed his hand down, and under the immense pressure, the ground shattered into 100 pieces. A powerful shockwave surged instantly towards Zixuan. Zixuan's eyes widened as he activated his True Dragon secret technique. A massive explosion erupted, echoing across the entire Holy Land. With just one move, the two losers were sent flying, spraying blood like rain. The two men in black were caught off guard once again. A True Dragon technique? Is that really the secret art of the True Dragons? The True Dragon clan was supposed to be extinct. How could one be hiding in a tiny place like the profound heaven realm? If we take him down, we can claim the True Dragon secret arts for ourselves. This is a supreme opportunity. The two men in black leaped into the air, screaming, "It must be mine. I have to have it." One of them unleashed a palm strike, firing a bolt of blue energy straight at Zixuan. "Ha ha ha! I can't believe this trip to the profound heaven realm would yield such treasures." Long Zixuan calmly pulled out one of Lee Fan's fire-stoking sticks and gave it a light wave. Two swirls of black aura appeared, instantly ensnaring the two men in black. The aura tightened around them, eliciting screams of agonizing pain. In an instant, their bones were crushed and their bodies reduced to dust. Lu Rang stared at Zixuan in dazed silence, thinking to himself, "Holy crap, that fire poker is terrifyingly strong. And here I thought the chopstick in my hand was the ultimate weapon." Linger glanced over at Tian Xiang. Senior Lee's influence is just too immense. He just wiped out two true immortals like it was nothing. Tian Xiang clenched her fists in excitement. "I knew it. With Senior Lee backing us, every conspiracy will be crushed." The old man of La Fu stood frozen in terror, his head hanging low. What on earth is happening? How can even invincible true immortals die so easily? The Sword Sect leader beside him couldn't handle the shock either and collapsed to the ground. Just what kind of supreme master is hiding in the southern region? Is this a dream? Old man Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang stepped forward to interrogate them. "You two owe us an explanation. Speak. Who is the one pulling your strings?" The two old men sat there, staring at Ling Xiao and Yuan Yang with faces full of dread. "This has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything." "That's right. We have no idea what's going on." Ling Xiao glanced at Tian Xiang and spoke. "Holy Maiden Tian Xiang. Goddess Ling, how should we deal with the Godsword Sect and the La Fu Holy Land? Did Senior Lee give any instructions?" Tian Xiang rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "Senior Lee didn't say anything specifically, but they conspired with outsiders. That's treason. I doubt Senior Lee would let them off easy. I'll leave the final decision to the two of you, Sacred Lords." Ling Xiao raised his hand high and shouted, "From this day forward, the La Fu Holy Land and the Godsword Sect shall cease to exist in the profound heaven realm." Refusing to submit, the old man of La Fu glared at Tian Xiang. "No, how can my La Fu Holy Land be destroyed like this? It's all because of this woman. If I can just kill her, I'll have the leverage to negotiate." He suddenly lunged forward, reaching out to grab Tian Xiang by the throat. Tian Xiang calmly pulled out her hairpin and pointed it directly at the two old dogs. A beam of golden, immortal chi blasted forward, piercing right through both of them. The Lafu sect leader stared at the hairpin in agony, his entire body trembling with fear. How? How can there be immortal artifacts everywhere? The leaders of the various domains all fell to their knees at once, shouting in unison. We pay our respects to the goddess. Tian Xiang waved her hand shyly. Please, you're all being too formal. We are all cultivators of the profound heaven realm. We share the same roots. As long as everyone can live together in harmony, that is enough. An old man in the crowd bowed to the two sacred lords. Wait, if I may ask, there was a rumor circulating earlier. They say that a supreme expert living near the borders of Mount Changli is taking on disciples. Was that news spread by you? Old man Ling Xiao glanced at him and replied. Indeed, young Master Lu Rang and young Master Long Zixuan are both disciples of that very senior. But that senior is someone I don't even have a right to look upon. Meanwhile, at Lee Fan's small courtyard, Ziling was trembling, carefully drawing every single stroke. Nan Feng stood by her side, quietly observing Ziling's artistic sense. Ziling hasn't put her brush down all morning. Has she hit a mental block? It seems she's facing the same kind of struggle I once did. Lee Fan stepped forward and spoke. You can drink tea, till the soil, or feed the fish. Play the zither whenever you feel like it. Painting is the same. It must come from the heart. What you see with your eyes doesn't matter. What matters is how you perceive it in your mind. Ziling felt a sudden flash of insight and looked at Lee Fan with excitement. From the heart? Why see isn't important. What's important is what I determine it to be. Master, your disciple understands now. Nanfeng looked at Lee Fan with joy. Has Ziling finally ascended to immortality? To leap from the sovereign realm, bypass the half-immortal stage, and step directly into the immortal path. Lee Fan looked at Ziling and gave a faint smile. You can move on to painting something else now. Suddenly hearing Tian Xiang's voice, Lee Fan turned his head. Is that Tian Xiang? It looks like they've finally returned. Lee Fan's two disciples were incredibly excited. Thanks to the artifacts Master bestowed upon us, we've all returned safely. Ling Er stepped forward and bowed. Senior, thank you for sending young Master Long and young Master Lu to assist us. Everything has been settled smoothly. Lee Fan looked at Ling Er, completely dazed. It was nothing. There's no need for such formality. These two idiot disciples of mine. One took a pair of chopsticks, and the other took a fire poker. What do they possibly have helped with? They're probably just trying to save face for me. Lee Fan gestured with his hand and continued. At least you two were resourceful. Put the fire poker back in the kitchen and throw those chopsticks into the fire. Both of them stood there slack-jawed after hearing Lee Fan's words. Good heavens, these kinds of supreme treasures. Ling Er continued speaking. That battle was quite a spectacle. The outside world now knows you are here. They also know you are recruiting disciples. I'm afraid countless people will be coming here soon to seek your tutelage. Among them will be many geniuses from various fields. I fear this may disturb your peaceful cultivation, Senior. Please punish me. Tian Xiang stepped forward bashfully to take the blame. It's all my fault. I didn't think it through and caused trouble for you, Senior. Lee Fan stood there, lost in thought. I bet those two brats, Lu Rang and Zi Xian, were out there bragging their heads off. They probably made me sound so powerful that everyone got excited. Lee Fan cleared his throat and spoke to Tian Xiang. Ahem, I assume they heard about me through Long Zi Xian and Lu Rang and want to become my disciples, right? Tian Xiang nodded immediately. That is correct, Senior. Lee Fan fell into deep thought. As I thought, it's because of those two idiots talking nonsense again. Lee Fan hurried over to a corner and began busily writing something down. Even though I'm short on disciples, I need to be selective. I can't have everyone being as brainless as Zi Xian and Lu Rang. After a moment, Lee Fan held up a piece of paper. Nanfeng, post this on the front gate. It should discourage those who aren't meant to be here. Nanfeng looked at the drawings and numbers on the paper. Is this the entrance exam master set? Only those who can solve this may enter to become his disciple. Everyone in the courtyard looked at it, pondering deeply. Only a true powerhouse could possibly solve this. This. I'm afraid this is some kind of supreme, mystical great Tao. As expected of Senior Lee. We've never seen a problem like this before. This will likely be a daunting trial for every cultivator in the entire profound sky realm. Meanwhile, amidst the clouds, countless airships were rushing toward Lee Fan's mountain village. Cultivators wishing to join the sect gathered before Lee Fan's small courtyard. This place is truly extraordinary. It truly lives up to its reputation as the secluded home of a true immortal. The Tao aura here is profound and hidden. Indeed, I feel an indescribable peace in my heart. Just a single look at this small village is better than a year of bitter cultivation at the purple eternal nunnery. A young man pointed toward Lee Fan's gate. Is that where the senior lives? I can feel the intent of the Tao just by getting close. Suddenly, he was struck by a surge of power and cried out in pain. What on earth is this? A cat wearing a divine mathematician outfit appeared and began reading Lee Fan's exam question. Given that one angle is 45 degrees and another is 30 degrees, and 10 is the remaining angle, find the value of 10. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Is this the decree of a supreme being? I've heard that only the supreme beings of the immortal realm can manifest the power of a divine decree. This is the senior's test. Only by solving it can one earn the right to become his disciple. I fear the wisdom within has reached the level of the supreme immortal path. A masked cultivator spoke up. Indeed, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. These diagrams made of 3 golden threads by Senior Lee clearly encompass all the mysteries of heaven and earth. Who could possibly solve this? Each golden thread is like a peerless sword strike that severs the ages. If one could comprehend this, they might attain immortality on the spot. The crowd shouted in excitement. We shall stay here and meditate on the senior's great Tao. After a long wait, an elder among them spoke. Alas, the profound sky realm is vast, yet it seems no one is destined for this. Fortunately, I was able to glimpse a corner of the great Tao from this decree. This trip was not in vain. The old man turned to his son. Asking you to comprehend this supreme Tao was asking too much of you. Let's go, my son. You're injured. I will take you away from here. The young man remained determined to persist until the end. No, I can't leave. Even if I die, I must pursue the senior's path of the ultimate strong. The elder stood up, arms crossed, looking at his son. Though you're a failed sword cultivator, but having such a persistent spirit isn't necessarily a bad thing. It seems I wasn't destined to meet Senior Lee this time. Even Master Qingji has a disciple with a natural talent for the Tao. The old monk finally spoke. If he doesn't want to leave, just let him be. Children must find their own paths and fortunes. Isn't the biological son of the Holy Lord Dugu in there as well? Inside, Nanfeng looked at Lee Fan with a hint of worry. Master, the question you said is truly too difficult. Over 1,000 people have come, but none of them could solve it. Almost everyone is left by now. Lee Fan sat in a corner, sipping tea while deep in thought. It's a good thing I set a test. Otherwise, if I took in disciples who can't even visualize the angles of a triangle, or people who know nothing about middle school math, wouldn't that be way too reckless? And they call themselves geniuses of the various realms? That makes no sense. It's not logical at all. Lee Fan spat out his water, his eyes wide in shock. Wait. Lee Fan stared blankly at Nanfeng. Nanfeng, in this profound heaven realm, do people here study something called mathematics? Nanfeng scratched her head, looking completely puzzled. Mathematics? What is that? Is it some kind of terrifying magic? I've never heard of it, let alone seen it in the profound heaven realm. Lee Fan was spiraling into an existential crisis. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? Lee Fan quickly looked at Nanfeng. Nanfeng, go out there right now, grab that exam paper and burn it. Lee Fan sank back into his thoughts. It wasn't that the people from the upper realms were too stupid. It's that the profound heaven realm is full of cultivators. None of them have ever studied basic math. What a massive oversight. I really messed this up. Confused, Nanfeng asked, why do we have to take the test down? Lee Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Because that problem is impossible for anyone to solve. Nanfeng continued to stare at Lee Fan in a daze. A moment later, Nanfeng walked out and retrieved the exam paper from the crowd. Everyone watched her. The young monk nearby spoke up hastily. Forgive my boldness, goddess, but are you a disciple of that senior? Nanfeng turned to look at the monk. That's right. The green-haired youth beside him cupped his hands in respect. Goddess, why did you take down the test? Did the senior give a new instruction? Nanfeng looked at them and replied, "No one in the entire profound heaven realm can solve this problem. It involves the two highest great Daos, algebra and geometry." The green-haired youth continued to press. "Since you've taken the test down, does that mean we are allowed to go inside and pay our respects to the senior?" Nanfeng shook her head repeatedly. "My master didn't specify that." The green-haired youth turned to the young monk. "Shall we go in together?" The young monk replied, "I've already become a useless person. Life or death means nothing to me anymore. I must go inside." The green-haired youth rubbed his head and thought to himself, "He's right. I'm no better than a cripple myself. If Qing Chun is willing to go this far, what do I have to be afraid of?" The two of them entered together, seeking an audience with Lee Fan. Nanfeng bowed to Lee Fan. "Master," these two were persistent until the very end. No matter what, they refused to leave. Lee Fan turned his head to look at them. If they have that much willpower, then bring them in." As soon as they entered, they both knelt before Lee Fan. This junior, Dugu Yuqing from the Dugu clan, hopes to stay by senior's side to study the great Tao. This junior, Qing Chun, seeks the Tao with all my heart. I sincerely beg senior to accept me. Lee Fan's eyes shifted toward Yuqing. "You are Dugu Yuqing, right? So, you came here to study calligraphy?" Or, Yuqing cupped his hands and shouted, "I have loved this Tao my entire life." Lee Fan then looked at Qing Chun. "And what about you? You were a monk, but I'm afraid I've never been one for bowing to Buddhas or visiting temples. I've never really believed in all that Amitabha stuff." Qing Chun looked at Lee Fan and thought in terror. This terrifying existence said he sees the Buddha and doesn't bow. This means that to him, the Buddha is absolutely nothing. Even those who dominate the immortal realm wouldn't dare speak the holy name Amitabha so lightly. Could this master before me actually be on a level where he can casually discuss the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas? Just then, Lu Rang brought out a bowl of fish food, making Qing Chen's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Qing Chen panicked. That's the Great Sun Buddha bowl. I'm certain. It looks exactly like the descriptions in the ancient scriptures. Shouldn't a sacred sect relic like that be hidden away in the most divine peaks of the immortal realm? How can it be here? Could his true identity be the Buddha of 10,000 Daos? A being who can take 1,000 different forms? Lee Fan looked at Qing Chen thoughtfully. This kid wants to study Buddhism with me? I can't teach him all those commandments and rules. How am I supposed to turn him down? Suddenly, Qing Chen rushed forward, knelt at Lee Fan's feet, and cried out, "Senior, Qing Chen is willing to give up everything to follow your Tao." Lee Fan was stunned. "Give up everything? You mean returning to a secular life? Well, I can accept that, as long as I don't have to hear someone chanting and hitting a wooden fish in my ear every day." Lee Fan happily reached out a hand to Qing Chen. "Fine. From now on, your duty will be to sweep and clean this courtyard." Qing Chen shouted with joy, "Thank you, Master. I pay my respects to Master." Lee Fan waved his hand excitedly. "All right, no need for such formalities. Stand up. It's getting late. We'll eat dinner, and I'll start teaching you tomorrow. Nanfeng, Ziling, bring out the food." The two newcomers' jaws dropped instantly. "This is food? This is clearly divine medicine. Oh my God." Zixin chuckled to himself. "Go on, eat up, junior brothers. We were just as shocked as you when we first arrived. But once you get used to it, you'll realize these are just everyday dishes." Both of them started digging in, talking excitedly with their mouths full. "Now I finally understand why Senior Brother Long and Senior Brother Lu are so outstanding. Hith. Tomorrow, I'll take you two to see our vegetable garden. All these greens were picked straight from there." Suddenly, the whole group turned to look at Nanfeng. While eating, Nanfeng's entire body began to glow as she broke through her cultivation realm. "My bad, guys. I couldn't hold it back. I think I just became an immortal." The two of them stared at Nanfeng, completely dumbstruck. "Are you kidding me? Is it really that easy? She just ate a meal and ascended to immortality. Holy crap. Is she some kind of monster?" The scene shifts to the sea of clouds at heaven's end. Three men in black appear, standing amidst the swirling mists. One of them steps forward to report. "Among the 21 lower realms linked to the Saint Cloud domain of the profound heaven realm, I went to the Immortal Record Hall to investigate the cultivators of the Saint Cloud lower realm and found this. According to the records of the last 2,000 years, only one lower realm has had someone leave and never return. 300 years ago, a demonic cultivator named Ming Tianbei infiltrated the Heaven Soul Sect. He stole their supreme treasure, the Heaven Soul Pearl. He founded a new Heaven Soul Sect and fled to the lower realms to escape pursuit. His exact location remains unknown. This man is incredibly brutal. At the Heaven Immortal stage, he ruthlessly slaughtered countless true immortals and profound immortals. Moreover, every cultivator he killed had their life force severed and their souls completely obliterated. Such cruel methods, severing life force and shattering souls. That's Ming Tianbei's trademark. Since then, his killing methods have always been absolute. This point alone matches the deaths of Ta Xian and Luo Ming perfectly. Forcing a descent from the immortal realm to the lower realm comes at a heavy price. Even a Heaven Immortal would likely drop below the immortal realm during the descent. After 300 years of recovery, this demon has likely returned to the true immortal stage, or perhaps even higher, Void Immortal, Earth Immortal, or Profound Immortal. And above the Profound Immortal is the Heaven Immortal. The Profound Heaven Realm's status isn't high enough. If a Heaven Immortal appeared, the immortal realm would sense it immediately. Exactly. Even if his cultivation has recovered, he wouldn't dare go beyond the Profound Immortal stage. If the person behind the southern sector really is Ming Tianbei, we might not even need to lift a finger. St. Cloud City will hunt him down themselves. Now, we just need to confirm one thing: the identity of the expert in the southern sector. Is it truly the demonic cultivator, Ming Tianbei? The scene shifts to the ruins of the Ascension platform on Mount Changli. From beneath the rubble, the sound of rattling chains echoes continuously. A man approaches an ancient bronze coffin. The Heaven Soul Pearl has been nurtured for 300 years. By all rights, the Demon King's soul should have awakened by now. A while ago, a terrifying surge of sword intent pierced through 1,000 feet of earth. Fortunately, it wasn't aimed here. Otherwise, both the Demon King's soul and I would have been wiped out. He suddenly breaks into a manic laugh. This powerful demonic energy. Is the Demon King's soul finally about to emerge? A blast of demonic energy sweeps through, blowing away the surrounding rocks and chains. An explosion shakes the very foundation of the Ascension platform. The young man laughs wildly, his eyes filled with excitement. Ha! You finally returned. The immortal realm and all the myriad worlds will once again tremble beneath your feet. Inside the coffin, a young girl sits up and steps out, staring coldly at the man in black. You, are you Ming Tianbei? Ming Tianbei bows deeply in respect. Your subordinate, Demon Marshal Gong, Ming Tianbei, greets the 9 Holy Demon King. With the Demon King's return, we shall surely. Suddenly, the girl waves her hand and barks an order. Shut your mouth. I sense another soul signature here. A demon god with a twisted, grotesque face suddenly appears. He bellows loudly. Remnant Demon Guard, assemble the Demon King's soul fragments. Come with me, soul fragment, and merge back into the Demon King's true body. Ming Tianbei rushes forward to shield the 9 Holy Demon King. A remnant? Are you one of Demon Marshal Jing Ye's men? 9 Holy, you must run. Now. The remnant demon guard waves his hand and shouts. The Soul Eye Guard is the true Demon King. You're just a lowly, profound demon. Did you really think you could stop me? The Demon King's soul is mine. 9 Holy looks up, her eyes scanning the area. Reborn only to run straight into trouble. She uses a teleportation spell to bring them both to the surface. Weak from her recent awakening, 9 Holy speaks breathlessly. Carry me and run. My strength hasn't fully recovered yet. The remnant demon guard grins wickedly, demonic mist pouring from his mouth. He transforms into a terrifying spectral face and snarls, chasing after them. 9 Holy clings tightly to Ming Tianbei. I sense an extremely unusual aura down there. Ming Tianbei speaks up as well. That village, Mount Changli, was destroyed. So how is that village still perfectly intact? 9 Holy shouts. Down there. Quick, we'll hide in the village. At the foot of Mount Changli, 2 men in black are scouting the area. That expert from the southern sector seems to be living as a recluse in the village ahead. Approaching recklessly could be extremely dangerous. We only need to confirm if the one hiding here is that demonic cultivator. Suddenly, a surge of power streaks over their heads, catching them off guard. What was that? This demonic pressure. There's no doubt now. Ming Tianbei is definitely hiding here. The men in black signal each other. Let's head back. Chief, that demon's cultivation might even surpass the profound immortal stage. The leader smirks. Under the punishment of the immortal realm, even a great golden immortal would be forced to their knees. As Ming Tianbei nears Lee Fan's village, he suddenly freezes. What kind of place is this? My demonic power is being completely suppressed. I can't even fly. 9 Holy orders Ming Tianbei to stop. The two of them stare at the mountain village in shock. Where are we? The immortal Tao energy here is incredibly dense. The very rhythm of the great Tao is flowing silently all around us. If we go any further, we might be in serious danger. Ming Tianbei looked ahead, a slight shiver running down his spine. Demon King, there might be a powerful immortal expert living in seclusion here. If we go inside and it really isn't immortal, our demonic nature might clash. I fear. Jiao Sheng ignored him and jumped down, approaching Lee Fan's courtyard gate. A tiny world like the profound sky realm? How is that possible? Who knows? Maybe he's actually waiting for me. Jiao Sheng reached out, borrowing some demonic energy and clothes from Ming Tianbei as she spoke. However, for safety's sake, we need to change our look a bit. Your clothes are far too eyesores, and I'll need a bit of your energy. Mine hasn't recovered yet. Ming Tianbei stood by, feeling helpless and judgmental. As if your clothes are any better, you might as well be wearing a shirt with no pants. Jiao Sheng reached out and began absorbing Ming Tianbei's demonic energy. Ming Tianbei stared blankly at Jiao Sheng. Why do I feel like some lowly lackey following her around? Jiao Sheng then used the energy to mask her power and stepped forward to knock on the gate. Excuse me? Is anyone home? Nan Feng stepped out from inside to answer. Little sister? Who are you, and what brings you here? Big sister, there are bad people chasing us. My uncle and I are on the run. Could you please help us? Nan Feng shifted her gaze toward Ming Tianbei. Her uncle? He's a cultivator too, and his aura is quite extraordinary. Nan Feng took Jiao Sheng's hand and led her into the courtyard. Come inside with me first, little sister. Jiao Sheng smirked inwardly, her plan working perfectly. This demon king is currently in adorable mode. Even if you're some big shot from the immortal realm, you won't see through my disguise. But after just a few steps, Jiao Sheng's eyes widened in pure terror. Inside the small courtyard, she saw the manifestations of true dragons and phoenixes. The spiritual energy of the immortal realm gradually unveiled itself before her eyes. Overwhelmed with fear, Jiao Sheng panicked. She lunged forward and buried her face into Nan Feng's chest, sobbing hysterically. Wah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I'm not a bad person. Please, I'm scared. Lee Fan watched Jiao Sheng thoughtfully, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Her clothes are simple, but she looks like she's lived a pampered life. It seems she's dressed like this on purpose as a disguise. Her skin is so pale, she looks ill. Did her family run into trouble? Is she hiding like this to escape some pursuers? This girl is no ordinary person, but since she's already here, she might as well stay for a while. Still trembling, Jiao Sheng peeked over at Lee Fan. What kind of ancient monster is this guy? Did he already see through my true identity? Lee Fan walked over and patted Jiao Sheng's head. No need to call me senior. Just calling me big brother is fine. Lee Fan turned his gaze toward Nan Feng. Where is this little girl's uncle? Nan Feng immediately replied to Lee Fan. Her uncle is no ordinary man either. He's outside, but he doesn't dare come in. Lee Fan thought for a moment and then instructed Nan Feng to deliver a message. Tell him to leave for now. If any pursuers show up, this place has its ways of handling them. Jiao Sheng grabbed Nan Feng's hand and spoke up. Big sister, let me go with you. I have something to say to my uncle too. Nan Feng stepped out to the gate and stared intensely at Ming Tianbei. My master orders you to leave this place immediately. Ming Tianbei began to ponder. How can I just leave? The Demon King's soul still needs protection. Jiao Sheng glared at Ming Tianbei, signaling him with her eyes. Uncle, go find a place to hide. This senior will protect me here. Ming Tianbei cupped his hands in a respectful salute, thinking to himself. The Demon Lord called him senior. Does she mean she wants me to retreat first? The scene shifts back to the remnant of the Demon Guard. He was continuously using his demonic power to track Jiao Sheng, his body wreathed in dark energy. The aura of the primordial soul vanished right here. How? The guard stared wide-eyed at the calligraphy hanging by the courtyard gate. Observe and learn. This great Tao aura is incredibly powerful. Could this be the residence of a powerhouse from the immortal domain? So, the Gongya lineage of the demon commanders has conspired with the immortal domain. How shameless. I want to see which immortal domain expert dares to snatch a prize from the hands of demon commander Jing Mia. Inside the courtyard, Lee Fan was leisurely fishing. Suddenly, there was a commotion near the gate. Is it Lu Rang and the others messing around with Qing Chun again? You're scaring all the fish away. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light blasted out, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Ming Tianbei spun around in shock. Was that the Demon King? I have to go back and check. When he arrived, he found the demon guard remnant lying on the ground, gasping for his final breaths in agony. The person you're working with, just which immortal realm expert is he? Ming Tianbei was terrified by the sheer power he witnessed. It seems the Demon King really does have a connection with a terrifying master. She's likely under his protection right now. I should go into hiding for now and inform Demon Commander Gongya. At the Skytip Sea, the men in black from earlier had returned to report. The group was deep in discussion. Well, is the expert from the southern region really that demon cultivator? There's no time to waste. I don't care who he is. Report this to the branch leader immediately. The leader from before finally spoke up. That guy's just the demon cultivator, Ming Tianbei. Why involve the branch leader? We just need to let the northern Shengyun city know that the demon cultivator who stole the heavenly soul pearl back then is hiding in the southern region. We can let them do our dirty work. Inside the courtyard, it was time for dinner. At the table, Lee Fan reached out and placed a piece of fried tofu in Jiao Sheng's bowl. Eat up. You're still at the age where you need to grow. Jiao Sheng was stunned. The table was filled entirely with saint-grade herbs. This stuff, even in the demon palace, we rarely got to eat this. Has he already realized who I truly am? He knows I've been asleep for 1,000 years. So he specifically prepared these saint herbs to help me recover? Curious, Jiao Sheng looked up at Lee Fan. Big brother, why are you being so kind to me? Lee Fan smiled to himself as he spoke. This poor girl. She's been running for so long. She probably hasn't eaten or slept well at all. Let me help you recover. After all, you're still just a child. I know you've been through a lot, but some things are better left in the past. You don't need to dwell on them. It's better to forget. If you'd like, you can treat this place as your home. Lee Fan then took the opportunity to ask for the girl's name. By the way, what's your name? Jiao Sheng hesitated. Forget the past? It seems this senior has seen right through my identity and my history. He wants me to let go of all my inner demons. Jiao Sheng almost blurted out her real name in her panic. Big brother, I forgot my old name. Could you give me a new one? Lee Fan reached out his hand, bestowing a new name upon her. How does Xian Jing sound to you? Xian, as in the heart and soul. Jing, as in peace and tranquility. Xian Jing, you're still young, so you shouldn't miss out on your education. There isn't a school in the village, so I'll teach you how to read and write. What do you think? After their meal, Lee Fan took out a brush and ink to teach Xian Jing her first strokes. The bright moonlight shines before my bed. A poem by Li Bai. Qing Chun watched, seeing the strokes filled with the essence of the great Tao. Just one look, and I can feel an eternal existence, watching the passage of time and singing through the ages. Yu Qing's eyes widened in shock. Such powerful sword intent. There's a sense of profound loneliness and sorrow within this Tao rhyme. Isn't Master telling us that on the other side of the Tao lies a truth that pierces through to the very bone? Xian Jing looked up at Lee Fan. This is the supreme immortal Tao. If the Demon King had possessed calligraphy like this at his peak, he might have had a real chance at reaching the immortal king realm. Lee Fan looked back at Xian Jing. Do you recognize any of these characters? Hearing her response, Lee Fan pointed to the lines of text to guide her. Meanwhile, in Shengyun City, situated amidst a mountain range overflowing with spiritual energy, a subordinate rushed in to report to a man with incredibly long hair. Sect Master, one of our branches in the city, just received news. The demonic cultivator Ming Tianbei has stolen the heavenly soul pearl and is currently hiding in the southern region of the Xinhuang world. The white-haired man gave a cold command. Send men to the lower realm to retrieve the heavenly soul pearl. If you encounter any resistance, raze everything to the ground. The Xianwang world can only support the power of a profound immortal at most. I will send a direct disciple down with you. His cultivation is at the immortal realm, so the backlash from the lower realm won't be too severe. A moment later, the Sect Master's disciple arrived to head to the lower realm and hunt down Ming Tianbei. A rift to the immortal realm slowly opened in a vast expanse of space. Stepping through the rift, he frowned. As expected, the price for crossing worlds is high. Even with the Source Stone, my cultivation has dropped slightly. He looked around with a smug grin. Southern region, Ming Tianbei. I'm coming for you. Back at the Taiyan Holy Land, inside the main hall, Ling Xiao was in the middle of a conversation with Tian Xiang. Ever since those two true immortals were dealt with by young Master Long, the Xianwang world seems to have returned to peace. Now, all the major sects are thinking about returning to their ancestral grounds. I wonder if Senior Lee has any instructions? Tian Xiang looked intently at old Ling Xiao. In that case, I will ask for Senior Lee's guidance once more. If the Xianwang world is truly safe. Outside, a subordinate came running in, screaming at the top of his lungs. We're under attack. Enemies are attacking. Ling Xiao was caught completely off guard. Who is it? What the hell is going on? At that moment, outside the Taiyan Holy Land, the disciple from the immortal realm stood arrogantly and shouted. A crumbling formation that hasn't even reached the immortal level. And you think you can stop me? Where's the demonic cultivator, Ming Tianbei? Tell me, and I might let you live. Ling Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, could this person be with those two true immortals from before? I don't know anyone named Ming Tianbei. In a flash, the immortal realm disciple teleported in front of Ling Xiao and threw a heavy punch. How do you talk back? From now on, if you say a single word that isn't an answer, I'll kill one of you. Ling and I was furious. She pulled out her immortal artifact and barked a command. Just a measly immortal, yet you have the gall to act like you own the Xianhuang world? The disciple looked at Ling and I with the same insufferable arrogance. Huh, that hairpin is actually an immortal treasure. How does a tiny place like the Xianhuang world have something like that? Looks like a prize just fell right into my lap. Tian Xiang cried out in a panic. Sister Ling and I. The disciple grinned mockingly. Come here, little girl. Suddenly, a streak of immortal energy flashed past. The arrogant disciple was now missing an arm. He stared at Ling and I in agonizing shock. How is this possible? Ling and I glared at the haughty intruder. You thought you were stronger than us? Go on, keep acting tough. Standing in the center of the wreckage, Ling and I roared. You dare barge in here and strike my people? This is the price you pay. The immortal realm disciple stared at her, trembling. How can you possibly be wearing profound immortal-grade protective gear? I am from the immortal realm. You lowly ants dare to humiliate me. I'll grind you into dust. He pulled out a command medallion and shouted. This contains the immortal spirit power bestowed by the elders of the Heavenly Soul Sect. Even if you were a profound immortal, you couldn't. Ling and I stared him down and gave him a piece of our mind. Shut your damn mouth, you ignorant pig. Ling and I then used the hairpin Lee Fan had given her to lunge at the intruder. A strike overflowing with killing intent and the power of the great Tao obliterated the immortal into nothingness. Upon his death, a burst of blue energy suddenly flew back toward the immortal realm. Ling and I watched it go, looking confused. What is this? Elder Ling Chao speaks through the searing pain. That was a mark left by an ultimate powerhouse. He has someone backing him. Tian Xiang steps in to help Elder Ling Chao to his feet. Just now, he mentioned he was from the immortal realm. What did he mean by that? Covered in wounds, Ling Chao continues. If he really is from the immortal realm, and they come for revenge, I fear the entire profound sky realm will face total annihilation because of it. Back at the Heavenly Soul Sect, inside the Sect Master's Hall, the long-haired Sect Master speaks from his throne. Is there any news regarding the Heavenly Soul Pearl yet? The subordinate quickly bows in salute. Sect Master, please forgive me. My disciple, Xia Tong, the one carrying the mysterious immortal treasure. He was killed in the lower realm before any news could be sent back. However, I left a lifelike pulse on him, so I know exactly where he fell. This must be the work of the demonic cultivator, Ming Tianbei. I heard he was already a heavenly immortal before descending to the lower realm. The Sect Master issues a cold command once more. Utilize the primordial realm stones. Send a detachment to recover the heavenly soul pearl and eliminate that demon while you're at it. A moment later, the subordinate walks out to face a crowd of disciples. What's the word, Elderly Law? Has the Sect Master made his decision? Elderly Law looks at the disciples in grim silence before speaking. The Sect Master has ordered the recovery of the heavenly soul pearl and the execution of the demon. We are to deploy our strongest, mysterious, immortal powerhouses. Use the primordial realm stones to shatter the lower realm's barrier and purge the demon. Back at the small courtyard, Lee Fan is teaching ecchi and Jing how to write when he sees Tian Xiang and Ling Er approaching. Go ahead and tell me. What on earth has you two looking so worried? Tian Xiang steps forward to explain everything. She reveals that people from above sent someone to find a man named Ming Tianbei. But a conflict broke out, and they even attacked Senior Ling Chao. Lee Fan is surprised and thinks to himself, from above? Could they be government officials? Tian Xiang's business is so big now, it was bound to attract some official attention. Beside them, ecchi and Jing listens intently, her mind racing. People from the immortal realm are hunting Ming Tianbei. Does someone up there already know I exist? Tian Xiang meticulously recounts every detail of the clash to Lee Fan. In the heat of the moment, we killed him. After finishing the story, Tian Xiang quickly kneels to beg for forgiveness. It's all our fault. We were too reckless. We've brought trouble to you, Senior. If you wish to blame someone, please punish us. Lee Fan turns around and speaks calmly. You did nothing wrong. Killing those pests actually makes me quite happy. If those people want revenge, let them come. Lee Fan muses to himself. In a world of cultivators like the profound sky realm, death is a common occurrence. Besides, they were just low-life thugs who deserved to die. And besides, how powerful could the local government of the profound sky realm actually be? Tian Xiang exclaims with joy. Thank you, Senior. I knew it. With Senior Lee here, no villain can ever cause chaos. Ling Er looks at Lee Fan with an excited expression. Even beings from above the immortal realm are nothing compared to Senior Lee. Suddenly, the sky erupts with continuous peals of thunder and lightning. Ling Er looks up at the sky, her face clouded with thought. Did we really provoke some major figure from the immortal realm? Nan Feng immediately senses the shift. This feeling, it's a realm crossing. Someone is forcing their way through the dimensions. Seeing ecchi and Jing crying, Lee Fan reaches out and rubs her head to comfort her. Don't worry, it's just a little thunder. Ecchi and Jing is still just a child, after all. Then, he turns to Nan Feng. Nan Feng, everyone is feeling a bit rattled by this weather. Why don't you play a song to help everyone calm down? Nan Feng happily complies, thinking to himself, does Master want me to stop those powerhouses crossing over? In another location, a group of men in black have gathered in a corner of the Sky Cloud Sea. The leader from before speaks with excitement. The Heavenly Soul Sect is actually quite capable. They've used a significant amount of primordial realm stones. Even the World Tree can't hold them back anymore. A wicked smile crosses his face as he continues. The World Tree in every realm originates from the primeval life essence. After the Heavenly Soul Sect wages their war in the lower realm, the profound sky realm will surely lose all its vitality. Once the World Tree is exhausted, seizing it will be as easy as flipping a hand. Wait, the World Tree in this realm seems to be regaining its spirit? Where is that music coming from? Who is trying to block our descent? It certainly can't be that demon. Demons are outsiders. They don't have the recognition of the World Tree. Is a local of the profound sky realm standing in our way? Pour in all the primordial realm stones. Once we descend, we'll slaughter this world and uproot the World Tree. Waves of energy slam into Mount Chongli, causing countless supernatural phenomena. The forces of the Heavenly Soul Sect have finally descended, because a true immortal disciple was indeed killed here in the southern region. One of them, using his spiritual pressure to lift massive boulders into the air, bellows, "You dare shield a demon and block our sect's descent. This sin is unforgivable. From this day forth, this world shall be utterly destroyed." A towering mountain peak slowly rises. Ming Tianbei, standing to the side, spots a figure on the summit of Mount Chongli. An enforcer. The Heavenly Soul Sect? Ming Tianbei clenches his fists and steps forward silently. A mere mysterious immortal dares to spout such nonsense? No matter what, I will protect the demon lord. Suddenly, numerous mysterious immortals take to the sky, catching Ming Tianbei completely off guard. What? 10 of them. A bald elder thrusts his palm toward the ground, roaring. Profound world suppression. A shockwave ripples through the entire profound sky realm. Ming Tianbei screams from the sidelines. No, this can't be. I won't accept this. The demon lord has just appeared. An elder nearby is also blown back by the force. True prophet? Why didn't Senior Lee stop them? Did he fail? I intended to head into the heavens for a duel, but I never expected a true prophet to be the one descending. The old high monk standing beside him let out a long sigh. All living beings are suffering. Over on this side, Ninfeng played her instrument while lost in thought. Just now I felt it clearly. We were clashing using the power of the world's origin. The newcomer is truly too powerful. Beside her, Ecchi and Jing trembled with fear, so Lee Fan continued to comfort her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. You're Ecchi and Jing, the girl who stays calm even if the sky falls. Lee Fan looked up at the sky and thought to himself, strange, I've never seen such terrible weather before. This is really weird. Then again, no matter how strange it is, isn't it just the weather? Why are they all so terrified? Lee Fan produced a music score, spoke to Ninfeng. Ninfeng, play this piece to give your fellow disciples some confidence. Ninfeng was stunned when she saw Lee Fan's music score. What kind of music is this? Every single note is drenched in such terrifying, murderous intent. Could it be that Master wants me to use this melody to wipe out all those profound immortals? Lee Fan turned his head and spoke. I know your musical style tends to be gentle, but you must understand that the sound of the zither isn't just about warm spring breezes or the soft babbling of a brook. It also contains the iron hooves of war horses and the soul-stirring echoes of 50 strings across the frontier. Ninfeng immediately grasped Lee Fan's teaching and began to play according to his score. Yu Qing's eyes suddenly widened as she looked at Ninfeng. Senior sister. The moment Ninfeng played, she unleashed a peak-level shockwave, sending a brilliant radiance everywhere. The old profound prophet in the distance was instantly suppressed by the sheer force. This sound wave is too strong. That demonic cultivator is no simpleton. The old man began to unleash his full spiritual power, invoking the heaven's sacrificing soul. A massive surge of energy erupted, lighting up the entire sky with the great Tao. On this side, Ninfeng suddenly broke a string and became incredibly anxious. Lee Fan reached out his hand to help her regain the rhythm. Let him be as strong as he wants. The clear breeze still brushes over the mountain ridge. Ninfeng's eyes shifted as she thought. It's just like last time. Master is bestowing enlightenment upon me. In an instant, Ninfeng regained her spirit. The music she played created a world-shaking power. The members of the heaven-sacrificing soul, Sect, immediately felt a horrifying pressure. What's going on? The attacks are getting even stronger. Brothers, don't hold back. This person is dangerous. The Heaven Soul Sect members poured all their spiritual power into a death-defying state and roared. Fight to the death. Don't hold back. Combine your strength to suppress them. Another string snapped under Ninfeng's fingers. Lee Fan stroked the strings in front of him. The greatest sound is silent. Can a single string not convey the full meaning of the music? Ninfeng reached enlightenment once again. This disciple understands. The greatest sound is silence. The great Tao is simplicity. Everything Master wants to say, I now understand. Believing they had suppressed the demonic cultivator, the Heaven Soul Sect members spoke up. Everyone, keep it up. Seeing no one respond, he turned around and shouted, Fellow brothers. When he turned back, he saw a scene of pure horror. Everyone was standing frozen, bearing the brunt of the attack. Has the Heaven Soul Sect met its doom? Regarding Ling Xiao, Tianyu reached out to catch the golden rain. This is the Immortal's reign. This reign will usher in a golden age for the entire profound heaven realm. I'm afraid we might never be able to reach the immortal realm ourselves. Tianxiang looked up at the sky. Senior Lee is terrifying. He's even more fearsome than a true immortal, slaughtering them as he pleases. Ling Xiao looked into the distance, deep in thought. That battle hymn was played by Senior Lee's disciple, Lady Ninfeng. Ziling watched Ninfeng from a corner, thinking to herself, Senior sister broke through to the profound immortal realm. She skipped right over the true immortal stage from the immortal realm. Afterward, Nan Feng asked Lee Fan curiously, "Master, does this piece have a name?" Lee Fan sat up straight. "Of course it does. This piece is called The Emperor Breaks the Formation." Xi and Jing stood in a corner, completely shocked. He's making his move. This is surely a legendary move that will shake the very chessboard of the heavens. Meanwhile, amidst the sea of clouds at the edge of the sky, the men in black grit their teeth in fury, killing 10 great profound immortals on a whim. Just what kind of character is hiding in the profound heaven realm? A subordinate nearby spoke up. "Leader, the Yellow Emperor Sea of Fog is about to recover, with the added life essence of those great profound immortals. The world tree will recover quickly and grow even stronger." The leader roared in anger. "I don't care about any of that. We cannot let the grand plan be delayed. The branch leader's fusion of 10,000 worlds must proceed. Quickly, help me seize the world tree." They then used a damaged artifact to begin devouring the world tree. A massive artifact appeared in the sky, aiming to swallow the world tree whole. The leader suddenly shouted, "Not good. It's trying to flee toward the southern region. We absolutely cannot let it reach the lower realm. Pursue it with everything you've got." The men in black chased after the world tree, shouting, "Damn it, it's almost at that forbidden zone." A streak of spiritual energy rushed toward the world tree and spoke. "Little tree, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you." The figure charged toward the world tree. In a flash, a bolt of spiritual energy pierced through his body. He let out a scream of agony. Aorart. On the brink of death, he quickly activated a surrogate soul technique. His remnant soul then fled back to the immortal realm. An immortal gatekeeper saw him and barked, "Whose remnant soul dares to cause trouble here? Scram!" He spoke to the gatekeeper immediately. "Take me to see the branch leader now." However, the gatekeeper had already recognized the voice. "Wu Qinbing, aren't you supposed to be in the profound heaven realm? How did you end up in such a pathetic state?" Inside, the old branch master spoke up. "Is the heaven-swallowing jar shattered? That jar was a masterpiece. Even I couldn't break it. Heaven, earth, black and yellow. The profound heaven. Could this be related to the primeval first heaven? Elder Saintess, you possess the laws of space, so you aren't bound by the restrictions of the lower realms. I'll trouble you to take a trip down there and see what's going on." Saintess eagerly accepted the branch master's order and descended to the lower realm immediately. He pulled out his Dharma treasure and looked up. "I can lock onto the coordinates of the profound heaven realm from here." He set foot near Lee Fan's mountain village, constantly scanning through the thick, swirling mist. "With my cultivation as a true immortal, I can enter the profound heaven realm this easily. It seems the highest power level this world can support is only that of a mysterious immortal. This main hall is overflowing with spiritual energy. There are even signs of immortal essence being born. In this little village, why does it make me feel so uneasy? There's a terrifying, overwhelming pressure lurking here. Could this be the Tao field of some immortal monarch? A forbidden burial ground?" Suddenly, Lee Fan's old neighbor stepped out and shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing lurking around here?" Saintess stared at the old man in pure terror. This old man, standing in such dense, poisonous miasma. He looks like he's completely unaffected, as if he's one with nothingness. And that walking stick of his, the aura coming off, it is terrifying. "I have to get out of here." Lee Fan's neighbor stood there, completely bewildered. "Cough, cough, who was that guy? Why did he just bolt like that?" "Probably some thief casing the joint. Good thing I spotted him." Paralyzed with fear, Saintess raced back toward the immortal realm at light speed. "That place is horrifying. Thank God I got out of there in time." As he charged back to the immortal realm, he roared in anger. "Wu Qinbing, you just wait until I get my hands on you." By now, the branch master had healed Wu Qinbing, restoring his physical form. Suddenly, Saintess burst in from outside, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Get out here, Wu Qinbing." Wu Qinbing, clueless about what had happened, turned to Saintess. "Elder Saintess, you're back so soon? Was the trip successful?" Before he could finish, Saintess planted a fist right in his face. "Successful, my ass, you piece of trash." Confused, the branch master questioned Saintess. "Saintess, what do you think you're doing?" Saintess pointed a trembling, angry finger at Wu Qinbing and barked, This useless failure almost got me killed in the Profound Heaven Realm. The Profound Heaven Realm is hiding a forbidden zone. I saw it with my own eyes, a place called the Little Mountain Village in the southern region. It's a restricted area, guarded by a terrifyingly powerful old man. The branch master fell into deep thought and asked, "You're saying this master just let you walk away alive?" Throughout history, anyone who has ever trespassed into a forbidden zone has never returned, unless they were some heaven-defying powerhouse. If this master really spotted you, how could you possibly be standing here? In my opinion, that's not a forbidden zone. It's a place hiding a forbidden artifact. At most, that object is projecting illusions of fear to keep people away. Most people wouldn't dare act recklessly there, which is why you were able to return. Saintess was stunned. A forbidden artifact? With that kind of power, could it be an immortal monarch-grade weapon? The old branch master stared intently at Saintess. Exactly. Once the 100 realms merge, the Profound Heaven Realm will be reduced to ash in an instant. This is our chance to wipe that existence out and seize an immortal monarch-grade artifact for ourselves. Wu Chenbing sat in the corner, clutching his bruised face in pain. Wait, what? What's going on? And seriously, why the hell did you hit me? The scene shifts to Sacred Cloud City under the quiet cover of night. The Sect master of the Heavenly Soul, Sect, sat in the shadows and spoke. That melody actually killed 10 of my Heavenly Soul Sect's mysterious immortals on the spot. A subordinate spoke up to the Sect master. Sect master, what should we do now? Our strength has been severely depleted. If the other factions find out, the Sect master glared at his subordinate. Spread the word. Tell everyone that the immortal monarch's array-breaking melody of the sacred sound immortal has appeared in the Profound Heaven Realm. The subordinate asked in confusion, "Are you saying that person in the lower realm is actually the successor of the sacred sound immortal? If it really is the array-breaking melody, the entire northern immortal region will go into a complete frenzy." The Sect master looked pensive. Only a melody of that caliber could possess such power. By leaking this, we'll divert the attention of the other powers away from our losses. Now go. Spread the news. The subordinate cupped his hands and bowed. Understood, Sect master. Soon, the news spread across the 4 regions. Everyone is in position. We break through the boundary right here. The immortal monarch's array-breaking melody. With our 4 great sects joined together, victory is guaranteed. Prepare to cross the boundary. A bald old man glared and shouted. Don't you dare get in my way. A man covered in muscles barked back. Who do you think you're talking to, you old coot? A high monk nearby looked on, his eyes twitching with annoyance. A young woman stepped forward, glancing around coldly. I should just cut all their tongues out. A moment later, she landed on the peak of Mount Chongli. These busybodies are way too noisy. I'd better secure the area so the Demon King can retreat safely. She scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Tianming Bei should be arriving any moment now. A moment later, Tianming Bei appeared right in front of Gongya. This subordinate pays respects to General Gongya. Gongya turns her head to look at Ming Tianbei. Is the Demon Queen here? Why can't I feel even a trace of her aura in this world? Tianbei bows with both hands. Reporting to the general, the Demon Queen is currently under the protection of a very powerful senior. She's staying at his place right now. Gongya glares at Tianbei with an irritated expression. Senior? I told you to protect her, yet you handed her over to some total stranger? Tianbei speaks up, flustered. No, General. It was the Queen herself who ordered me to leave. She said she wanted to stay by that senior's side. Gongya follows up immediately. Then where is this senior you're talking about? Take me to see him. Tianbei can't stop staring at Gongya. General, your cloak is absolutely stunning. Gongya snaps back, annoyed. Cut the chatter. Just take me there now. Tianbei is still gesturing with his hands as they walk. Gongya looks around, feeling a bit uneasy. She senses countless powerful waves of energy flowing all around them. This little mountain village looks ordinary, but it's hiding a terrifying amount of Dao rhyme and laws. Stay close to me. If something happens, I might not be able to protect you. Gongya looks toward the houses ahead of them. Is this the abode where that senior of yours lives in seclusion? Tianbei leads the way as he speaks. General Gongya, this is just a regular villager's house. Gongya thinks to herself as they walk. Ordinary? This village is thick with killing intent. If this stone house is actually ordinary, then inside the courtyard, Lee Fan is reaching up to pick peaches from a tree. These peaches are all finally ripe. Let's keep a few for ourselves and give the rest to the villagers so they can enjoy the fruit I grew. Zixian looks up at Lee Fan in awe. They say the celestial peach takes 3,000 years to flower, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and 3,000 years to ripen. Yet in Master's courtyard, they grow so fast. And he just gives away divine medicine like it's nothing. Lu Rang is equally stunned. Master's methods are world-shaking. Even his farming is at a miraculous level. Lee Fan glances over at his two disciples. You two are coming with me today. As he walks, Lee Fan accidentally steps on a small sapling. He picks it up to take a look. How did a sapling end up here? Did someone from the village bring it? Lee Fan puts the sapling in his basket and looks at Lu Rang. Since we're here, Lu Rang, let me teach you how to plant a tree. Both of them stare at Lee Fan in shock. This feeling, is this the power of the world source? That sapling was clearly withered and dying. So why does it suddenly feel so overflowing with life? Lee Fan walks to a corner of the yard, digs a deep hole, and begins his lesson. Watch closely. Planting a tree is different from planting vegetables. You have to dig deep enough. Remember the secret. Dig a big hole, plant it right in the center, stretch the roots, and don't leave any hollow gaps. Pick up the sapling and cover it with soil. Pour enough water so it can settle in. Nanfeng, quick, bring me a basin of water. Nanfeng is stunned as she brings the water over. When I fought the 10 great mysterious immortals, I felt it helping me resist the outsiders. Why did it descend to the mortal realm and take this form? Xian Jing watches intently from a corner. The world tree must have come here for guidance after that great war. But without black-yellow chi, it will eventually wither away even if Senior protects it. Meanwhile, Lee Fan has finished planting. Place it in the center and pile up the dirt. The most important part is securing the roots. How deep the roots go determines how high the tree will grow. If the roots aren't firm, even a tall tree will snap when a storm hits. Without a solid foundation, you're easily shaken. Having said that, Lee Fan pours the water over the world tree. Nanfeng watches, lost in thought. I grew too quickly. I need to build a firmer foundation. Is Master reminding me of this? Xian Jing also stands there dazed. In my past life, I couldn't break through to the Immortal King level because of cracks in my cultivation. Senior is likely pointing out the reason for my failure. In this life, I must stay by his side and cultivate to perfection. Zixian is also deep in thought. Master is telling us that we must have a rock-solid foundation. Lu Rang, as usual, has the simplest take. So that's how you plant a tree? Lee Fan then speaks up. All right, it's time to go hand out these peaches. At the same time, Tianba and Ganya arrive at the courtyard gate. Ganya stares at Lee Fan, judging him. This man doesn't have a hint of cultivation aura on him. And those two kids next to him are just low-level immortals. How dare these weaklings show such disrespect to the Demon Queen? Seeing Lee Fan patting Xian Jing's head, Ganya screams. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so bold? Xian Jing hears her and shouts back. Ganya, do not be impudent. Lee Fan turns to Xian Jing. Xian Jing, do you know her? Xian Jing turns to answer. Brotherly, she was my maid in the past. Hearing this, Lee Fan gives Lu Rang an order. Lu Rang, you guys go ahead and finish sharing the peaches with the villagers. I'm going to take Xian Jing and this young lady inside first. Lu Rang agrees enthusiastically. Leave it to us, Master. Ganya catches sight of the celestial peaches and stands there, frozen in shock. Those are flat peaches that take 3,000 years to ripen, and they're just giving them away. A moment later, Lee Fan led Tanjing and Ganya back to his small courtyard. Ganya panicked once again, her mind racing. This is a forbidden zone. This feeling, it's definitely a supreme, forbidden zone. No wonder I couldn't see through him. He must be the lord of the forbidden zone. Lee Fan took out a peach and happily handed it to Ganya. It was a long walk. You must be tired. It just so happens a few peaches ripened today. Have one. Ganya took the peach, her expression a mix of shyness and deep thought. A flat peach? He just hands a flat peach to me like it's nothing? Just what kind of hidden powerhouse is this man? Lee Fan asked while pouring tea. Are you here to take Tanjing away? Ganya stammered, flustered. I will follow whatever arrangements you deem fit, Senior. Tanjing stood to the side, tears welling up in her eyes. Tanjing doesn't want to leave Big Brother Lee. Lee Fan raised his teacup, lost in thought for a moment. It seems their enemies out there are still at large. This lady and the little girl are truly pitiful. After a brief silence, Lee Fan finally spoke. In that case, would you like to stay here with Tanjing? Startled, Gongya cried out in surprise. Lee Fan looked intently at Gongya. However, if you're going to stay, you'll need to help out around here. Do you know how to do any housework? Gongya stared at Lee Fan, thinking to herself. I was once a demon lord. What on earth is housework? I need to stay here first. As for housework, I'll just have to learn. Gongya spoke up quickly. Senior, I could do anything. Suddenly, Gongya's expression darkened as she sensed something. High in the sky, the members of the Heaven Soul Sect were once again stirring up chaos across the profound heaven realm. They are invoking the great transformation of heaven and earth. Back in the earth spirit realm, the old man performing the ritual addressed the branch master. Reporting to the branch master, the 99 great arrays of the world are primed and ready for activation. The old branch master stared at the array and let out a booming laugh. Ha! Once activated, the profound heaven realm at the center of the fusion will be reduced to ash in an instant. The branch reports that a forbidden object might exist there. Even the Holy Land is interested. Where is Yang Yuan Tian? The old branch master pondered. That's Elder Song Chengzhou from the main branch. Why would he come here personally? Old Yang Yuan Tian bowed before Elder Song. Greetings, head elder. I heard that. Elder Song cut him off immediately. Save your promises. Song Chengzhou cast a cold glance at Yuan Tian. I will personally oversee this fusion, supported by 7 golden immortals from branch. If we don't find a forbidden object you claimed exists, you'll answer to the sect for your deception. Yuan Tian bowed low. This subordinate understands. Then began the fusion of 100 realms, led by the golden immortals of the Heaven Soul Sect. The 100-realm fusion array, activate. The scene shifts to the turbulent sea of void. Countless golden immortals and profound immortals and heavenly immortals stood gathered below. One man stepped forward, his eyes glaring as he shouted. This time, the 4 great sects of our northern immortal territory will launch a joint attack. We have 1 golden immortal, 25 heavenly immortals, and hundreds of profound immortals. That army-breaking melody, we must claim it for ourselves. In the profound heaven realm, thunder rumbled as a terrifying darkness swallowed the southern region. Old Yuan Yang stared up at the sky in horror. What is happening? Old Ling Chao, standing beside him, spoke up. Brother, I fear this world is about to be devoured. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, hitting old Yuan Yang directly. He screamed in agony, the pain unbearable. The force of the blast sent him crashing to the ground. As the thick dust cleared, old Ling Chao rushed to help him up. Brother, are you all right? Yuan Yang slumped on the ground. I'm fine. I just don't know. Where did this enemy attack come from? Master Kong Ming appeared and spoke. This power is definitely coming from the Sea of Void. Brother Ling Chao, please go find the goddess Linger and the holy maiden Tian Xiang immediately. I'm afraid an array of this scale will require Senior Lee's intervention in the end. I'll go up first to see exactly what is happening in the outside world. They split up and flew off in 2 different directions. While flying to investigate, Master Kong Ming accidentally discovered something. A void rift appeared in the middle of the sky, catching him completely off guard. Master Kong Ming pressed his hands together, helpless as the black hole began to suck him in. Countless void rifts began to tear open across the sky of the profound heaven realm. Yuan Yang's eyes widened in utter despair. Is this the end of the profound heaven realm? His eyes snapped wide in terror. Oh no! The void rift suction was becoming more and more violent. Master Kong Ming could no longer resist and was being pulled inside. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed Master Kong Ming. It was Yu Qing's master. He gripped Kong Ming's hand and pulled with all his might. Hurry, Master Kong Ming. We must find Senior Lee and beg for his help. Back at Lee Fan's courtyard, the world looked like it was facing the apocalypse. Lee Fan looked at the sky, worried and deep in thought. Last time I could write it off as weird weather, but this is definitely a major disaster. Suddenly, Tian Ning's voice called out to Lee Fan from outside. Linger rushed into the courtyard and shouted, Senior Lee, this is bad. It looks like a great catastrophe has fallen upon the profound heaven realm. The seniors believe that something from the Sea of Void, something terrifying is trying to destroy our world. Lee Fan's face went pale, his mind reeling with shock. What? Destroy the profound sky realm? Are you for real? Ganya turns her gaze toward Xi and Jing. Demon Lord, perhaps I should go and investigate? Xi and Jing glances at Ganya. With Senior here, all we need to do is wait. Du Guchenlu has arrived at the courtyard gate. He requests an audience with Lee Fan. Seeing Chenlu, Yu Qing cries out, Father. Lee Fan looks toward the entrance. So it's the girl's father. Very well, invite them in. Chenlu rushes inside and bows deeply. Senior Lee, a catastrophe is upon us. We've surveyed the area and discovered a chaotic void current in the sea. An unimaginable disaster is coming. I fear no one in the profound sky realm can stop it. Lee Fan is completely stunned, his body freezing as he thinks to himself. If the world is about to be destroyed, what the hell am I supposed to do about it? I'm not even a cultivator. No, stay calm. Even if I'm going to die, I have to die with dignity. I absolutely cannot lose face in front of my disciples. Lee Fan turns to Ganya and gives a calm command. Gongya, Pulzuti. Chenlu watches Lee Fan, his heart racing with anxiety. Can someone this calm truly protect the profound sky realm? The disciples stare at Lee Fan in awe. As expected of Senior Lee, even at a time like this, he remains utterly unshakable. Lee Fan lifts his teacup, then pours it out. The tea has gone cold. Chenlu suddenly notices something as he looks around. Wait, is that the world tree? I heard the world tree was being hunted by those from beyond our realm. It seems Senior Lee must have stepped in to save it. Can a single cup of tea really make the world tree flourish like this? High above, countless parallel worlds begin to manifest, revealing themselves to the profound sky realm. They're being forcibly merged into one with the profound sky realm. From a corner below, Ganya looks up at the sky. Those other worlds are forcing a convergence. The profound sky realm is at its breaking point. Why hasn't Senior Lee made a move yet? Lee Fan stares intently at the tree in front of him. This tree finally looks like it's coming back to life. If this world is truly doomed, there's nothing more a mere mortal like me can do. If that's the case, what should my next move be? This tree has just regained its vitality. Lee Fan turns his gaze toward Lu Rang. Lu Rang, I shall teach you another method of cultivation. Go and fetch a basin of water. Flustered, Lu Rang hurriedly grabs a basin to collect water. Lee Fan reaches down to tend the soil around the base of the world tree. A timely watering, followed by some fresh soil. If I've guessed correctly, the roots will be nourished and the leaves will grow much faster. Beyond the chaotic currents, the spiritual energy of the world tree begins to spread across 100 realms. Old Master Yuan Tian is suddenly hit by a powerful backlash, coughing up a large amount of blood. He stares in disbelief at the source of the world tree's power within the profound sky realm. What on earth is happening? Has the world tree truly been revitalized? In the midst of the void, 7 golden immortals are using all their strength to force the merger of the profound sky realm. Simultaneously, the power emanating from the world tree grows exponentially. In a sudden burst of energy, the golden immortals of the Heaven Soul Sect are instantly incinerated. Standing nearby, Yuan Tian hurriedly conjures a shield to protect himself. This formation, even a golden immortal shouldn't be able to shift it. Just what kind of monster is residing in that forbidden land? The sky above the profound sky realm finally returns to a state of peace. The disciples break into a chaotic chatter. Was that Master's divine intervention? That was truly legendary. Everyone, he solved it just like that? So easily? Holy crap, my soul nearly left my body. Lee Fan looks around, completely bewildered. I haven't even done anything yet. Why are they all hooting and hollering like a bunch of monkeys? Good grief, am I raising a bunch of idiots? Lu Rang shouts with pure excitement. Nothing beats the art of planting. I've decided I will use this method to cultivate the ultimate path of slaughter. I'll make the very stars in the heavens tremble. Ganya stands to the side, completely stunned. Just what kind of supreme master is this? To be able to utilize the world tree in such a way. Xi and Jing watches Lee Fan closely. Oh my god, he isn't just using the world tree. He's bestowing upon it a supreme destiny to live as long as the heavens and earth. Lee Fan reaches out a hand and speaks. One flower, one world. One leaf, one Bodhi. All it takes is a change in perspective. Is this not a beautiful sight? The disciples fall into deep thought as they look at Lee Fan. A disaster that could destroy heaven and earth is nothing more than a beautiful sight in Master's eyes. Beside them, Ching Chun begins to reach enlightenment, her body enveloped in spiritual light. So that's it. Master, I understand now. In an instant, Ching Chun breaks through to the profound immortal realm right before everyone's eyes. The scene shifts to an unknown sect within the profound sky realm. Everyone is prostrating themselves on the ground. The world tree has manifested. The world tree has shown its grace. O glorious world tree, I shall be your servant for eternity. The scene shifts again to another nameless sect in the zodiac realm. The sky is dark and heavy, echoing with the roar of thunder. In the Earth origin realm, another sect is fleeing in total panic. What is going on? This destructive aura is different from before. It's all over. We're all going to die anyway. Old Yuan Tian continues to watch the scene intently. This is impossible. The Earth spirit realm is being pulled in by some unknown force. Song Zhoucheng grits his teeth and barks out in anger. You old fool. Your failed attempt to merge the worlds is going to destroy this one. The immortal sovereign will never forgive you. The golden immortals present begin to scream and flee. Run. Get out of here. Once the void turbulence hits, not even a heaven immortal will survive. There's no escaping now. The boundary wall has been breached. I'm afraid this realm is about to be destroyed. Song Zhoucheng raised his hand, channeling his spiritual power as he shouted. If you don't want to die, we have to stick together and fight to survive. He used his spiritual energy to summon an immortal relic to serve as a sanctuary. Everyone get inside now. Yuan Tian sat slumped in a corner, consumed by anxiety. The Earth Spirit realm is about to collapse. Song Zhoucheng barked at him in a rage. You still have the nerve to speak. Even though the Great Array was destroyed, the fusion of the realms hasn't stopped. I have no idea what kind of nightmare has been unleashed. Tang Te pointed into the distance and shouted. Master, look, it's the profound sky realm. We're all being pulled in by the profound sky realm. Yuan Tian looked ahead, completely stunned. That's impossible. Only a higher tier world can initiate the absorption of a lower tier one. The profound sky realm is just a lowly world. How is this possible? Song Zhoucheng gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. It's not just us. All 99 realms are being drawn toward the profound sky realm right now. It seems there is a massive secret hidden within that forbidden land. Song Zhoucheng stared intensely at the 100 realms before him. Countless parallel worlds were being devoured by the profound sky realm. The profound sky realm then began to glow brilliantly amidst the vast galaxy. Back at the small courtyard gate, Lee Fan spoke up while lost in thought. Since this matter is settled, there's something else I've been wanting to do. It's perfect since everyone is here. Everyone, I've wanted to expand this little courtyard for a long time. Would you be willing to give me a hand? Linger and Tianxiang looked at Lee Fan with excitement. Helping you is our honor. Senior Lee, please let us help you. Yu Qing clasped his hands and looked at Lee Fan. I specialize in wood element techniques. Please leave anything related to woodwork to me, Master. Lee Fan cheered from inside the courtyard. All right, let's get started then. I've already thought of a name for the new courtyard. It shall be called the Matchless Pavilion. Lee Fan raised his hand, gesturing to adjust the sign. The left side looks a little too high, I think. Man, it would be great to have a leveling tool right now. Lee Fan looked up at the new sign on the courtyard gate and clapped enthusiastically. That feels about right. Very nice. Lee Fan's little courtyard was officially renovated and given a brand new name, Matchless Pavilion. The disciples were buzzing with excitement. This is amazing. Matchless Pavilion is the best. It's wonderful. Suddenly, the voice of Lee Fan's elderly neighbor rang out. Shaoli, this is bad. A group calling themselves the Underworld Syndicate of the Sunluo Holy Sect is here. They're demanding a life and death challenge against our entire village. A half hour earlier, at the village entrance, Yang Yuantian's group from the Sunluo Holy Sect arrived, shouting and making a scene. They were here to throw down a challenge. Lee Fan hummed thoughtfully, stroking his chin before turning to his disciples. Have any of you ever heard of this Sunluo Holy Sect? Lu Rang scratched his head, looking clueless. Aren't they just a bunch of street thugs? Gong spoke up from the side with a sneer. You bunch of lower realm country bumpkins. You don't even recognize an immortal-grade power? Xi and Jing immediately snapped back at Ganya. Keep your ignorant mouth shut. Do you really think the man who just saved the entire world doesn't know who they are? The old neighbor pointed as he spoke to Lee Fan. I've already talked a big game to them. We can't back down now, or we'll look like cowards. Lee Fan turned to the old man and asked, how many of them are there? And what do they look like? Old Manly replied quickly, not many, and they aren't even young, just a bunch of aggressive, unreasonable old geezers. Lee Fan started imagining a stereotypical gang. A bunch of old men playing gangster? How could they possibly compare to my crew? Long Zishuan, Lu Reng, Qing Chun, Yu Qing. You guys go handle them. Lee Fan's 4 disciples eagerly prepared for battle. Rest easy, master. We will definitely see this mission through. Outside, old Yuan Tian felt a wave of fear and whispered to Song Zhoucheng. Elder Song, maybe we should forget this. I'm getting cold feet. Song Zhoucheng pointed at Yuan Tian in a rage. You idiot. We've already made such a scene. If we go back empty-handed, do you want the immortal lord to skin us alive? Old Zhao led Lee Fan's 4 disciples out and pointed at the old men standing there. That's them. Yuan Tian watched them approach with mounting dread. Here they come. Countless teleportation portals opened as immortals began to emerge one after another. Strange. Why isn't the environment of this world trying to reject us? I don't even feel any suppression of our auras. Even the heavenly will blade hasn't descended to strike us. This village is bizarre. I sense the presence of a golden immortal, and there's more than one. Lu Rang stepped forward, pointing and shouting. Which one of you geezers wants to be reincarnated first? A white-robed elder charged forward bravely, shouting, Allow me to teach you a lesson. In an instant, Lu Rang claimed the old man's head, leaving the body behind. You're too old to be this impulsive. Too weak. Yuan Tian trembled with terror. Finished in a single move. Elder Song, let's get out of here. Song Zhoucheng roared again. Shut your damn mouth. If a heaven immortal can't do it, then Chingo, you're a golden immortal. Get in there. The golden immortal, named Chun Go, hadn't even been up for a second before Yu Qing snapped his neck with a single strike. Yu Qing glared at them coldly. Next, old Yuan Tian's legs turned to jelly as he clung to Song Zhoucheng's arm. Elder Song, I'm begging you, let's retreat. These kids are freaking monsters. Song Zhoucheng was absolutely livid, his eyes fixed glaringly ahead. Going back is death anyway. This time, I'll handle this myself. Zixian stepped forward, spinning a flaming staff in a continuous, blurring circle. A bunch of slow-moving old farts. It's time for your next reincarnation. Whoever wants to go first, step right up. Zixian gave sharp thumbs down toward the ground. What, are you guys scared now? You bottom-tier, sect weaklings. Are you all shaking in your boots, or what? Song Zhoucheng lunged forward in a rage, letting out a thunderous roar. You're pushing us too far. A massive explosion suddenly rocked the sky, the sound echoing all the way back to the courtyard gate, catching Lee Fan by surprise. Lin Lu looked a bit worried. Something hasn't happened to them, has it? Lee Fan stared intently toward the direction of the blast. Don't worry about it. It's just a bunch of old, crippled has-beens. My disciples certainly are battle-hungry. They even managed to use cannons to blow the place sky-high like that. Gongya stood to the side, watching Lee Fan thoughtfully. Immortals of the undying rank are nothing but weak remnants in his eyes. This man is truly terrifying. After his last move, Zixian stood amidst the thick, swirling dust. They couldn't even block a single hit. God, they're so weak it hurts. Old man Yuan Tian Huang scrambled away in a panic. Oh, mother of God. These kids are freaking monsters. Someone save me. Over here, Chang Chun held a broom in one hand while forming a Buddha seal with the other. Purity is the essence of all things. Why is the benefactor running away like that? With a gentle sweep of his broom, Chang Chun conjured a terrifying tornado that sent everyone flying. The so-called immortals were now completely losing their minds. That old man had clearly been halfway into the Tai golden immortal realm, and yet he was finished off in the blink of an eye. Could they also be here for the army-breaking song? A subordinate rushed in to deliver a report. Young master, the profound immortal has arrived. We can immediately infiltrate the forbidden zone and seize the army-breaking song. The young master, visibly shaken, immediately ordered a retreat. His subordinate shouted back, confused. Sect leader, why are we retreating? The young master snapped back at him. Retreat. What, are you deaf? Two cultivators beside him frantically motioned for silence. Hey, are you trying to get us all killed, you idiot? The young master gestured nervously with his hands. Just pull back quietly. After a while, Lee Fan's disciples returned in high spirits. Master, we're back. We blew away that bunch of pathetic old losers. Lee Fan took a sip of his tea and spoke up. All right. Look at you all, getting cocky just because you beat up some old men. Those who have work to do, get to work. Those who have lessons, get to studying. My students are actually pretty good. Ganya turned to speak with Tan Jing. Demon King, just how strong is this man? Does he really have no respect for the army-breaking lord? Tan Jing replied immediately. Don't be impatient. Let me feel things out first. Big brotherly, I heard the Xintian realm and the other worlds are merging into a new world. What do you think about it? Lee Fan wore a look of utter disbelief. Not this little brat too. I don't know a damn thing about that. I'm just a farmer. Why the hell are you asking me this? After a moment of thought, Lee Fan spoke out loud. Don't worry about those things. Just focus on what you're supposed to be doing. Ganya fell into deep thought. The merging of 100 worlds is just a minor thing in Senior Lee's eyes. Ziling eagerly approached Lee Fan. In this new world, we probably can't call it the Xintian realm anymore. Master, what do you think we should call it? Lee Fan began to analyze. If you're asking me, just drop the Xian and call it the Celestial Realm. Then, the 100 worlds can just be renamed as the 100 provinces. At that exact moment, the 100 provinces converged. The world tree shook, exerting spiritual power to crush the stone monument bearing the name Xintian Realm into the ground. The characters on the monument began to shift and change. The Xintian Realm was renamed the Xianwang Province. From a distance, two masked powerhouses watched the scene unfold. The Celestial Realm? How incredibly arrogant. A man in a black mask stared ahead. The new world is powerful, yes, but it hasn't crossed the ultimate threshold yet. The white-masked man beside him spoke up. What it's called doesn't matter. What matters is who becomes the emperor. In the months that followed, the 100 provinces fell into chaos as they began to slaughter and annex one another. For major alliances, Earth Spirit, Earth Origin, Earth Wind, and Heaven were rapidly established. Only the heart of the provinces, Xianwang, remained peaceful due to the presence of a certain individual. The scene shifts to the Taiyan Holy Land under a clear blue sky. Suddenly, a subordinate's voice rang out with an announcement. The envoy from the Earth Spirit Alliance has arrived. Old Kong Ming turned to look. Speak of the devil. And the devil appears. Yuan Yang gave the order to invite him inside. The envoy then stepped into the main hall of the Taiyan Holy Land. He looked at the two seniors with an arrogant, condescending expression. I am an envoy of the royal power from the Earth Spirit Alliance. I am here on orders to deliver a letter to you all. Ling Chao exchanged a look with Yuan Yang. This kid is definitely up to no good. Get ready for anything. If he pushes, we push back. The envoy, Wang Quan, glared at them and pulled out a scroll. I wonder, who exactly is in charge here? Old Yuan Yang stepped forward and spoke. I am the Holy Lord of Taiyan. Wang Quan flicked his wrist and threw the letter forcefully, directly at Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang quickly reached out to catch it. There's celestial power within this letter. He's trying to test me. Old Yuan Yang frowned as he looked at Wang Quan. You dare show off such meager skills in front of Master? Wang Quan immediately began to feel anxious. Does a tiny place like Xianhuang Province actually have an immortal? Old Yuan Yang read the letter, his grip tightening in fury. The Earth Spirit Alliance wants us to leave Xianhuang Province within 10 days. Ling Chao also started to lose his temper. This is pure bullying. They expect us to just pack up and leave because of a single letter? Wang Quan spoke up. Perhaps I should remind you all that this letter was personally written by a protector of the Earth Spirit Alliance. I trust you are well aware of the level of that lord's cultivation. Old Ling Chao continued to glare at him. Wang Quan smirked with smug satisfaction. He is a heavenly immortal. The two holy lords were left speechless by this pathetic excuse for an envoy. Where the hell did this idiot crawl out from? Yuan Yang stepped forward, his eyes fixed on him. I don't care where they come from. When the 100 realms merged, I stood my ground against enemies from the upper realm. I won't be intimidated by a heavenly immortal now. Heavenly immortal, golden immortal, great Deluo. It doesn't matter who descends. We aren't backing down without a fight. Wang Quan pointed his finger and barked. Just you wait. Within 3 days, my army will surely level Xianhuang province to the ground. With those words, he scrambled to flee from the Tai Dayin Holy Land. Old Ling Chao and Yuan Yang burst into laughter. Ha! Envoy Wang, you're leaving so soon? I haven't even had the chance to show you proper hospitality. Men, quickly, go buy some melon seeds for Envoy Wang. A moment later, the two of them reported everything to Ling Er and Tian Xiang. Tian Xiang and Ling Er were subsequently appointed as alliance leaders by the two holy lords. Yuan Yang bowed and continued. Though Ling Chao and I insulted the envoy, if the Earth Spirit Alliance's army actually attacks, given the current state of Xianhuang province, I'm afraid we'll struggle to hold them off. If there is anyone who can truly rally and convince the people of this province, it will be the two of you. Please do not refuse. The very survival of Xianhuang province depends on it. Tian Xiang finally spoke. This is a matter of great importance. Perhaps I should go ask for Senior Lee's advice? I'm certain Senior Lee already has a plan in mind. Back at Lee Fan's courtyard, Lee Fan was relaxing by the fish pond, deep in thought. What should I have for lunch today? Just then, Lee Fan heard Tian Xiang, Ling Er, and the others arriving to pay their respects. The two of them then recounted everything that had happened to Lee Fan. After listening, Lee Fan offered his thoughts. In that case, you should form an alliance, help each other out, and provide mutual support. Tian Xiang happily agreed with Lee Fan's suggestion. Lee Fan raised his hand and added, All right, I have something I want to give you. Scene changes to the Earth Spirit Alliance Palace. A subordinate stepped forward to deliver a message. Lord Alliance Leader, the people of Xianhuang Province refused to submit. In fact, they were incredibly arrogant. The old man, known as the Alliance Leader, spoke up. Is that so? It seems I'll have to spill some blood after all. A few days later, the Earth Spirit Alliance fleet gathered and surged toward Xianhuang Province. The envoy from before shouted out smugly once again. The Earth Spirit Alliance's flames of war have reached the gates of Xianhuang. Come out and greet us at once. Yuan Yang and Ling Chao stepped out to confront them. Well, if it isn't Envoy Wang, you left in such a hurry last time. We must ensure you receive a thorough welcome today. Wang Quan, filled with resentment, glared and roared. You've pushed me too far. Then, with full strength, he lunged from the airship toward the two holy lords. Yuan Yang glanced at Ling Chao. Brother Ling Chao, leave this idiot to me. In a flash, old Yuan Yang spun around and struck a pose, driving a palm strike directly into his opponent's Dantian. A bolt of energy shot out like a rocket, piercing straight through Wang Quan's body. Yuan Yang glared toward the airship. You up there, take your people and get lost. A bald old man glared back in anger. That Wang Quan was a total embarrassment. It seemed you're the strongest one in this Xianhuang province. Old Yuan Yang laughed triumphantly. Haha, I wouldn't dare say that. Behind me stand the two leaders of our Xianhuang alliance. As for the strongest person, Ling Er interjected. You don't even have the right to meet him. The old man was humiliated and screamed in a rage. You brat, such arrogant words. I'll turn you all to ash. He waved his hand, conjuring countless bolts of lightning that struck toward the Tai Dayin Holy Land. Ling Er stood her ground, staring furiously at the old dog before her. A massive explosion rocked the Tai Dayin Holy Land. From within the sea of flames, Ling Er used the immortal artifact gifted by Lee Fan to summon a blaze. She aimed it straight at the wretched old man. The ones turning to ash, are you? With that, Ling Er hurled the magical treasure toward the old dog's airship. The immortal artifact streaked forward at a staggering speed. The old man was caught completely off guard. A violent explosion followed as his airship was blown into 100 pieces. Ling Er stared up at the sky. You didn't know your own limits. Elsewhere, Xiaoqing was sneaking out of the courtyard for a stroll. She was suddenly startled when she sensed the aura of the battle. Since the realms merged, it seems Xianhuang province is getting more dangerous by the day. Xiaoqing leaped down from the high mountain to return to the courtyard. I should probably stop coming out to play so much. Staying by Senior Lee's side is much safer. Up among the clouds, members of the four great alliances had arrived. An old man spoke with a frown. It looks like the negotiations were a failure. A three-headed girl nearby looks on with clear irritation. No one could ever agree to terms like those. A young master standing nearby speaks up. Aren't you overestimating yourself a bit, old man? A man with bulging muscles glares intently. Then why don't you see whose fists are stronger first and decide later? The leader of the Earth Spirit Alliance steps forward and shouts, "Out of the way." Our Earth Spirit Alliance isn't known for being pushovers. The old man from before approaches the Earth Spirit Alliance leader. You're keeping the good stuff all to yourself without even telling your brothers? Suddenly, a man charging forward with spiritual energy shouts at the top of his lungs. That's right, Brother Ning. It seems we've actually shown the Earth Spirit Alliance too much respect. Enough talk. I want the southern region. You guys can fight over the rest. The three-headed snake monster lunges forward at high speed. I know the destiny of the black-yellow pearl lies in the southern region as well. You sly fox, you're pretty damn clever, aren't you? A man with his hair in two buns looks visibly enraged. You got a problem with that? The snake demoness glares back fiercely. You wanted to just sit back and reap the rewards, you idiot? The twin bun man withdraws his spiritual energy and speaks. I don't have time to waste bickering with you lot. Fine, if that's how it is. Then let's see who has the skill to take it. A white-haired man glares straight ahead. Fine, we'll do it your way. Old Ning glares toward the Earth Spirit Alliance. Wait a second. Your Earth Spirit Alliance better not try to make the first move. The Earth Spirit Alliance leader scoffs with pure disdain. I'm not your damn father. I have no obligation to report anything to you. The twin bun man glares and roars. You old fossil, are you looking for a death wish? Just then, the remnant soul of the old man beaten by Linger flies back, screaming, Alliance leader, save me. The Alliance leader stares intensely at the soul before him. What the hell happened? The bald man's remnant soul begins to speak. It's those brats from the black-yellow pearl. Those nobodies formed an alliance. Their leaders are two young girls. They used an immortal artifact needle to destroy our bodies. Old Ning, standing nearby, bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. Man proposes, but God disposes. Looks like the destiny of the southern region wasn't meant for your Earth Spirit Alliance after all. Oldine. Oldine shouts back in a rage. You moron. A heaven immortal was wiped out. Don't you realize what that means? The demoness ponders silently. Could there be a hidden master within the black-yellow pearl? In the courtyard, Lee Fan speaks while feeding the chickens. Did you guys forget to feed the chickens today? Don't expect to get any of Little Red's eggs later if you're going to be lazy. Lu Rang runs over awkwardly, clutching a bowl of chicken feed. No, master. Please, let me do it. You should go rest. Long Zixuan looks over at Lu Rang. Honestly, Junior Lu, you're letting master worry over something as trivial as feeding chickens? Nan Feng pulls out her zither. Don't be angry, master. How about I play a song for you to relax? Ziling hugs Lee Fan from behind. Sister Nan Feng is trying to hog master all to herself again. Master, look, has my painting improved? Meanwhile, after the battle, old Yuan Yang and Ling Xiao laugh heartily. Huh, that really showed them. We finally gave the black-yellow pearl some payback. Exactly. Those bastards were so arrogant. They treated us like we were nothing. Linger and Tianxiang turned to the two holy lords. Oh, please, it's all thanks to the wooden hairpins Senior Lee gave us. If it weren't for Senior Lee, the black-yellow pearl would definitely be in grave danger by now. Yuan Yang gazes forward. I've seen the power of those hairpins once before. To think even a heaven immortal is nothing in the face of such a treasure. Suddenly, a voice thunders down from the sky. You scum of the Black-Yellow Pearl Alliance. Come out and meet your deaths. Linger glances up at the approaching group. Well, they certainly got here fast. Tianxiang stares intently at the sky. 4 ships. Ling Xiao shouts out. The 4 great alliances are joining forces against us. The airships of the 4 great alliances loom overhead. Everyone from the 4 great alliances is here. What do we do, Sister Ling? Yupasan stands on his ship and bellows. I am Yupasan of the Earth Spirit Alliance. Who is the one who dared to kill our great guardian, Zhu Xian? Linger steps forward, her aura blazing as she shouts back. I'm the one who killed that old dog. Yupasan leaps down from the airship. A mysterious immortal? And here I thought I was dealing with some legendary figure. Su Tu channels his energy and strikes directly at Linger. Turns out you're just an ant after all. I can handle you all by myself. Linger reaches up and calmly pulls out the wooden hairpin. The 4 great alliances. I thought you'd be heroes. Turns out you're just a bunch of mindless idiots who only know how to bully people with numbers. Linger easily parries the attack with a treasure hairpin. The residual energy splits apart, slamming into the earth and rocks. causing explosions that rock the sky. The members of the four great alliances stare wide-eyed at Linger's hairpin, a quasi-immortal artifact. Old Ling Xiao and Tianxiang look on with worry. That man is a golden immortal. Alliance leader, do not let your guard down. He's 3 levels higher than Sister Linger. The snake Demoness glares at Linger, then waves her hand, commanding her giant serpents to attack. This quasi-immortal artifact belongs to me. Yupasan scowled, his gaze locking onto Linger. You really think you can just snatch this treasure from my hands? He began weaving his hands, channeling a sinister art. Let's see if you actually have the skills to back up that arrogance. Linger remained calm, standing her ground as the giant serpent lunged toward her. Sensing the flow of spiritual energy, she leaped into the air, effortlessly dodging 2 lethal strikes at once. Linger glared back, her voice cold. You people truly have no shame. She unleashed her full power, pouring every ounce of energy into the precious hairpins. Why don't you all just come to me at once? With a divine, unpredictable strike, Linger sent the giant serpent and Yu Pashan's bone-chilling technique flying. Yu Pasan stood frozen, a look of pure shock on his face. That last attack, I put 80% of my cultivation into it. The snake Demoness, driven by greed, transformed into a massive python and charged at Linger. I'm starting to like this quasi-immortal artifact more and more. In the heat of the moment, Linger's thoughts drifted to Lee Fan. At that moment, the leaders of the 4 great sects charged together, shouting in unison. You little brat, you think a quasi-immortal artifact gives you the right to be this cocky? That girl and that treasure will be mine. Ha ha ha. Bold words, little girl. Linger centered her mind, facing the 4 great alliances alone. Yuan Yang cried out in desperation. Alliance leader Linger. Linger snapped back into focus, reaching out to summon the Litian Bow. She quickly began chanting a divine incantation. In an instant, the Litian Bow transformed into a massive, towering fortress. Yu Pasan and old man Ning hovered in the air, smirking with confidence. Another quasi-saint artifact? No, this aura. It clearly surpasses even a quasi-saint weapon. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Take the girl down first, then we'll decide who gets what. The forces of the 4 great alliances continued their relentless assault on Linger. Linger swept her teeth, forcing herself to erupt with every bit of power she had left. I'm sorry, Senior Lee. I'm too weak. I can't even draw out the true potential of your treasures. Under the heavy pressure, cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the Litian Divine Bow. Yu Pasan sneered, sensing victory. She's at her limit. Everyone, strike now. Suddenly, a bolt of energy streaked through the air, slamming directly into Yu Pasan. He let out a pain scream as he was sent tumbling backward. Tianxiang stepped forward, moving to support Linger. The snake Demoness' eyes widened in fury. You rotten brat. You got some nerve. Tianxiang glared back at the Demoness, her eyes burning with anger. You're the ones with the nerve. A bunch of old fossils ganging up on my sister Linger. Old man Yin lunged forward at the same time. I'll kill you to avenge brother you. The Demoness glanced at him, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Vengeance? Please, you just want to steal the treasure for yourself. Linger moved to Tianxiang's side, their powers beginning to resonate. Don't worry, Tianxiang. I've got your back. Hua Linger closed her eyes and began chanting, channeling her spiritual energy. The Litian Divine Bow erupted in a terrifying blaze of flames, releasing an overwhelming pressure that shook the battlefield. The snake Demoness was blasted back by the sheer force. What? How can a mere profound, immortal draw such power from a quasi-saint artifact? I must have that treasure, no matter what. Tianxiang rushed to Linger, her face filled with concern. Sister Linger, are you okay? Linger panted, answering quickly. I'm fine. We can't let Senior Lee down. Let's finish this together. The two combined their strength, chanting the incantations to control the pair of divine hairpins. The members of the 4 alliances hovered in the sky, watching intently for any opening. Suddenly, a golden dragon manifested from the hairpins. Old Ning's eyes nearly popped out as he screamed. This is bad. Scatter now. Linger and Tianxiang directed the hairpins, forming a synchronized strike. The golden dragons roared, charging toward the enemy. Old Yin was caught off guard, his body freezing in terror as he stared down the twin dragons. The dragons lunged forward with lethal intent. In the blink of an eye, everything was chaos. The attack missed its primary targets, but slammed directly into the enemy's airship. Tianxiang looked on, dazed. We missed them. Sister Ling, what do we do now? Old Yin smirked, pointing a finger at the two girls. Those two are completely spent, physically and mentally. Everyone, finish them off. The four alliances unleashed their ultimate killing moves, surging toward the exhausted girls. In the face of certain death, Mu Tianyu stepped forward, holding out a hand to the approaching mob. Wait just a moment. Old Yan's eyes bulged as he roared. You're about to die. What could you possibly have to say? Tianxiang continued, her voice steady. It's true that I killed one of your alliance leaders, but I was forced into that position. For the sake of Mu Tianyu's reputation, I ask that you all turn back now. Old Yan grit his teeth in rage, waving his hand dismissively. You dare try to play games with us? D. At that exact moment, Tianxiang tossed something into the air. It was Lee Fan's calligraphy scroll. If you won't give us face willingly, then you'll just have to be forced to. The scroll unfurled, revealing 4 simple words written by Lee Fan. Peace is most precious. The demoness watched the scroll, her eyes fixed on the ink. This calligraphy, it's overflowing with great Tao rhyme. Only a legendary being from the first world could ever write a decree of the great Tao like this. Tianxiang stood beside the divine decree, her voice echoing. Senior Lee gave us this writing because he hopes for peace. He doesn't want this to escalate further. Please just go back. The snake demoness stared at Tianxiang, paralyzed by the aura. What do we do? Compared to the master who wrote this, we're nothing more than ants. One of the leaders grit his teeth, his face contorted with anger. We get mocked like this and then just walk away? I refuse to believe I can't do anything against this person. I'll test the waters first. The demoness put on a fake, sugary smile as she approached Tianxiang. Young lady, we were out of line just now. Tell me, who exactly is this Senior Lee? Tianxiang's eyes widened in total shock. Senior Lee lives as a recluse, indifferent to the affairs of the mortal world. You have no right to question him. And another thing, that smile of yours is absolutely revolting. The two sacred lords nodded in frantic agreement. Yeah, exactly. That smile makes my skin crawl. The man with the twin bun hairstyle clapped his hands in mock admiration. Huh, what a show. Truly a magnificent performance. The snake demoness turned back, her brow furrowed in confusion. Just what exactly are you trying to say? The man continued to speak up. You are all golden immortals, masters of your own domains, yet you're being played for fools by this little act. The demoness glared at the red-haired man. Are you implying that this divine decree is a fake? He widened his eyes, staring straight ahead. Of course the decree is real. The only question is whether the person who wrote it is even still alive. I think we should ask these two young ladies for the truth. The snake demoness began gathering spiritual energy in her hands. So it was just 2 little tomb-raiding thieves, after all. Today, we shall carry out justice on behalf of the heavens. Tianxiang glared back fiercely. You, how dare you? How dare you show such insolence towards Senior Lee's decree? Linger reached out and pulled the decree back. Words are useless. If they're so eager to die, we'll just have to settle their accounts for them. One of the demonesses spoke up from the side. Ladies, it's not that we don't believe you. It's just that we truly wish to pay our respects to this senior in person. Don't tell me this great senior is too afraid to show his face. Old man Yun let out a contemptuous laugh. Ha! Or perhaps this senior is currently shaking in his boots. Tianxiang stared at the old man in rage and screamed, Shut your mouth. Suddenly, a swirl of sword chi manifested in the sky, accompanied by the cold voice of Jiang Shui. A pack of low-life lackeys doing dirty work, yet you dare to speak such arrogance here? Tianxiang and Linger looked up in surprise. That voice, could it be? The red-haired man, oblivious to the danger, continued to shout insults. If you've got the guts, show yourself. Stop hiding like a ghost, trying to scare people. In a flash, Jiang Shui appeared in the sky, radiating an aura of absolute majesty. Linger and Tianxiang looked at Jiang Shui with excitement. It's Fairy Jiang Shui. The members of the 4 great alliances were instantly seized by terror and anxiety. This person's cultivation, it's far beyond the golden immortal realm. Jiang Shui stared coldly down at the crowd from the 4 great alliances. I am here. Now what is it you wanted? Old man Yun changed his tune instantly, bowing his head in a hurry. So is Fairy Jiang. I have heard of your great name for a long time. Jiang Shue's eyes burned with fury as she looked at him. You dare to show disrespect towards Senior Lee just now. For that, I sentence you to death. Without another word, Jiang Shue pointed a finger, sending a blast of glacial qi toward the old dog. Desperate to resist, the old dog tried to gather his strength to strike back. But in the blink of an eye, he was encased in a massive block of ice, his very bones dissolving into liquid. The subordinates watching from the sidelines were paralyzed with horror. A golden immortal turned to dust with just a flick of her finger. Even in an Earth-rank otherworld, such a realm shouldn't be possible. This can only be the power of a heaven-rank otherworld. Jiang Shue's gaze swept over the rest of the four great alliances. Now then, who's next? The red-haired man's eyes bulged in terror as he scrambled to open a teleportation portal. But he wasn't fast enough to outrun Jiang Shue's ice soul. A second later, he too became a block of ice, his flesh and blood slowly melting away within. Jiang Shue stood tall in the sky. Just moments ago, the five of you golden immortals joined forces to bully Senior Lee's two young disciples. You truly are a filthy lot. Since you of the four great alliances love using numbers to oppress the weak, why don't you all come to me together? Old Nin fell to his knees, trembling violently as he wailed. We are willing to obey the great Tao decree of a senior. From this day forward, we will never again raise a blade in this world. The subordinates all rushed to kneel as well. We choose peace. We swear never to take up arms again. Jiang Shue slowly descended to the ground and walked toward Tianxiang and Linger. Tianxiang stared, completely mesmerized. Is this the true power of Fairy Jiang Shue? Jiang Shue glanced back at the survivors of the four great alliances. Since Senior Lee issued a decree for peace, I shall spare your miserable lives. An elder named Ji Yuanqing raised a hand, looking slightly hesitant. Might I ask, is the fairy a disciple of that senior? The crowd around him immediately broke into a panicked stir. Holy crap, has this old man lost his mind? If you want to die, don't drag the rest of us down with you. Ji Yuanqing, are you insane? You're walking straight into your grave. Jiang Shue turned back to answer him. A disciple? I am not fortunate enough to have such a destiny. However, I have received his permission to cultivate at his place of seclusion. Ji Yuanqing bowed again and pressed further. May I ask the honorable title of that senior? It will be proper for us to know who we speak of. Jiang Shue paused for a moment in thought. His title? Even I do not know it for certain. Perhaps you may call him the Lord of the Heavens. Old Nin, still shaking with fear, thought to himself. I fear this terrifying existence truly is connected to the first realm of legends. A subordinate from the Xuanzi Alliance stepped forward and bowed. Lords, now that alliance leader Huang of our Xuanzi Alliance is dead. If you will have us, we are willing to submit to the command of the Zhuan Huangju Alliance. Linger stared intently at the people of Xuanzi. Very well. From now on, you shall follow the orders of the Zhuan Huangju Alliance. The crowd below erupted in a unified chant. Zhuan Huangju Alliance. Zhuan Huangju Alliance. Zhuan Huangju Alliance. A long while after the battle, everyone returned to the great hall of the Taiyan Holy Land. Tianxiang let out a weary sigh. Thanks to Fairy Jiang Shue, this catastrophe has finally been laid to rest. The two holy lords have also contributed greatly. Linger gazed forward, lost in thought. But the person who deserves the most thanks is still Senior Lee. A subordinate entered and bowed to deliver a message. Co-alliance leaders, there is an elder from Huangtian State outside, seeking an audience. Ji Yuanqing stepped inside and hurriedly performed his salutations. Ji Yuanqing has an urgent matter to report to the two alliance leaders. Back at Lee Fan's courtyard. Inside, papers covered in Yuqing's handwriting were being tossed aside one after another. Yuqing clutched her head and pulled at her hair in exhaustion. Seeing this, Lu Rang asked out of concern. Junior brother, you've been practicing all day. Aren't you going to get some rest? Yuqing looked at Lu Rang, feeling a bit disappointed in himself. After seeing the calligraphy master wrote for Miss Tianxiang, I realized just how lacking I really am. Lu Rang sharpened his sickle as he spoke. Listen to me. Nothing beats working the fields. Meanwhile, at the great hall of the Taiyan Holy Land, old man Ji Yuanqing began to speak. This matter is urgent, so I won't beat around the bush. Have you all heard of the first heaven realm? Old man Ling Xiao stared intently at Ji Yuanqing. Could it be the first heaven realm that once waged war against the immortal realm? Tianxiang asked curiously. Senior Ling Xiao, do you know about this? Old man Ling Xiao recalled the legends solemnly. I've heard some legends. All things in the lower realm are divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. There are millions of black and yellow rank worlds. Earth rank worlds are very rare. As for heaven rank worlds, only 4 were ever born. Rumor has it these 4 great heaven realms possess power equal to the immortal domain. Then a great war broke out. 3 of them eventually submitted to the immortal domain. Only the first heaven realm fought to the death and refused to surrender. In the end, the first heaven realm was destroyed, and the legendary supreme beings within were all slaughtered. Ji Yuanqing followed up on Ling Zhao's words. But the first heaven realm wasn't completely wiped out. It was shattered into many smaller realms. And these small realms all kept the word heaven in their names to remember their former glory. Tianxiang suddenly realized. Doesn't that mean the profound heaven realm was once a part of the first heaven realm too? Ji Yuanqing continued. I come from the Huangtian realm. My ancestors left behind many historical records regarding the first heaven realm. Now that 100 realms have been annexed by the profound heaven realm, and a new world is also called a heaven realm, I am certain that the profound heaven realm was once a vital part of the first heaven realm. Huo Ling'er stared at the old man. So, you want to meet the senior who merged the 100 realms? Ji Yuanqing cupped his hands in a respectful bow. The alliance leader is indeed brilliant. That senior is very likely the person my ancestors have always been searching for. Please, alliance leader, introduce me. Yuan Yang looked closely at the old man. So that's it. I couldn't figure it out before. Why would a supreme expert like Senior Lee live in seclusion in the tiny, profound heaven realm? Old man Ling Xiao felt a wave of anxiety. If that's the case, the scheme Senior Lee has laid out is terrifying. This is an eternal master plan. Linger looked at Ji Yuanqing. Regarding this, we must ask for Senior Lee's permission first. If Senior Lee agrees to see you, we'll let you know. Old man Ji Yuanqing continued. The 2 alliance leaders surely know that according to my ancestors' records, whenever fragments of the first heaven realm merge, the things hidden within those fragments will attract each other, creating massive waves of chaos. Hearing this, Huo Ling'er felt a sense of urgency. In that case, we'll head out now. We'll notify you as soon as we have word. Meanwhile, by a large stream, a young boy was venting his anger by punching the water. Nailin Yinran, you humiliated the Xiao family today. Xiao Yin, will definitely pay you back 100-fold. Suddenly, a human bone drifted near where Xiao Yin was sitting. He picked it up to examine it. What is this? In an instant, the bone burrowed into Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yin panicked. What the hell is this? Suddenly, he saw a figure before him. Is it a ghost? Or a remnant soul left in the mortal world appeared before Xiao Yin. I am a number 1 of the immortal domain. Immortal General Yang Michin. Xiao Yin stared wide-eyed at the soul. What do you want? Yang Michin was lost in thought. 100,000 years have passed. Why have I awakened? Could it be that that thing is about to appear again? Kid, do you want to become the protagonist of this world? Fate has brought us together today. I shall grant you a grand fortune. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. Old man Yang, how can you help me? Yang Michin looked at Xiao Yin and shouted. Kid, you're far too weak. Take this as a small gift. Xiao Yan's entire body suddenly erupted in a brilliant light, breaking through to the golden immortal realm in an instant. I've already broken through to the golden immortal realm. Yang Michin spoke again. Golden immortal? That's just for toddlers. In less than a month, I'll turn you into an immortal ancestor, the ruler of an entire realm. Xiao Yin hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior. Thank you. Overjoyed, he thrust his middle finger toward the sky and roared. Nailin Yinran, you just wait. My time has finally come. Yang Michin stared at Xiao Yin. Don't get ahead of yourself. If you want to become an immortal, you must obey me. Follow this stream upward to an ancient battlefield. An ultimate treasure is buried there. Once you have it, you can dominate this world. Qian Lin interrupted. Over there lies the burial immortal mountain range. Beneath it rest countless corpses and the supreme treasures of the immortal domain. Yang Daichen listened, looking somewhat surprised. the burial immortal mountain range. Oomph, the name is quite fitting. It truly does serve as a grave for countless immortals. Qian Yin stared intently at Yang Daichen. Senior, you may not know, but this burial immortal mountain range is a forbidden zone within the Emperor Heaven Province. Yang Daichen fell in a deep thought. With me here, what are you afraid of? Once I obtain what is inside, I will teach you how to fuse the myriad realms. When that time comes, Qian Lin suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Old Yang, a month ago, the Emperor Heaven realm merged with another realm. This new great world is now known as the world. Yang Daichen was utterly shocked. What? It seems someone has awakened before me. I absolutely cannot let them beat me to it. We must head to the burial immortal mountain range immediately. The scene shifts to the main hall of a certain sect. A subordinate is standing there giving a report. Sect leader, the killing intent leaking from the burial immortal mountain range has been growing thicker lately. I suspect a high-grade slaughter corpse is about to emerge. If we can capture and refine it, then our Dark Moon sects rise to dominate the entire heaven realm will be a matter of days. The sect leader grew excited upon hearing this. Gather our forces immediately to scout the burial immortal mountain range. The old sect leader walked toward a secret chamber containing a scroll of the burial immortal mountain range. He stepped forward and reached out to touch the painting. He then shrunk the scroll and tucked it away to bring with him. Once everyone had gathered, he shouted, "Follow me into the burial immortal mountain range." Shortly after, the group entered the burial immortal mountain range one by one. The subordinates began to buzz with excitement. Has this place come back to life? The killing intent is so dense, I feel like I'm about to break through. Cultivating here for one day is like a whole year on the outside. Suddenly, golden light erupted from his entire body as he shouted ecstatically. I've actually broken through from the void hole realm to the Mahayana stage. He stood among the subordinates, laughing joyfully. The old sect leader turned his head and barked a warning. Be careful. Extreme joy leads to sorrow. There are many lingering spirits here. Don't let your soul be snatched away. As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned back to see countless remnant souls and hungry ghosts surrounding them. The subordinates screamed in pure terror, losing their minds. The old sect leader channeled his energy, creating a sphere of golden light to repel the evil spirits. The spirits scattered instantly, not daring to draw near. Up ahead lay piles of countless skeletal remains. A subordinate's eyes widened in shock as he pointed in one direction. Look, what on earth is that? In the middle of the dark forest filled with evil energy, a hungry ghost soul sat at a chessboard, surrounded by mounds of skeletons. The soul spotted the old sect leader and began to shriek manically, looking incredibly grotesque. The old sect leader panicked, his face full of dread. This is... The hungry ghost soul slowly lunged toward the Dark Moon sect members. Everyone was frozen, unable to move a muscle, and cried out. We can't move. The ghost soul glared at them, its voice sounding eerily twisted. Only the powerful life force of youth can lift these chess pieces. You're the one. A surge of malevolent energy invaded. It surged into the body of the subordinate standing in front. The man lost control of his body, possessed by the soul, and was forced to sit at the chessboard. His body trembled, and his eyes bled continuously as he struggled to reach for a chess piece. He picked up a piece and placed it on the board. His eyes rolled back, and his body began to explode. Bones shattered and flesh tore apart. His face twisted into a horrific mask. The Dark Moon sect leader looked at the remains of his disciples in absolute horror. He looked up and roared. Do you really think setting up this chess match can stop me? He raised both hands, straining as he clenched his fist tight. He squeezed so hard his hands dripped with his own blood, and he screamed in despair. I cannot break this formation, but someone in this world surely will. At that moment, a brilliant light flared in the center of the burial immortal mountain range, surrounded by swirling vortexes of evil energy. A young lady, reading in her study, suddenly noticed this strange phenomenon. She rushed outside to observe the omen. The burial immortal mountain range has opened. Is the ancestors' prophecy finally coming true? A subordinate appeared behind her and spoke. Patriarch, are you saying the immortal king is about to descend? Send word to the heaven realm immediately. Invite the talents from all four directions to the burial immortal mountain range to claim their destiny. The birth of an immortal king brings blood and chaos, but also brings hope. Those who seize this opportunity will restore order and establish the world's greatest power. News of the Emperor Heaven province quickly spread throughout the world. Back at Lee Fan's courtyard, Lee Fan was leisurely sipping tea while listening to Nan Fong play the zither. Nan Fong was completely immersed in the melody of the song. Lee Fan and the disciples nearby watched her with great excitement. As the song reached its climax, Nan Fong and the zither seemed to become one. The notes resonated, and just like that, she broke through her cultivation realm. Ziling rushed over and gave Nan Fong a big hug. "Congratulations, sister. You've reached a new realm." Yu Qing watched Nan Fong intently. "No way. Breaking through to heaven immortal after just one song? Good thing I've already reached the profound immortal realm. Otherwise, I'd never keep up. It's just sick senior brother who's still stuck at true immortal." Lu Rang sat in a corner, staring lovingly at each blade of grass. "Grow big and strong, little ones. Daddy loves you." Yu Qing walked over to Lu Rang's side and spoke. "I've heard of people treating enemies like family, but this is the first time I've seen someone treat grass like their children." At that moment, Tian Xing and Ling Er arrived at Li Fan's courtyard. They both bowed as they entered. "Senior, thank you for your decree. The conflict between us and the other alliances has finally ended." Li Fan looked at Ling Er and Tian Xing. "Well, that's good to hear. If you guys had kept causing trouble, I would have eventually had to let my work do the talking." Tian Xiang watched Li Fan and continued speaking. "That's right, senior. An old gentleman from Huangtian Prefecture has arrived and wishes to pay his respects to you. He mentioned an urgent matter that only you can resolve." Li Fan fell into deep thought. They must have found out about my calligraphy and wanted to enter some competition. He looked at Tian Xiang and spoke up. "I won't be getting involved in whatever he's talking about." Li Fan continued to ponder. "Right now, recruiting disciples is my top priority. After all, it's a system quest. Once I finish it, maybe I'll finally be able to cultivate." Linger watched Li Fan, trying to guess his intentions. As expected, everything is going according to Senior Li's plan. She spoke up again. "Senior Li, of course you don't need to go personally. It's just that the younger generation from all the major alliances and all the great powers have already gathered at Huangtian Prefecture." "You see," Li Fan reconsidered. "Oh, so that's how it is? It's divided by age groups?" At that moment, Yu Qing and Lu Rang stepped forward eagerly. "Master, please let your disciple go." "Master, I want to go too. The two of us can look after each other on the road." Li Fan looked intently at Yu Qing and Lu Rang. "I was just about to call on you too. Go get ready quickly, then set out immediately." Both were overjoyed and bowed with their hands clasped in respect. Lu Rang suddenly ran to the garden, dug up some grass, and put it into a jar. He Linger watched him, completely bewildered. He's not actually planning to bring that jar of weeds, is he? Yu Qing held out a brush, looking at Li Fan with a worried expression. "Master, I want to bring a brush with me, but I really can't seem to control this one." Li Fan rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. "That's true. Even I find this brush a bit heavy. It really isn't suitable for a calligraphy competition." After thinking for a moment, Li Fan suddenly reached out and grabbed Bai Shouting. Bai Shouting was caught off guard, having no idea what was happening as Li Fan plucked several large clumps of fur right off her. Bai Shouting let out a howl of pain. He then used the cat fur to replace the tip of the calligraphy brush. Li Fan excitedly held up his creation and laughed. "Haha, behold, the cat hairbrush. Take this, Yu Qing. This cat hairbrush is much lighter than my usual ones." With one side of her head now bald, Bai Shouting glared at Li Fan in a rage. "You son of a, you've really done it this time." Yu Qing hastily bowed and reached out to receive the cat hairbrush. The other disciples, along with Linger and Tian Xiang, stared at the brush with their mouths agape. "That's no cat hair brush. That's clearly an immortal grade white tiger artifact. It could even be ranked on the list of divine weapons." The moment Yu Qing received the brush, he waved his hand and wrote a few lines of poetry. A single stroke startles the swan, soaring with the intent of wind and thunder. The scroll unfolds to the rhythm of the world, where the peak of the Tao resides. After testing the brush, Yu Qing was deeply satisfied and bowed to thank Li Fan. Li Fan looked at Yu Qing with a smile. "No need for formalities. Go to the study and take that sunset painting I did. Bring it with you." Li Fan thought to himself. Yu Qing's calligraphy has reached a high level. But if he runs into a real professional, it might not be enough. Yu Qing clasped his hands and gave a bow of gratitude. Master has bestowed these protective treasures upon us, specifically for this trip. Lee Fan then personally walked his 2 disciples to the main gate to see them off. Before they left, he gave them one last piece of advice. Ahem. If you meet anyone seeking the Tao, lead them back here. I still have a few minor skills that are lacking successors. It would be best if they have some unique hobbies just like you two. Yu Qing and Lu Rang shared a look, thinking to themselves. The minor skills Master mentions are likely terrifyingly powerful great Daos. Master has taught us everything from music and painting to calligraphy and farming. He's looking for even more successors? Truly, there is nothing he cannot do. Lu Rang clasped his hands, a look of grim determination on his face. Don't worry, Master. Your disciple will definitely bring back someone who meets your expectations. Lee Fan stood there, waving goodbye as his 2 disciples set off for the competition. Then, he turned his gaze toward Ganya. Ganya, even though you are a maid, there are things you must learn, such as the way of tea. This is exactly what you are currently lacking. Ganya bowed timidly. I humbly ask for your guidance, Senior Lee. The scene shifts to the secret realm teleportation array of the Taiyan Holy Land. Ling Chao and Yuan Yang were also there, eagerly seeing off Lee Fan's disciples. With Senior Lee's disciples taking action personally, we can finally rest easy. Please wait a moment. We will activate the teleportation array immediately. Yu Qing, receiving the praise, returned the gesture politely. You flatter us, seniors. The 2 old holy lords joined forces to open the teleportation array. Old man Yuan Yang looked at the jar of grass in Lu Rang's hand, contemplating. Is that the jar of grass young Master Lu is bringing along? Ling Chao observed it closely and spoke up. That is no ordinary grass. I can sense a terrifying surge of sword intent coming from it. After standing in the teleportation array for a while, Lu Rang began to feel dizzy and lightheaded. Oh man, this spatial array is making me so dizzy I'm gonna puke. Yu Qing felt nauseous himself and didn't dare look at Lu Rang. Hey, don't you dare throw up. I'm warning you. At that moment, a flying ship was also making its way toward Huangtian Prefecture. A young man on the ship spoke up. This is the divine nectar of my Duanmu clan. If you 2 ladies don't mind, would you care for a glass? A young lady in green replied shyly. One should not accept rewards without merit, but we thank you, young Master Duanmu. The pink-haired lady pointed ahead and spoke. Duanmu Yang, there are people vomiting right in front of us. How can you keep drinking? Duanmu Yang looked toward the bow and felt a surge of disgust at the sight of Lu Rang and Yu Qing. He covered his nose and mouth with his hand, looking utterly repulsed, and barked an order. Turn the ship. Turn it now. Get us away from these 2 disgusting freaks. Yu Qing and Lu Rang quickly leaped onto the deck, clasping their hands in a respectful greeting. Excuse me, are you all heading toward the immortal burial mountain range? Would it be possible for us brothers to hitch a ride with you? Standing among his subordinates, Duanmu Yang shot them a look of pure disdain. Just ignore these 2. They look like nothing more than a couple of penniless beggars. The young lady from earlier spoke up to intervene. These 2 don't seem like ordinary people. Why don't we give them a lift for a bit? Seeing her request, Duanmu Yang reluctantly agreed. Since Lady Qinglan has put it that way, I, Duanmu Yang, am in no position to refuse. Lu Rang and Yu Qing beamed with gratitude. Thank you so much. By the way, where are you all from? Are you heading to the mountain range as well? Duanmu Yang replied nonchalantly. We are members of the Earthwind Alliance. We're heading to the immortal burial mountain range to seek our fortunes. Lu Rang happily suggested joining forces with Duanmu Yang. That's perfect. Since we're going the same way, why don't we team up? We can explore the mountain range together. Duanmu Yang scoffed, his eyes full of contempt. Team up? We don't even know where you 2 came from. Who exactly is your master? Lu Rang replied with an upbeat smile. Oh, we're just country folk from a small mountain village. Duanmu Yang's face twisted in mockery as he turned his back on them. My apologies, but everyone on this ship is a top-tier talent of the Earthwind Alliance. We have no desire to form a group with people like you. Go find a corner over there and just sit down. Infuriated by the blatant disrespect, Lu Rang started to lunge forward but was quickly held back by Yu Qing. After they found a place to settle, Yu Qing whispered to Lu Rang. Master sent us here for the mountain range. If you want to beat him up, we can do it once we arrive. Lu Rang looked at Yu Qing and flashed a devious grin. Heh, I didn't realize you were so calculating, junior brother. Yu Qing returned the sinister smile. Heh, well, I learned it all from you, senior brother. Suddenly, Duanmu Yang marched over to Lu Rang and Yu Qing, raising his voice. This is a Duanmu family vessel, not a place for stray cats and dogs to relieve themselves. If you dare puke on my deck again, I'll toss you overboard myself. Unable to take it anymore, Lu Rang ground his teeth and roared. You little brat. Yu Qing, don't you dare stop me. Today, I'm going to teach this kid exactly what happens when you run your mouth. A subordinate immediately drew his blade and pointed it at Lu Rang. Whoa there. You country bumpkins think you can act tough in front of my master? Duanmu Yang chimed in coldly. If I weren't showing respect to Lady Qinglan, you'd be a corpse by now. Qinglan's younger sister stepped forward and shouted. This ship is huge. Is it going to kill you to have 2 more people on board? Treating others like trash just because you think they're beneath you. Aren't you taking this too far? Duanmu Yang sighed and spoke to his subordinate. Fine. Don't waste your breath on these village idiots. Just let them stay. The subordinate remained aggressive. Young Master Duanmu is far too generous. If it were up to me, I'd have made these peasants kneel. Yu Qing kept a firm grip on Lu Rang to hold him back. Let go, senior brother. The taskmaster gave us is far more important. We can deal with them once we reach our destination. A while later, the airship arrived at the Yellow Heaven province, with the immortal burial mountain range coming into view. Duanmu Yang stared at the mountains and remarked, just how many immortals are buried there? The killing intent in the air is incredibly thick. A man standing beside him spoke up. Young Master Duanmu, it looks like we're about to stumble upon a massive opportunity this time. Duanmu Yang turned his gaze toward the 2 sisters. Ladies, why don't you join me for a drink? Qinglan and her sister gave a slight nod in agreement. The 3 of them went inside and raised their glasses together. Suddenly, Yu Qing appeared and spoke up. If I were you, ladies, I wouldn't drink that. Seeing the duo show up again, Duanmu Yang slammed his hand on the table and barked in a rage. Do you 2 have a death wish? 2 subordinates, busy snacking on chicken legs and sunflower seeds, began to jeer. These 2 really don't know when to quit. Maybe young Master Duanmu wasn't prepared for just how greedy they are. Qinglan glanced at Yu Qing, confused. What do you mean by that? Yu Qing replied calmly. As for why this wine shouldn't be touched, I think young Master Duanmu knows the answer quite well. Duanmu Yang gnashed his teeth, staring at Yu Qing with pure hatred. You 2 have insulted me time and time again. Do you really think I, Duanmu Yang, would just let this slide? Yu Qing pointed a finger directly at him. If you claim there's nothing wrong with the wine, then why don't you switch glasses with them? Duanmu Yang's eyes widened as he screamed. Who the hell do you think you are? Why should I listen to a word you say? Lu Rang bared his teeth in a sneer. Do you see it now? This punk wants to take advantage of you 2. He was planning something foul, but now that my brother has called him out, he's turned his shame into rage. Qinglan and her sister stood up, bowed politely, and prepared to leave. We thank you, young Master Duanmu, for looking after us during the journey. But we can manage on our own from here. We'll take our leave now. Duanmu Yang's face fell as he tried to stop them. Lady Qinglan, don't tell me you actually suspect me? Lu Rang and Yu Qing also turned to walk away. Let's go, junior brother. We shouldn't let the filth and malice on this ship rub off on us. Enraged, Duanmu Yang pointed a trembling finger at them. You think you could just come and go as you please? Did you think the Duanmu family was such an easy target? Men, kill them all. Lu Rang and Yu Qing are quickly surrounded by Duanmu's men. The Duanmu thugs brandish their blades and lunge at Yu Qing and Lu Rang. Get them. Hack these 2 brats to pieces. With a casual wave of his hand, Yu Qing sweeps away the trash blocking their path. The crowd stares at Lu Rang and Yu Qing in utter shock. This man's cultivation is extraordinary. Even a sovereign wouldn't be his match. I fear he's at least a quasi-immortal. To be this young, he is truly a favored son of heaven. Lu Rang strokes his chin thoughtfully. Junior brother, really now? Why'd you have to go so hard on them? Isn't this basically a giant slap to our dear young Master Duanmu's face? Suddenly, 2 elders from the Duanmu clan appear and speak up. You 2 are guests on a Duanmu ship, yet you dare injure our people. Don't you think you're being a bit too arrogant? The subordinates stir in excitement. It's the immortals. After all, the Duanmu clan is a major power within the Earth-Wind Alliance. Duanmu Yang hides a smug grin behind his fan, snickering to himself. In your next life, try to remember how this world works. Talent isn't the most important thing here. Status and birth are what truly matter. Lu Rang responds with a look of pure disdain. As for setting foot on this Duanmu ship of yours, to be honest, I'm already deeply regretting it. If I had known this ship was crawling with such shameless, lowly scum, I would have much rather walked to the immortal burial mountain range. Infuriated by the insult, the two elders charged toward Lu Rang like lightning. Ignorant brat, you have no idea what it means to court death. Lu Rang quickly reaches into a nearby pot and pulls out a clump of grass. The two elders stop dead in their tracks, watching him warily. What kind of grass is that? Why does it radiate such terrifying, killing intent? I can see its rank. It's even beyond the celestial level. This kid's background is no simple matter. Lu Rang continues coldly. When it comes to status, even if you combined everyone in your Earth-Wind alliance, you still wouldn't measure up. Intimidated, the two elders immediately cup their hands in a respectful salute. We were blind to your greatness. Please, sirs, forgive our disrespect and let this matter pass. The subordinates are completely bewildered. The Duanmu elders are actually apologizing to those country bumps? Duanmu Yang is now too terrified to speak, staring at Lu Rang and Yu Qing in silence. The elder bows deeply. We meant no offense. We beg for your leniency. Yu Qing reaches out to calm Lu Rang. Forget it, senior brother. We should get going. As they walk away, they intentionally brush past Duanmu Yang's shoulder in a provocative manner. My junior brother is a generous soul, so I'll let you off the hook today. Don't pull these pathetic stunts again, Duanmu Yang. What a complete waste of my time. The sisters, Qing Lan and Xia Jiao, also bow to take their leave. Young Master Duanmu, we shall also bid you farewell. The four of them depart from Duanmu Yang's ship together. Duanmu Yang glares at Lu Rang's retreating back, seething with rage. You fat piece of trash, you just wait. Once my brothers from the Earth-Wind Alliance arrive, I'll make sure there's nothing left of your corpse. Once Lu Rang and Yu Qing's group is out of earshot, Duanmu Yang turns to the two elders. Uncles, are those two really that powerful? One elder strokes his beard, his expression grim. That wood wielder possesses an untold number of artifacts. If he unleashed them all, none of us would be standing. The crowd gasps in horror at the revelation. Meanwhile, the sisters bow to express their gratitude to Yu Qing and Lu Rang. Thank you both. If not for your help, we surely would have fallen into Duanmu Yang's trap. Lu Rang looks at the sisters with an excited glint in his eye. Miss Qing Lan, Miss Xia Jiao, no need for such formalities. Tell me, is there anything in particular that you two like? Qing Lan and Xia Jiao are caught off guard, their faces flushing red with embarrassment. Xia Jiao snaps back, her voice rising in irritation. We don't like anything. Just what kind of girls do you think we are? Lu Rang rubs the back of his neck, acting completely indifferent. Fine, if there's nothing, there's nothing. Why the attitude? Yu Qing points toward the horizon. Senior brother, the immortal burial mountain range is just ahead. The air around the mountain range is thick with murderous intent. Dark clouds shroud it year-round. It's a truly ominous place. A female guard spots them and shouts out. Hold it! Only the elite of the younger generation are permitted entry here. Qing Lan and Xia Jiao present their medallions. The Earth-Wind Realm. The mysterious maiden Sect. Qing Lan and Xia Jiao. Seeing the medallions, the guard steps aside to let them pass. She then turns her gaze toward Lu Rang and Yu Qing. And what about you two? Lu Rang points forward awkwardly. We're with those two ladies. The guard glares at them and yells. Do I look like a fool to you? The mysterious maiden Sect has only ever accepted female disciples. How dare a couple of mountain peasants show up here and make a scene? Qing Lan hears the commotion and turns back to intervene. These two are our attendants. The guard pauses, looking skeptical. I'd always heard the women of the mysterious maiden Sect were pure and beyond reproach. I guess they aren't so special after all. Inside the immortal burial mountain range, geniuses from every corner of the world have already begun to gather. Lu Rang and Yu Qing walk in slowly, taking in their surroundings. A refined-looking young man approaches and bows respectfully. Saintess Qing Lan. Miss Xia Jiao, you finally arrived. And where is Brother Duanmu? Duanmu Yang raised his hand and shouted from the crowd. He's right here. Nin turned to Duanmu Yang and asked, Wait, weren't you traveling with the two holy maidens, Brother Duanmu? Duanmu Yang's eyes widened as he spoke. There's something you don't know, Brother Nin. A few lowlifes tricked the holy maidens and caused a bit of a misunderstanding between us. Standing nearby, Lu Rang pointed a finger and barked. Duanmuyang, you pathetic creep. You seriously have a nerve to stand there and play the victim? Then turned his gaze toward Lu Rang and Yu Qing. And who might you two be? I haven't had the pleasure. Lu Rang crossed his arms, staring Nin down. We're just folks from a small mountain village. Got a problem with that? Nin frowned. You two insulted Brother Duanmu. Right here in front of everyone. Are you intentionally trying to show contempt for our Earth Peak Alliance? Lu Rang pointed directly at Duanmuyang. Insulted him? He's the one who drugged the wine to prey on those two ladies. The surrounding crowd erupted into hushed whispers and gossip. Flustered and embarrassed, Duanmuyang yelled out, You're full of it. My Duanmu family is a prestigious, righteous sect. We aren't people you can just slander whenever you feel like it. Lu Rang continued to lay into him. It's a shame a lustful piece of trash like you has dragged the Duanmu name through the mud. Livid, Duanmuyang shrieked at the top of his lungs. If I remember correctly, the Great Alliances have locked down this area. Shady characters aren't allowed inside. You too, get the hell out of here right now. Lu Rang kept shouting, finger still pointed. Me, Shady? You're the one who's rotten to the core. Then turned away and gave a cold order to his subordinates. Men, escort our guests out. Lu Rang raised his voice for all to hear. Are you all really going to let this brat's lies lead to bloodshed? Nin continued with his arrogant provocation. You two mountain-dwelling hicks have zero right to be part of this competition. If you're smart, you'll beat it before I'm forced to get violent. Lu Rang's eyes went wide with mock surprise. I don't have the right? Oh, so I guess only someone like you is qualified? Nin looked at Lu Rang with a smug grin. It seems you still have no idea who I am. Do you? The crowd on the sidelines started buzzing. Looks like this kid really is just a clueless country bumpkin. He doesn't even recognize young Master Nin. Nin's arrogance reached a boiling point. Kid, do you even know who your grandfather is? Without a word, Lu Rang lunged forward and delivered a stinging slap right across Nin's face. I don't give a damn who your grandfather is. It's none of my business anyway. I just can't stand looking at a loud-mouthed loser like you. The young men nearby gasped in horror. Nin Zhaoyan is the top genius of the Alliance. I heard he's already broken through to the immortal realm. Then there's nothing left to say. That guy is a dead man. Nin Zhaoyan's grandfather is Nin Tianhao, the leader of the Earth Peak Alliance. Having taken a slap from Lu Rang, Nin Zhaoyan tumbled to the ground, shaking with rage. A bald elder stepped forward and spoke up. You're clearly no longer a youth. Why have you come here to bully a junior? The crowd broke into a frenzy once again. Whoa, so he's actually an old monster in disguise. Huh, an old monster acting like a bully. How shameful can you get? Lu Rang stood there, completely baffled and helpless. I'm a young man. How the hell did I become an old monster? Fine. If you want to think I'm some senior, then I'm just teaching this brat how to be a decent human. Got a problem with that? The bald elder glared intensely at Lu Rang. This place is under the joint protection of the 4 Great Alliances. You've used your seniority to bully a descendant. You will be the one to face the consequences of your actions. Lu Rang glared right back at the old man. Cut the talk. If you got the guts, make a move. If not, get lost. The old man was fuming, but not daring to act. He turned to leave. Then don't blame me for not warning you. The onlookers watched Lu Rang, stunned by his audacity. Lu Rang then turned his gaze back to Nin. As for you, kid, look at you, cowering like a turtle in its shell. How pathetic. Nin stood up, screaming in a rage. What do you want? I'm part of the Duanmu clan. If you dare lay a hand on me, the heavenly immortals of my clan won't let you live. Lu Rang followed up with a punch that sent Nin flying into the air. The old heavenly immortals of the Duanmu family? Even if a golden immortal showed up, my grandpa wouldn't be scared. Nin Zhaoyan crashed in the distance and struggled to his feet. You dare to strike a Duanmu. Well, remember this. Xia Jiao approached and stared curiously at Lu Rang. Are you two really senior masters? Lu Rang waved his hands dismissively, looking embarrassed. Miss Xia Jiao, don't get the wrong idea. We aren't old monsters or anything like that. We're both just handsome, dashing young men. Yu Qing chimed in from the side. Exactly. Don't listen to their nonsense. Qing Lan stood to the side, observing silently with a pensive look. The elder Ji Yuanqing arrived at that moment, followed by a line of subordinates. Ji Yuanqing stepped forward and spoke. Is everyone accounted for? The bald elder bowed and gave his report. Report an Elder G. Everyone is here. However, someone has been causing trouble. Ji Yuanqing fixed his gaze on the bald man. The bald man quickly pointed a finger at Lu Rang and shouted, "This man has already reached the true immortal realm, yet he's posing as a youth to stir up chaos." Then, he ruthlessly took down Ding Chaoran and Duan Muyang. Ji Yuanqing stood there, his face contorted with rage. "What is the meaning of this, sir? You're a senior expert, yet you have the nerve to attack the juniors of the Duanmu family? Bullying children now, are we?" Lu Rang was so livid he nearly coughed up blood. "Stop slandering me. I'm only 21 this year, and I'm still looking for a wife. Senior expert this, senior expert that. You keep running your mouth. How am I supposed to live with myself after this? You've ruined my reputation. How are you going to compensate me for this?" The crowd outside joined in, hurling insults. "How shameless. That's absolutely revolting." The bald old man pointed a finger and barked. "Such arrogance. Do you think our Duanmu family is a joke?" Ji Yuanqing quickly turned to look at the bald man. "Everyone, don't forget the decree of the Black-Yellow State. Harmony is our priority." The bald old man glared at Lu Rang. "This brat broke the rules first. You can't blame me for what happens next." Ji Yuanqing reached out to stop him. "Regardless of the reason, no fighting is allowed here." The bald man looked annoyed. "So I'm just supposed to let this kid act like a damn hooligan in our presence?" Ji Yuanqing fell into deep thought. "How about this? Since he claims to be a youth, then let him take a seat on that bone thrown up ahead." The losers in the crowd began whispering again. "Huh, if a senior sits there, he'll definitely cough up blood and die. Elder G's idea is brilliant. If he wants to pose as a youngster, he has to face the consequences." Ji Yuanqing spread his arms and announced loudly, "As long as you can walk away from that bone thrown alive, we'll consider this matter settled and let it go." Lu Rang stared intently at the old man, thinking to himself, "What kind of chair is this? A power test? Am I really that righteous? To hell with all of you." Lu Rang walked up to the bone throne and sat down. "Open your eyes wide and watch closely." The losers cheered and jeered. "He's a dead man. He's going to drop dead any second." Lu Rang sat on the bone throne for over half an hour, looking around blankly before bursting into laughter. "What's the deal? Is this chair supposed to be scary? How come it hasn't crushed an old man like me into dust yet?" The bald man stared at Lu Rang in disbelief. Could it be this guy is actually a youth? The losers started clamoring once more. "What? A true immortal under 40 years old? How is such a heaven-defying thing even possible? No way." Looking across the world, not even the four great alliances have anyone who could pull this off. Breaking through to the true immortal realm under 40. That's a once-in-10,000 years genius. Ji Yuanqing stood in the corner, deep in thought. This guy's talent is terrifying. Xiaoyan was also there, his eyes fixed on Lu Rang. "Kid, even in the immortal realm, being a true immortal under 40 makes you a rare genius. It looks like I finally found a real rival down here. Am I really the protagonist of this story? Elder Yang, will you help me take him down?" Yang Michin replied to Xiao Yin from within his consciousness. "Don't worry. Once you get what's inside the burial immortal mountain range, forget about him. Even if the greatest genius of the immortal realm showed up, they couldn't touch you." Xia Jiao stared at Lu Rang, her eyes wide with shock. Is he really not even 40 yet? Lu Rang crossed his arms and spoke up. Humility, humility. To be honest, in my village, I'm actually the one with the least talent." The crowd's jaws dropped in shock. "What? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration, pal?" Lu Rang thought to himself, feeling quite smug. This is exactly the reaction I was looking for. "Huh." Ji Yuanqing gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Rang. After sitting on the bone throne for a while longer, Lu Rang finally spoke. "Ahem, to all you holy sons and daughters of the great alliances, do any of you have any special hobbies or skills? You there, young lady, I see you're quite beautiful. How about coming back to my village to be a cook? What do you say?" The girl in front of him glared back, fuming with rage. "You fat, despicable, shameless pig." Lu Rang tucked his hands behind his back and started to walk away. "If you won't go, then don't. No need to be so cranky. My village is hiring. If anyone has special skills, follow me back to raise pigs. Or maybe herd some buffalo. Anyone interested should sign up now. Don't miss out on this golden opportunity." The crowd erupted in anger. "You fat pig. Who do you think we are? How dare you insult us so casually?" Elder Ji Yuanqing suddenly shouted. "Enough. Start breaking the formation. Lu Rang looked confused. What formation? Qing Lan, standing nearby, immediately explained. Young master, you didn't know? Inside, there are 9 terrifying chessboards. Only a gifted youth can solve them. Suddenly, a secret formation space opened in the sky, and violent cyclones began to swirl around. Lu Xing stared at the chess formation before him, his face pale with worry. This is terrifying. This match is like 2 ferocious armies locked in a brutal war. It's a literal teetering on the edge of life and death. The crowd turned their attention to Lu Xing. Even Lu Xing, the chess genius of the Earth Origin Alliance, is saying that? Then how are we supposed to do this? The female cultivator stared intently at the chessboard formation. This isn't just a simple board. It contains hundreds of layers of terrifying arrays. One man stepped forward and shouted, "Look, Lu Xing is starting to break the formation." Lu Xing continuously pushed the pieces in one direction. A mystical hand countered him, using the pieces to trap Lu Xing in a desperate position. Lu Rang stood aside, meticulously observing Lu Xing's every move. This kid actually has some skill. Lu Xing fell into a deadlock, dripping with sweat as anxiety took hold. An onlooker shouted from the sidelines, "This stage is terrifying. Even Lu Xing is being pushed to his limits." Lu Xing moved a piece to a specific point on the board, successfully breaking the formation. The crowd erupted in excitement. Lu Xing did it. He broke the formation. As expected of the chess saint from the Earth Origin Alliance, someone from the Earth Spirit Alliance has broken the formation too. On the other side, Mu Shunxi, the Saintess of the Profound Saints Sect, had also succeeded. Is that the Profound Saints Sect's sandbox deduction? I heard it was created through the lifelong efforts of the sect's previous masters. It's said to be capable of unraveling any battle formation in existence. The old sect master of the Profound Saints Sect watched the board with eager eyes. "Mu Shunxi, you've done it. You haven't failed our sect." Ning Zhanyan stood behind Lu Xing with a sinister expression. "It seems we won't be able to break this formation on our own." Old Xiao, the leader of the Earthwind Alliance, looked dejected. "I guess this is as far as our Earthwind Alliance goes." Mu Yang shouted from the outside, "Ning Zhao, do it now." Ning Zhao gathered his strength to create an energy orb and spoke. "I have no choice but to ask for your assistance. Saint Lin Qi, please." Inside the orb, a face gradually emerged as the remnant soul of Saint Lin Qi appeared. "Very well. My long-cherished dream is to reach the very end of the world. Is that the heavenly deduction chess saint, Lin Zhu, the master of the righteous path? He's considered the titan of the chess world today." The remnant soul of Saint Lin Qi appeared and began to control Ning Zhanyan. The crowd below began to jeer and shout. Is the Earthwind Alliance really trying to cheat? Guided by Saint Lin Qi, Ning Zhanyan roared, "My Earthwind Alliance will never lose." Meanwhile, Lu Xing had already cleared the second board. Mu Xinxi of the Profound Saint Sect also cleared the third one. However, her sect's sacred treasure began to malfunction, losing all its power. Without that tool, I'm afraid Mu Xinxi will struggle to continue. Breaking the next formation will be incredibly difficult. Ning Zhanyan is still stuck on the second board. Someone below stared at Ning Zhanyan. Even with Saint Lin Qi's help, he looks like he's already reached his breaking point. Lu Rang crossed his arms, looking on with pure disdain. It's been ages and this kid hasn't made any progress. I don't think that old geezer can pull it off. Ning Zhanyan glared at Lu Rang in a fit of rage. If you look down on our Earthwind Alliance so much, then why the hell are you following us? Suddenly, Saint Lin Qi's remnant soul shattered into mist and vanished. The backlash hit Ning Zhanyan hard, causing internal injuries. Lu Rang spoke thoughtfully. Let's go. This kid is going nowhere. There's no future in following him. Lu Xing had now cleared the third formation, his body radiating an aura of dominance. But on the third board, a murderous aura enveloped Lu Xing, and the backlash caused him to age rapidly. Lu Rang was a bit startled by the sight. Is that still Lu Xing? If you told me that was his great-grandfather, I'd believe you. Lu Xing's reaction doesn't look good. Let's check out the other side. Over here was Xiao Yin, calmly and leisurely making his moves. The crowd began to gossip again. Who is this guy? I've never heard of him. Me neither. Apparently, he's a local from Huangtian province. Xiao Yin thought to himself with a smug grin. Idiots. I'm the main character of this world. Elder Yang, quick, Teach me how to break the second formation. Yang Michin replied within his mind. Do you think I don't need to think? This board is pushing even my limits. You think this is easy? Xiaoyan cupped his hands together sincerely. Elder Yang, I didn't mean it like that. I know this is taking a toll on you. With Yang Michin's guidance, Xiaoyan effortlessly cleared the third board. Ji Yuanqing was absolutely stunned. He cleared 3 boards in a row by himself. He's even more impressive than the little chess saint, Lu Xing. Friend, you must have suffered many grievances coming from Huangtian province. My Yu family is a golden immortal level clan. I invite you to join us. If you let us follow you, we can grant any wish you desire. Xiao Yin pointed toward the girls in the crowd. How about this? You, and you over there, come over here. Lu Rang looked at Xiao Yin in disbelief. Wow, is this kid here to break a formation or to pick out a harem? Saintess Qing Lan giggled. He's so young, yet he cleared 3 boards in a row. The major sects will definitely be fighting over him. Xiao Yin smugly pulled 2 beautiful girls close and suddenly looked forward. Huh? He shot a cocky smile toward Qing Lan and Xia Yao. You two as well. Get over here. Xia Yao made a mocking face. Who want to go with you? Huh? Xiao Yin began to act superior and judgmental. The cultivation of that brat next to you might be decent, but he'll never make it inside. Only by following me can you get any real opportunities here. Lu Rang stared blankly at the arrogant jerk in front of him. Look at that smug-ass face. What an absolute tool. Qing Lan smiled thinly and spoke to Xiao Yan. Why don't you break the 4th board first? Then we'll talk. Xiao Yan put on a face full of confidence. I'll break it, no problem. Not just 4. I'm clearing all 9 boards. The crowd of old cultivators erupted in a frenzy. What? He wants to break 9 chess formations in a row. Just who the hell is this guy? Xiao Yin stepped into the 4th formation, his face radiating confidence now that he had Yang Diechen's guidance. My God, he cleared the 4th formation too. A genius. A once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. He must be fated for this. There's a high chance he'll inherit the legacy of the world's greatest. A group of gold-digging women immediately swarmed around Xiao Yin. Young master, we are willing to be your humble servants. Please, young master, take us under your wing. Xiao Yin turned back to Qing Lan and Hai Yao with a smug grin. I'm giving you 2 one last chance. Lu Rang. As Qing Lan and Hai Yao glared at him, Xiao Yin continued. You're Lu Rang, right? Just hand them over to me, and I'll grant you the honor of becoming my #1 follower. By my side, even if you're just a dog, you'll have a limitless future. Lu Rang let out a soft chuckle. Yeah, you really are something. I actually have a place I'd like to recommend to you. How about coming to my village to slop the pigs? What do you think? Xiao Yan's face contorted with rage as he glared at Lu Rang. You damn brat. Don't you regret this? Once I claim the ultimate legacy, you won't even have the chance to be my dog. The fawning women crowded around Xiao Yan, clinging to him. Young Master Xiao, don't pay any mind to that country bumpkin. Hurry and break the formation. Young Master Xiao, please take us inside with you. That's right. Once you break the seal, this lowly one will be yours to command heart and soul. He let out a loud, arrogant laugh. Huh, come then, ladies. Follow me as I conquer the 5th formation. A moment later, as he entered the 5th formation, his expression shifted to panic as he desperately pleaded for Yang Diechen's help. Inside his mind, Yang Diechun felt completely helpless. Kid, I've already broken 4 major formations in a row. My soul energy is spent. This 5th formation is terrifying. One look at it nearly scattered my soul to the winds. You're on your own now. I need to rest. Without Yang Diechen's help, Xiao Yin was instantly revealed as a total fraud. The women around him continued to swarm, trying their best to charm and seduce him. Xiao Yin gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, Xiao Yin, you can do this. You have to. Even without old Yang, I am still the protagonist of this world. Xiao Yin tentatively played a piece. The cheers of the women around him rang out incessantly. Xiao Yan's chess piece slowly descended toward the board. While Xiao Yin was struggling to find a viable move, the women by his side started clawing at each other, fighting over this loser. One woman panted heavily, exhausted from the scuffle. Huh, we're just followers for now. If you want to be his favorite, you'll have to ask young Master Xiao first. Deprived of Yang Diechen's guidance, Xiao Yin was easily defeated by the formation. The backlash surged through him, and he spat out a massive spray of blood. The women stared at the pathetic heap that was Xiao Yin. Young Master Xiao failed? No way. How can this be? He just broke 4 formations in a row like it was nothing. I really thought he was a chosen genius. Turns out he's just a flashy disappointment. Talk about all bark and no bite. What a letdown. Forget it. There's no future in following a loser like him. Xiaoyan lay there, helpless and consumed by regret. Lu Rang turned his head to look at him. Kid, I take back what I said earlier. Someone like you isn't even qualified to feed the pigs in our village. Livid, Xiao Yin screamed at him. Who the hell do you think you are? I cleared 4 formations. I'm the greatest prodigy in the world. You're nothing. I bet you can't even clear a single one. Lu Rang looked at Xiao Yin with absolute confidence. Who said I can't? I just haven't made my move yet. Open your eyes wide. And watch closely. I'm about to break this thing. At that moment, Lu Rang sent a message back to Lee Fan at the Sect gate. Master, your disciple has run into a bit of trouble. I need your help. Lee Fan looked over and recognized the familiar chessboard. Lu Rang spoke to Lee Fan through the crystal orb. Yes, Master. There are a few matches I need you to help me solve. Lee Fan thought to himself. Go? It's been a long time. The system used to torture me with this back in the day. Through the crystal orb, Lee Fan began to guide Lu Rang. Vertical 10, horizontal 9. Guard the heavenly gate. The dragon's head takes the lead. This is a guaranteed win. With the guidance, Lu Rang confidently touched a piece and slammed it onto the board without a moment's hesitation. The opponent's formation shifted rapidly, becoming incredibly complex. Thanks to Lee Fan's instructions, Lu Rang didn't even have to think. He played move after move in rapid succession. The onlookers were stunned by Lu Rang's effortless style. Instead of fighting through the complex variations, he's using simple strikes to dismantle it. To have such an understanding of the game. Lu Xing was also completely caught off guard. The simpler the solution, the more he understands the underlying flow. He's mastered the board. This man's skill far surpasses my own. Lee Fan, watching through the orb, continued to call out every single move. Is there more? Hurry up. I still have to teach your senior sister calligraphy and the zither. Lu Rang hurriedly replied to Lee Fan. I'm on it, Master. Please, don't be in such a rush. Lee Fan glanced at the board and instantly knew the counter strategy. Vertical 11, horizontal 7. Block the crane's path, then encircle and strike to capture the golden dragon. Lu Rang played the move with an extraordinary aura, leaving Lu Xing in awe once again. To seize the advantage like that, how can he solve it so easily? One of the men in the crowd spoke up. It seems even the strongest one before, Xiao Yin, couldn't pull off something like this. Xiao Yin is nowhere near his level. Even he had to strain his mind to face these formations. But this Lu Rang, his actions and words are perfectly in sync. So decisive. Victory is certain. Lu Rang looked down at the board before him. Whoa, I'm actually starting to get hooked on this game. The board is set and ready. The bone skeleton's sinister aura flickers as it constantly shifts its formation to counter Lu Rang. Lu Xing glares at the chessboard, eyes wide in disbelief. He's actually forcing the array master to change his formation. Just who the hell is this guy? And the difficulty of this match. Isn't this way beyond the standard level? Lee Fan studies the layout of the game. Oh, this guy doesn't dare to attack anymore. He's gone completely on the defensive. Lee Fan's eyes sharpen as he begins to dictate the winning moves. Horizontal 1, vertical 4, the celestial chorus. The heavenly softness retreat. The hollow chi pit leads the azure dragon forth. A 1-4 split will sever the opponent's head. Fired up, Lu Rang follows the guidance and places the next stone. Lee Fan nods in satisfaction, watching the board through the crystal orb. To force an opponent to change their move while still maintaining a path of retreat. I can't believe he broke this formation with only 10 pieces. Just how high has this man's skill reached? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This person is a true, once-in-a-lifetime genius. Below, Qinglong glances over at Yuqing. I never imagined young Master Yuqing's senior brother would be this powerful. Young Master Yuqing must come from a very prestigious clan, right? Yuqing chuckles and replies playfully. Lady Qinglong, you flatter us. We really are just from a small village. Back home, senior brother Lu Rang is actually just a farmer. Lu Rang continues his momentum. He breaks the 5th formation, successfully clearing it with only 13 pieces. The 6th formation is shattered in just 19 moves. What is that? Why is that skeleton's power exploding like that? Is the soul trapped in this array, refusing to submit? This is terrifying. Is this a living soul from within the immortal burial mountain range? Unbelievable. The undying aura on this soul is surging forward with immense force. Mushinshi stares intently at Lu Rang. Being able to play a single match against such an opponent is a massive stroke of luck. If I can just witness this game, I might even be able to break through to the next level. Yang Michin releases his remnant soul to observe the match. This aura, it's so familiar. I remember now. It's him, the southern heavenly general who fought side by side with me. Xiaoyan senses Yang Michin's presence. Old Yang, you're finally awake? Lu Rang looks at the formation before him, then stares his opponent straight in the eye. Calling him an old monster would be an understatement. Lee Fan continues to guide Lu Rang. Don't just stand there staring. He's already fallen into the trap. Move northwest, Heavenly Dragon Slayer. Vertical 10, horizontal 17, covering the sun. Following the instructions, Lu Rang strikes with another piece. The crowd below watches the dramatic match with bated breath. The 7th round, Lu Rang successfully clears it with 21 pieces. The spiritual energy from the board immediately transfers its power into Lu Rang. Lu Rang's body begins to transform amidst a brilliant, blinding light. This guy is terrifying. Has he received the inheritance of some great being from the immortal realm? Lu Rang's form shifts, transforming into a handsome, refined young gentleman. I've broken through to the 6th stage of the black immortal realm, and my body has been completely reforged. The crowd looks at Lu Rang in absolute shock. Did he just claim the ultimate prize? This kid is definitely a seed for immortality. Gu Yuanqing stands among the cultivators, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Excellent, excellent. Let him gather all the rewards. In the end, they'll all be mine. The woman who was just clinging to Xiao Yin now feels a surge of hidden regret. Why didn't I meet this guy sooner? Why am I stuck with this useless trash who only cares about chasing women? The women below stare fixatedly at Lu Rang. It looks like everything depends on young Master Lu in the end. Even his back looks so cool. Lu Rang looks ahead, brimming with confidence. All right, final round. Here I come. The final core of the array slowly reveals itself before Lu Rang. The ultimate formation, the path of the Star Sovereign. Lu Rang gazes forward, deep in thought. This is it, the final game. The ground shifts, revealing a board as vast as the heavens and the earth. He turned the world itself into a chessboard. Lu Rang faces the bone skeleton, his presence radiating power. The two of them lock eyes, the air heavy with tension. The cultivators below watch the board with intense focus. The final match is about to begin. The bone skeleton begins its dark art, striking the first piece onto the world board. Lee Fan slurps his noodles while watching the orb, guiding him step by step. The twin variant gambit. His foundation isn't that great. Is he really trying to hide his tactical depth? Both sides relentlessly trade countless pieces across the massive board. The moment the bone skeleton places a stone, Lu Rang counters. With Lee Fan's guidance, Lu Rang responds with absolute confidence. The cultivators below are filled with awe. This Lu Rang is terrifying. He can actually go toe-to-toe with an immortal being. The pressure from that immortal bone skeleton is rising again. The bone skeleton uses its dark arts to warp the formation. The world itself is changing. Xia Jiao shouts out in worry. This match, I'm afraid even if the Sect Master stepped in, he'd be turned to ash. Qinglan looks at Xia Jiao calmly. There's no need to worry. Lu Rang seems to have everything under control. Lu Rang speaks to Lee Fan within his mind. Master, I'm finally starting to understand the techniques you taught me. Lu Rang's eyes snap open as he lets out a thunderous roar. Now, witness my final move. Confident, Lu Rang slams a lethal piece down onto the world board. The bone skeleton is officially defeated, slowly crumbling into pieces. Lu Rang stands in the center of the world, composed and serene. Lee Fan watches through the crystal orb. Well done, Lu Rang. Your cultivation level has increased yet again. Mushinshi stares at Lu Rang in total shock. Has a true immortal sovereign actually emerged in our realm? The crowd of women below shrieks, completely drowning out Xiao Yan. Young Master Lu, I want to be your personal maid. Young Master Lu, just say the word, and I will immediately disown this rebellious son, Duan Muyang. Lu Rang looks down at the chaotic crowd below. Oh, so now you're all interested? When I was trying to recruit people to raise pigs in the village earlier, none of you cared. Mushinshi throws all dignity aside and screams at the top of her lungs. Young Master Lu Rang, raising pigs is my absolute favorite thing to do. I was even born in the year of the pig. I share a spiritual connection with pigs. The women continue to scream and scramble over one another. Good grief, stop fighting me. My ancestors literally have the bloodline of the wild boar. I even use specialized pig manure for my cultivation. My bond with them is unbreakable. Young Master Lu Rang, pick me, pick me. Lu Rang finally speaks up. My master is a supreme expert from beyond the heavens. If you want to become a disciple, head to Mount Changli in Huangzhou County, Southern Region. When the time comes, we'll see which of you is destined to meet my master. The crowd erupts in a frenzy of excitement. An unparalleled master. The Lord of the Heavens. Please, take me as your disciple. A supreme, peerless master. An unparalleled master. Lee Fan chuckles to himself. I'm really not the Lord of the Heavens. Nor am I this unparalleled master you all keep talking about.